If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 41. 41 Long time no see, Artoria. The Sword of Selection. The so-called ceremony to select the king. Artoria knew very well in her heart that this was a grand performance meticulously orchestrated by Merlin for her. After pulling out this sword, she would inherit the throne of Uther Pendragon in the name of King Arthur. The magnificent momentum would resonate throughout the island. Gazing at the noble long sword embedded in the stone seat, Artoria remained silent. She no longer had the naive compassion and thoughts from the beginning, and the number of lives taken by her sword was countless. During this time, the more she traveled, the more she discovered the correctness embedded in that person's words. She witnessed famine, death, plague, and war. These ugly things unfolded before her eyes. People, in pursuit of peace of mind, chose to destroy the peace of others. Such selfish actions. So, she applied the wisdom in that person's words, made perfect and commendable choices among many judgments, and received praise from the people by putting herself in the perspective of humans and understanding their selfishness. She set aside her compassion, thought from a human perspective, grasped people's selfishness, and reaped the praises of the people. For her to achieve the current accomplishments, the teachings of that person were truly invaluable. For her at this moment, being hailed as the king by everyone was already a foreseeable future. Whether she pulled out the sword or not didn't really matter. Pulling out the sword of selection was just a process to declare legitimacy. However, despite that, Artoria still had a slight concern. Could there be someone more suitable than herself to be the chosen king? If there was, could he build a more peaceful kingdom? No one is born just to become a king, Artorias. That person's words suddenly echoed in her mind. However, on this occasion, he was not here. Artoria, who was somewhat looking forward to it, felt a hint of disappointment in her heart. But soon, she felt a little relieved. Yes, this is better. It's better if he doesn't come with so many knights. What if his identity is exposed on the spot? In that case, she might not be able to save his life. Lady Artoria, please draw the sword. The Knight of the Sun Gawain, behind her, walked to the forefront of the lineup. The handsome, golden-haired young man knelt on one knee, raised his hand in a standard gentleman's salute, and welcomed the girl on the steed. No one questions your qualifications. Please prove to Britain that you have the qualities of a king. No, Sir Gawain. Before that, the golden-haired girl spoke lightly. You guys should try first. The knights of the round table behind her exchanged glances. They couldn't help but nod silently. Yes, Lady Artoria was indeed thoughtful. If even the widely renowned knights of the round table couldn't pull out the sword of selection, wouldn't that further prove the value and honor of her being the king? At your command, my lady. The handsome golden-haired young man smiled, slightly bowed, and entered the square. Then, he gently grasped the hilt of the sword embedded in the stone. Gawain suddenly exerted force, the blue veins on his wrists trembled slightly, and the monstrous strength was instantly applied to the hilt. Under the sunlight, he now had 3 times the strength. However, it didn't budge. With his effort, the sword in the stone was only lifted slightly, making a faint grinding sound against the base. This phenomenon had already caused the spectators outside the scene to exclaim. Because almost all the knights before had almost no movement when attempting to pull out the sword. He was the first person to move the hilt. Truly worthy of being the Knight of the Sun. However, although it was lifted slightly, more than half of the sword was still stuck in the base, far from being pulled out. Gawain let go, and sighed slightly. He had used all his strength with no reservation. But indeed, he was still far from the realm of a king. The Knight of the Sun failed. However, the sword was proven to be movable. Merlin didn't lie, and everyone's expectations for the final result grew stronger. Gawain stepped back, and one by one, the knights of the round table walked forward to try to pull out the sword. They each used various force and techniques, and the sword was slightly loosened by each, but none surpassed the degree of Gawain's attempt. It didn't matter, this was already enough. Compared to everyone present, they had proven the value of the Knights of the Round Table. So, is this the end? Artoria's deep green eyes watched this scene without any fluctuations in her expression. Well then, let me. As she was about to dismount, a sudden, hoarse voice abruptly interrupted the lineup. Sorry, may I pass through? Looking toward the source of the sound, A figure clad in pitch-black armor, completely covered from head to toe, looked suspicious, suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. No one noticed how he walked out. By the time their nerves reacted, he was already standing at the forefront of the lineup. As if he had been there from the beginning, previously just lacking presence. Gawain raised his eyebrows, looking at the suspicious armored figure in front of him. "Do you have any business, sir?" He couldn't quite understand the other's approach. On a scorching day, who wears such thick armor covering the entire body without feeling hot? Upon careful observation, the opponent's aura seemed ordinary, but the figure appeared tall and straight. Wearing such armor that covered the entire body freely, the strength should be decent, right? After Gawain's inquiry, the Dark Knight immediately pointed to the sword in the stone in the square. His hoarse voice sounded like that of a middle-aged man with a touch of vicissitudes. "Isn't it said, that anyone can pull out the sword?" He calmly said. "I want to try." As the words fell silent, the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat stagnant. "You?" This suspicious figure abruptly entering the lineup already made Gawain feel slightly displeased. With the words spoken, displeasure turned into annoyance. Not only because his round table colleagues had just tried to pull out the sword, but what kind of character are you? How dare you come in and meddle? More so because, it was clearly the moment when Lady Artoria was about to dismount. "You, interrupting the chance to shake hands with her, you scoundrel! Only a knight can pull out the sword." "So," Gawain questioned with a somewhat cold tone. "What kind of knight are you?" "A passing Cayman rider." Pfft! This strange and unheard of title of knight made the surrounding onlookers burst into laughter. Cayman rider? Well. Gawain looked at the fully covered armor and indeed, it matched the name. However, the increasingly mocking atmosphere made the Knight of the Sun's expression turn gloomy accordingly. The answer that came out, Gawain was already sure, this guy was doing it on purpose. Where did this attention-seeker come from? His voice suddenly became louder. "You suspicious character! Let him pull, Sir Gawain." The indifferent voice of the golden-haired girl came without a single fluctuation from the horseback. "Haven't you heard what Merlin said? As long as it's a knight, anyone can pull the sword of selection. Let him pull if he wants to. Harassing isn't the virtue of a knight." "Yes." Gawain sighed, with a cold expression, he stepped aside, making way. Lady Artoria was right. As long as it's a knight who wants to pull the sword, it's Merlin's rule. Even this so-called Cayman rider is no exception. However, looking at the shrinking group of knights behind, no one would choose to embarrass themselves in front of the knights of the Round Table. This guy, if he can't even move the hilt, he'll looking forward to witnessing his embarrassment. "Ah, thank you for your generosity." The hoarse, echoing voice came from under the armor. For some reason, Gawain could sense a hint of sarcasm. Generosity. He slightly clenched his fist. People were talking and watching this suspicious Cayman rider walk to the center of the square. After scrutinizing for a moment, he gently grasped the hilt. On the rooftop, Merlin also watched this interesting scene. He wasn't worried that anyone other than Lily could pull out the sword. Unconsciously, he had manipulated it. This sword was forged by the fairies. To pull out this sword, it was irrelevant to strength. The main requirements were: not only must one have dragon blood, but also possess the virtues worthy of ruling Britain, those of a king. This virtue referred to the knight's conduct, justice, mercy, humility, sacrifice, and the like. In other words, characters like the tyrant Vortigern, despite having dragon blood, were impossible to pull out the sword. As for Alvin, that guy, who was prone to killing and easily angered, no matter how skilled he was in swordsmanship, it was impossible for the sword of selection to recognize him. There was no doubt. If it were only the second condition, perhaps a few could be chosen from among these people. But adding the restriction of the first condition, among those present, only Lily could possibly pull. With a clang of metallic friction, the prestigious sword of selection was gripped by the mysterious Dark Knight. And then, he nonchalantly pulled it out. Clang! Although it was not a loud sound, it suddenly overwhelmed all the noise in the square. Everyone looked dumbfounded at the unnamed Dark Knight, and the scene fell into a deathly silence as if a pin could be heard dropping. Merlin, as if realizing the sky was falling, stood up in panic, and his weakened steps almost made him fall from the rooftop. "This can't be." Artoria stared blankly, almost petrified, at this scene. In her mind, the long-buried name surfaced. Ah, unexpectedly pulled it out. I just wanted to try destroying the mage craft on it. The one who holds this sword shall be the King of Britain. Really, a boring trick. The hoarse, mocking voice came from under the helmet. The Dark Knight raised his palm and slowly removed his helmet, revealing the face behind the mask. In an instant, everyone on the square was stunned. They stared blankly at the silver-haired young man before them, completely unable to utter a word. In those grey eyes, it seemed as if all the melancholy in the world was brewing, and the excessively tall and slender figure resembled an unsheathed sword. As well as that exquisitely carved charming face, as if possessing a bewitching mage craft that constantly invaded the consciousness of all onlookers. Those lines, those contours. Like a slow stirring, strange vortex, making it impossible for people to look away, as if enchanted, captivated. The soft silver hair scattered in the wind. He continued to smile as usual. Just like his previous smile. Equally warm, equally brilliant. Long time no see, Artoria. Creator's thoughts. Exonia. If you're interested in reading more, feel free to visit my Patreon chapters. https://www.patreon.com/exonia. Comment. 22 Comment. Vote. Chapter 42, 42 Pledging Allegiance to the King named me. Long time no see, Artoria. His gentle words were like a breeze caressing the face. Artoria's golden hair swayed slightly in the radiant sunlight. The sun seemed to freeze in stillness. Silent and tranquil. Even though it was the bright noon of a sunny day, it felt as freezing as the deep winter. The silver-haired youth standing in the square smiled, and the surrounding atmosphere was as silent as death. Only the deep green eyes of the golden-haired girl trembled, and her delicate lips quivered. Sir. She muttered this title in a daze. Anyone could hear the tremor in her voice. It was like a vibration of heartstrings, producing a dull hum. For a long time, the resonance lingered. Her thoughts struggled to the end. Artoria still couldn't bring herself to call that name. Was it still unbelievable? Or was she afraid that after shouting that name, just like the countless nights of shattered illusions in these days, it would awaken her again from the dream? So, this is not a dream. As if seeing through all her thoughts. That person, he said with a smiling expression. You have grown into a very outstanding person, Artoria. Your journey has been tough. As the words fell silent, the lingering sound seemed to echo in the wind. Alvin raised his hand. Instead of his fingertips, a gentle breeze gently touched the girl's cheek. This familiar touch. It made Artoria's heart, for a moment, return to that swaying wheat field. She was waiting like this. Waiting in the clear sunlight. Waiting for such a person to come to her, punctually, keeping the appointment, gently caressing her cheek. He was there. He really was there. It wasn't an illusion. The moment she realized this, her heart rippled slightly. Did you deceive me? Never. No need for any extra words. No need for any unnecessary expressions. Her eyes asked like this, and his eyes answered like this. Knowing his intentions. It was as if, in the abyss called numbness, he suddenly glimpsed a dazzling light. So. Unable to stop, those accumulated bitter feelings overflowed. Unable to stop, the surging bitterness flooded like a tide. All the strong, indifferent determination. All the masked disguises and lies. All the silent and sorrowful emotions throughout the journey that had no one to confide in. Only in front of him, only in front of this person, almost as if shattered, shed and revealed in an instant, the girl could finally begin to vent the pain and grievances accumulated in her heart. Sir. Alvin. No need to restrain any more, no need to brew any more, no need to suppress any more. The deep green lake overflowed just like that. Clear and pure like morning dew, dripping like a pearl curtain. The girl named Artoria shed tears. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. Not only were the onlookers trembling in their pupils. The knights of the round table behind her were already dumbfounded. Except for Kay, who showed a bitter expression on his face. The knights had never seen their savior, whom they had sworn allegiance to, showing such a bewildered and dazed expression before. Not to mention, crying. Lady Artoria. Whether on the battlefield of fierce combat or in everyday conduct. Her figure, her expression, had always been indifferent and as holy as a deity, making people irresistibly want to admire that dazzling radiance. This is as if the savior descended from heaven. Such an almost innate king. Would he even shed tears? You. A deep voice suddenly rang out, accompanied by a grinding of teeth like a lion. Who the hell are you? The surging anger finally broke through that mesmerizing vortex. Gawain issued his inquiry. He absolutely couldn't tolerate it. As a knight of the sun who supports the savior, he absolutely couldn't tolerate anyone causing Lady Artoria to cry. Tell me your name. Audacious madman. My holy sword has never been swung at the insignificant unknown. This suddenly loud roar also abruptly awakened everyone from their daze. The unsheathed holy sword, shining dazzlingly like the sun, instantly attracted everyone's attention. That's right. People began to discuss fervently. Who is this guy in front of them? He actually pulled out the sword of selection. But it seemed like such a character was unheard of, and no one had ever heard of his fame. Which reclusive knight could it be? Lady Artoria, it seems, also seemed to have known him before? Even shed tears for him. Mysterious and unpredictable. Shrouded in mist. This abruptly appearing dark knight instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. Some of the townspeople watching vaguely felt that this face was somewhat familiar, but several years had passed, and the once young boy had grown into the present youth, making it difficult for them to remember where they had seen him. Unknown nobody. Listening to the handsome young man in front of him, that high-pitched inquiry. Alvin just smiled indifferently, raised the sword of selection slightly, and held it casually in his hand. Perhaps I am indeed just an audacious nobody. He lightly raised the sword, pinching it between his fingers and swaying it casually. Anyone could see that this guy had no regard for this sword at all. But now, Alvin said with a smile. I've already pulled out the sword of selection, Sir Gawain. Don't call my name like that. You. The audacious one is you, right? Alvin said lightly. Although his voice was not loud, it suddenly suppressed Gawain's roar, and even clearly reached the ears of everyone present. As soon as these words were spoken, Gawain's expression froze for a moment. I have pulled out the sword in the stone. Alvin still smiled, his tone still calm. As stated by the wise Merlin, I am now the unquestionable king of Britain. Saying so, Alvin looked towards the magus of flowers peeking from the roof and showed a knowing smile. Alvin, could he really see me? A strong palpitation suddenly surged in Merlin's chest, almost making him unsteady on his feet. However, when he looked at the silver-haired youth with suspicion, he had already withdrawn his gaze. It made people feel that the just now fleeting glance seemed like an illusion. Audacious? Madman? Be mindful of your words. Alvin tilted his head. In such an interested manner, he interrogated him. Sir Gawain, where is your respect? Where is your reverence? You, who shout and yell in front of the king like this, are clearly the one being audacious, right? So, as I said. The smile disappeared. The silver-haired youth raised the sword of selection expressionlessly, and the sharp tip of the sword pointed directly at the Sun Knight's face. You should, to me, your king. His voice suddenly became indifferent, as if the sunlight also became cold with his words. Properly, swear allegiance. Creator's thoughts. Exilnia. If you're interested in reading more, feel free to visit my Patreon chapters. https://www.patreon.com/exilnia. Comment. 18 Comment. Vote. Chapter 43, 43 Unworthy. As the last words faded away, silence descended, carried by the sunlight. The bustling atmosphere that had briefly arisen in the square now plunged into a profound stillness, where one could hear a pin drop. All eyes were fixed on the silver-haired youth in the center of the scene. The man who had pulled out the sword of selection. Astonishingly, he demanded Gawain, the Knight of the Sun, to swear allegiance to him. What audacious arrogance! Was he attempting to demonstrate the power of the Knight of the Sun's sacred sword? Yet, he merely pulled out the sword of selection and looked exceptionally charming. There was no overwhelming aura that could command the respect of thousands, unless you were Gawain's father. Otherwise, would the Knight of the Sun break his own sacred sword and pledge loyalty to an unknown figure? Certainly not, it's absolutely impossible. An unrecognized king was nothing but a joke. What kind of joke are you making? As expected, the voice of the golden-haired youth trembled, brewing a revelation of anger. Gawain was furious. If his indignation had previously risen due to Lady Artoria's tears, now a fierce blaze of anger burned within him. Yes, anyone could hear, anyone could understand. This guy was blatantly provoking. Swearing allegiance? This was an outright insult. Allegiance. The Knight of the Sun raised his sword, pointing it at Alvin, uttering a disdainful and indignant roar. Beneath the sunlight, the radiant brilliance of the holy sword complemented his figure, making him seem like a descended deity. Do you think someone like you is worthy of my allegiance? Do you believe that pulling out a sword can gain the recognition of the knights? Even if you pull out the sword of selection, so what? A king is by no means someone as audacious and insignificant as you. You are not qualified. You are not even worthy of drawing it out. Correct. Gawain spoke the thoughts of everyone. Although they might not openly admit it, this was, in fact, the genuine opinion of most people. To be honest, what could a sword decide about the qualifications of a king? Especially when it wasn't pulled out by oneself. Unless that person could truly win the favor of the crowd, the doubts would become even stronger. People hoped that Artoria could pull out the sword. Not that the sword chose the king, but that the king chose the sword. The roar dissipated. Whispers emerged. The scene, at first glance, appeared as if Alvin, who had pulled out the sword, had been depreciated to worthlessness. However, this was exactly the answer he wanted to hear. There was nothing more ironic than hearing such words from the Knight of the Round Table. Ah! I see, Sir Gawain. At these words, the silver-haired youth suddenly revealed a look of enlightenment. So that's it, thank you for pointing it out to me. Alvin seemed somewhat lost, muttering to himself in a low voice. I am unworthy. He raised the sword of selection in his hand with a bewildered expression. Under the noonday sun, the knight's eyesight naturally allowed them to clearly distinguish the Celtic inscription engraved on the blade. He who pulls out this sword shall be the King of Britain. At this moment, it had turned into a mockery. The silver-haired youth's body trembled slightly. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! From his throat, a low, mocking laughter slowly emanated. What are you laughing at again? Gawain frowned slightly. All eyes turned to the Dark Knight. He seemed to laugh uncontrollably, the laughter then transforming into a kind of exuberant and mad hysteria. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! You're right, I am unworthy. So, this is the truth. Sir Gawain. A performance. A farce. If it doesn't meet your expectations, deny its legitimacy. Exactly. That's so right. I am not qualified. I, a presumptuous and nameless madman, do not deserve to draw out the sword of selection. Facing everyone's gaze, Alvin declared loudly. So, who determined the qualifications? Lifting the exquisite and flawless sword of selection, he issued a torrent of inquiries. If one is covered in filth, are they not allowed to yearn for purification? If born in darkness, can they not pursue the dazzling light? What if I have this sword of selection? If it is not recognized, am I not worthy of aspiring to be the king of knights? Alvin suddenly dropped the sword's tip, pointing it from a distance at the golden-haired girl who was staring at him in astonishment. Artoria finally realized. For what reason did he appear here? She, Artoria, are you all anticipating her? The Dark Knight sneered. He laughed arrogantly and mockingly. Without restraint, he mocked everyone present. Are you all anticipating her, pulling out this sword, becoming the savior that descended from the heavens? Artoria is here, and Britain will be at peace. Artoria is here, and there will be a clear sky. So. His voice suddenly lowered. Have any of you asked her? Have any of you cared about her true thoughts? He queried expressionlessly, questioning a question that no one dared to answer. Alvin surveyed the crowd. Every knight he stared at unconsciously averted their gaze. No, you don't care, you only care about yourselves. You bunch of worthless, cowardly, rubbish. Piling everyone's hopes onto one person's shoulders. Are you even worthy to call yourselves knights? His voice, like a resounding bell, echoed through the square, lingering for a long time. The heart-wrenching words struck each knight's heart like a heavy hammer. They were scolded. But no one could refute. Gawain's face turned slightly pale. The hand that had firmly gripped the sword hilt began to tremble slightly. Indeed. Because, it was impossible to refute. What the other person said was indisputable, a cruel reality that everyone subconsciously concealed. Originally, the ritual of choosing a king by pulling out the sword already violated the righteousness of a knight's sacrifice. The method didn't matter. People just needed a savior. They didn't dare to face the dragon directly. And who could defeat that guy, Vortigern? Even Gawain, the invincible knight of the sun under the sunlight, who was born with the companion of the sacred sword, had almost lost confidence after witnessing the tyrannical figure of the vile king turning into a dragon and devouring the light on the battlefield. It was definitely not a monster that he could vanquish. But if it's the king, there might be a chance? Everyone thought so. Through the ritual of choosing a king, the person would be elevated to the status of a god. Then, they wouldn't have to work so hard. Perhaps, they wouldn't have to bear such great pressure and responsibility. Because, with the king in front, they could handle it. A dream called the ideal king, built by everyone's selfishness and conflicts. It was mercilessly torn apart by the Black Knight before their eyes. Revealing the inside, the bloody truth. The knights remained silent. That bitter taste. The shame of having their wounds exposed. It left them speechless. No wind, no music. In this deathly silence. Towards the tearful golden-haired girl on the majestic horse. Slowly, Alvin slowly raised his palm. I will dismantle your idol. I will break your sacred sword. I will let you witness the lies piled up on this island just to let you die. Finally, I reached out my hand to you. Take my hand, Artoria. I will take you, breaking free from this fate. What we lost is just the chains, and what we will gain is the entire world. Artoria. He said gently, his words like a light breeze. Follow me back. Shut up, Alvin. Crimson petals fluttered down. The half-incubus's figure quietly emerged amidst the falling flowers. A bounded field suddenly unfolded, cutting off everyone outside of the round table and Alvin. The noisy crowd could only witness the silence within. Merlin's expression had never been so solemn. Even when he was enveloped in Alvin's sword technique, his face still bore a light and joyful smile. However, at this moment, Merlin's expression finally turned serious because he truly felt the immense danger. Having an unpredictable variable was amusing, but now it seemed to be getting too much. He could clearly see Artoria's trance-like state at this moment. If, in front of everyone's eyes, the red dragon betrayed and joined the white dragon's side, it would be an extremely heavy blow to the morale of all of Britain. And that was just a minor matter. The more important thing was that if the crucial moment of Artoria becoming king was disturbed, then, in the next century, the predetermined events would almost inevitably be triggered. It would lead to the destruction of the entire world. Alvin, you're causing endless trouble. Lily, don't believe this scammer. The half-incubus spoke coldly. Have you forgotten how he abandoned you in the first place? Merlin, only you, the trash among the trash, disgust me the most. It was just a little bit more, and she would have been pulled down from that throne. Although it was expected to be interrupted. However, those words made Alvin almost burst into laughter due to anger. When you tried to imprison me in your illusion for a whole year, I broke it with insight in just 1 month. I watched, as you traveled with Kay and Artoria, and you dare to call me a scammer. You really have a thick skin, Merlin. I really want to peel off your face and see how many faces are inside. What? Sir Alvin is saying, what? The moment the dull nerves finally realized the content. The brain seemed to surge with dizziness. Breathing became obstructed, and vision began to blur. Merlin, he used illusions to trap Sir Alvin. So, that's why Sir Alvin has been missing for so long. She raised her eyes in disbelief, looking at the Magus's magnificent figure, and almost tremblingly pronounced that name. Merlin. Don't believe his nonsense, Lily. The Magus said so, with an indifferent expression that showed no emotion. Ridiculous, Alvin. Do you think your words have any credibility? Creator's thoughts. Exonia. If you're interested in reading more, feel free to visit my Patreon chapters. https://www.patreon.com/exonia. Comment. 25 Comment. Vote. Chapter 44, 44 Step forward and face your death. Even if exposed, what did it matter? Merlin remained unmoved. When he employed his cunning tactics, he was mentally prepared to be exposed one day. Illusions, by their nature, left no traces. As a master of illusions, Merlin was adept at leaving no evidence behind. So, Merlin was highly confident that Alvin had no proof. Moreover, this fellow had a fatal weakness. A misty vapor emanated from the incubus's deep purple eyes. He had long confirmed with clairvoyance that the forces of the vile king had not laid an ambush nearby, and even Vortigern himself did not come. However, Morgan, also a great magus, was not as easily detected as Merlin. But at least Incubus could judge whether she was nearby or not. Merlin, upon receiving the results, couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. I originally thought you had some incredible reliance. But, to my amazement, Alvin, you actually dared to appear here alone. Could it be that the madwoman followed you here? Is she your trump card? However, she definitely isn't within a 20-mile radius, and it will take some time for her to arrive if she intends to come. If you leave now, return the chosen sword, I can pretend you never appeared, Alvin. The situation gradually fell into Merlin's control. Consequently, his words began to soften accordingly. On Incubus's face, that disdainful smile appeared, making Alvin feel disgusted. Otherwise, if I expose your identity here and now, do you think, within this circle of thousands of knights, you can walk out? Merlin, don't! Artoria's anxious voice interrupted. The girl's gaze moved back and forth between the two, feeling as if her brain had turned into a twisted mess. Lies, truths. It was impossible to distinguish. Not to mention, both sides were people of great importance to her, and she was unwilling to doubt either party's honesty. How could she make a choice? Even if she made a choice, how could she be certain that her choice was right? Her thin lips trembled, her palms clenched into fists, nails deeply embedded in the flesh. Her breathing became rapid and oppressive, as if something heavy was pressing on her chest. Artoria didn't know what to do or how to proceed. In her entire life, she had never faced such a perplexing and helpless situation. Hesitation, uncertainty, dilemma. Pain. The knights of the Round Table were silent and stagnant. Kay sighed faintly. Gawain even crunched the hilt of his sword until his knuckles made cracking sounds. He couldn't understand the relationship between Artoria and the guy in front of him, which could cause her such great distress. In the midst of this complicated brewing, Merlin's mood became increasingly gloomy. Ah, the state of everyone's hearts, everyone's tension, emitted a fragrant, rich aroma. Merlin felt that he already had the victory in his hands. Yes, the identity of the son of the White Dragon was Alvin's fatal weakness. As the son of the Vile King, he played such a despised and hated role. Even if Lily was willing to believe him, would his words have any credibility in the eyes of others? On one side was the Sage of Britain, and on the other side was the son of Vortigern. Whose words were more believable, whom people were willing to believe, was self-evident. There were so many knights here, Merlin certainly didn't want to conflict with Morgan. That would only result in a mutually destructive outcome. I'll give you 10 minutes to consider, Alvin. If you don't leave, I will immediately lift the barrier and announce your identity. Have you finished your nonsense? There was no imagined hesitation or anxiety. Merlin's words were suddenly interrupted by the indifferent silver-haired youth. Alvin lowered his eyelids, and in the iron-grey pupils, a profound sense of desolation seemed to permeate. Staring at Merlin. He seemed to be looking at a dead man. Gazing into the silver-haired youth's pupils. Such palpitations, such unease, seemed to surge out of Merlin's chest again. He suddenly shivered. You got one thing wrong, Merlin. Completely wrong. That is, why I dared to come alone. Whether Lily believes me or not, I don't care. I just want to tell her the truth. As for my identity, there's no need for you to announce it, I will showcase my reputation myself. The silver-haired youth lifted his gaze. In those profound pupils, it seemed as if a dark flame was burning. Just, before that. There's a debt to settle between you and me. You carefully planned the ritual to choose the king, right? If I hadn't appeared alone here, how would you, this trash, dare to appear in front of me? In enemy territory within arm's reach, what's behind you is the entire Knight of the Round Table, so what? Today, I'll use your blood to open the way for this sword of selection. The tip of the sword trembled. Held effortlessly in Alvin's palm, controlled by the acknowledged king. The sword of selection now acknowledged, emitted a bloodthirsty clang. A sword is a weapon. The enemy of the king is the enemy of the sword. TCH. Wielding the sword of selection, Alvin completely ignored the figure of Merlin in front of him. Alvin abruptly swung the sword, slashing into the empty sky. The dim sword light, for a moment, erupted like a solar eclipse, as if even the brilliance of the sun dimmed. Tch. In an instant, Merlin's expression changed dramatically. As a master of illusions, Merlin would never reveal his true self. This virtual and real body, he had long used it as an instinctive technique, almost reaching the level of perfection. However, clearly, no magical energy was cast. Clearly, no reconnaissance was done. Yet, Alvin locked onto his true self in an instant and unleashed a full force, brutal slash. No time to dodge. The body couldn't move in time. It's more like even the nerves were trembling. Death. The word suddenly appeared in his mind. As if witnessing a black rose, a symbol of decay, blooming inch by inch in front of his eyes. No matter how he observed, no matter how he foresaw, no matter how he activated the clairvoyance to the extreme, nothing could be found, any blind spot to evade. Merlin was not adept at killing, especially when his expertise in illusions was shattered. He became like a fish out of water, flopping helplessly. He could only take it head on. Merlin thought with a bitter smile. Relying on Incubus's body to withstand it. He wouldn't die, but he would undoubtedly be severely injured. In enemy territory within arm's reach. Having experienced it, Merlin gritted his teeth and held onto his staff, preparing to cast a spell to escape after the severe injury. At this moment, boom! A dazzling beam of light soared into the sky. Gawain suddenly wielded his holy sword. Galatine. It was high noon. Under the sunlight, the Knight of the Sun received an endless blessing from the sun. With such a level, he was absolutely confident. If facing a human, not a monster like Vortigern, he was undoubtedly invincible. Bang! In an instant collision of shadow and radiance, they intertwined and began to annihilate each other. What? In Gawain's shocked expression. The radiance emitted by his holy sword was actually suppressed and devoured by that shadow. This, damn it, what is this? Gawain recognized that Alvin possessed the power of devouring light, and his light attribute should clearly counter the shadow attribute. His holy sword's radiance was completely swallowed, but fortunately, the opponent's attack was also deflected by the holy sword, grazing the Magus' cheek, piercing through the soundproof barrier. Tch. With the property of devouring light attached, Merlin's half-face was instantly corroded into a bloody and fleshy mess, looking incredibly horrifying. His figure also rapidly dissipated into the wind. Ah, the guy who runs away when things get tough. Watching Merlin fleeing, Alvin raised his eyes slightly. He hadn't expected this strike to kill Merlin, but just making him show his true self was not enough to settle the debt. Gawain, well done. You did well. Alvin's gaze suddenly lowered. Gawain's forehead was slightly sweaty, quietly taking a step back. Except for the Knights of the Round Table. The onlookers in front of Alvin spontaneously opened up a broad path, as if afraid of being seen by his gaze. Joking. They couldn't hear the sound, but they could see that horrifying slash. Clearly, Sir Gawain raised his holy sword to stop the violence, but this guy's strike directly disfigured the great sage Merlin. If it weren't for Gawain's holy sword, then, couldn't it be? My sword does not cut down those without names. I have never seen or heard of your name. Who are you? No more angry questioning. Gawain's voice sounded low and solemn. The light attribute of his holy sword should counter the shadow attribute of Alvin, and this guy's sudden appearance with silver hair and a strong sense of déjà vu. Wait a minute, devouring light, a monster. Looking at the Black Knight with that intense feeling of déjà vu, Gawain's heart overturned with a monstrous wave. Sir Gawain, there is one thing you said correctly. The silver-haired youth twisted his neck, producing a crisp sound. He smiled. That is not worthy. Alvin suddenly waved his hand. Clang. The chosen sword was once again inserted into a new gap in the stone in the square. Not a pin drop could be heard. Silence fell over the crowd of knights. He actually reinserted the sword back into the stone in the square. The sword buzzed and vibrated, sobbing. As if abandoned by the acknowledged master, it emitted a mournful clang. It's not that I'm unworthy of this chosen sword. It's that it's not worthy of me, this ridiculous toy is not worthy to confer honors upon me. Because I am the son of the White Dragon, Alvin Pendragon. Chill. Chill spread under the sunlight. Though it was a bright and sunny day, it felt as if the coldness of winter had penetrated to the bone. Isekai'd, supporting his forehead. The Knights of the Round Table faced an imminent threat. Artoria closed her eyes with a bitter smile. Whether it's a duel or a group battle, whether it's an ambush or an interception, from this moment on, I give you all a chance to kill me. I, Alvin Pendragon, alone, will face the 2,867 knights present. Alvin lifted his palm. The sunlight was absorbed by him, shadows were torn away by him, and the 2,867 shadows silently converged into the pitch-black sword in his hand. Clearly it was noon. But the town was covered in shadows. The pitch-black knight stood in the center of the square. Like a hole opened in the world. He spoke calmly, indifferently, with no fluctuations in his voice. Smiling. If anyone considers me guilty, step forward and face your death. Creator's thoughts. Exonia. If you're interested in reading more, feel free to visit my Patreon chapters. https://www.patreon.com/exonia. Comment. 26 Comment. Vote. Chapter 45, 45 Those Things That Seek to Kill Me. If anyone considers me guilty, step forward and face your death. His words lingered like the echoes in a hall, turning the murky noon into a silence so profound that even the wind seemed to hush. Vast and boundless shadows silently spread out, casting a desolate shroud over the entire town. Brilliant flowers wilted in the dimness, and vibrant colors faded away. The Black Knight stood in the center of the square, resembling a profound black hole. Madness eroded the sanity of everyone present. Insanity absorbed the gazes of everyone present. However, until the words faded away, the sunlight dimmed. The land remained silent and tranquil. Yet, no one dared to respond. No one dared to step forward. Is there no one? The silver-haired youth's voice, light and distant, rang out. His voice carried a sense of disappointment, a melancholy tone that echoed in the quietness, drifting far away. No one wants to come and kill me. Although he had expected it. But this result still left Alvin feeling disappointed. Even, sorrowful, and sad. The knights? The knights. Had. He couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Tears were almost coming out. Artoria, can you see it? The knights you admired and longed for. What kind of creatures are they, exactly? As he laughed. It seemed as if he could sense the rich bitterness in the air. Are you afraid? Are you wavering? Then let me give you some reasons to persist. I, the son of the vile King Vortigern, Alvin Pendragon. Alvin spoke gently, word by word. His voice was excessively light, as if he was worried. Worried that these people in front of him would be scared away. The hilt dropped from his palm, the sword plunged straight into the ground, and the silver-haired youth opened his arms, as if embracing the world. Now, I stand here in front of you. I didn't bring any army, nor did I call for any reinforcements. My respected father, Vortigern Pendragon, is gazing at me from afar, standing at the pinnacle of Londinium, waiting for my triumphant return. In 10 minutes. That dreaded, demonic white dragon won't arrive in time. His words were like the morning bells and evening drums. A ripple gently stirred in the hearts of those present. So. Alvin's eyelids drooped, and his soft voice suddenly lowered, echoing profoundly in the hearts of every knight in attendance. This is your only and final chance. You advocate fairness. So, I will give you fairness. For your ridiculous chivalry and righteousness, I believe I have been more than fair. Kill me, even if it leaves me wounded, and the illustrious reputation of every knight here will resound across this island. This is your beautiful battle, the path you hope to tread, the code you should uphold. Kill me, and the righteous crown will be reserved for you. So. Come. Come. The Black Knight roared suddenly. You bunch of useless, trash, and failures. Exert all your means. Exert all your spirit. Pour out your sacrifice, your compassion, your righteousness, and draw your swords at me. Kill me. That kind of knight? I will give him the utmost respect. Even so. Alvin's roar gradually diminished. In the end, it turned into a sorrowful, laughable sentence. Artoria, she's here watching. Alvin's voice, like a flickering fireworks, gradually extinguished. Do you want to disappoint her? The last sentence finally stirred the dim sunlight. In this deathly silence, a low voice slowly sounded on the field, the voice of a blonde youth. "Do not be too arrogant, son of the vile King Vortigern. We, the Knights of the Round Table, cannot allow you to run rampant here." The sword of revolving victory gleamed with a brilliant radiance. That dazzling light instantly dispelled the shifting shadows around Gawain. "Gawain!" Artoria raised her hand in an attempt to stop the Knight of the Sunday. "You don't need to say much, Lady Artoria. This is an endless shame. No more indignation, no more disdain." Therefore, the sunlight that had been brewing and settling became even more scorching. Gawain's expression at this moment was extremely solemn and serious. Facing an opponent who was difficult for the Round Table comrades to deal with, and with Lady Artoria avoiding intervention, he knew he had to step forward, and it could only be him. Today's unsheathing of the sword was supposed to be Artoria's coronation ceremony, but it was all robbed of its brilliance by the man in front of him. Clearly, he had sworn to be a knight who would protect her for a lifetime, but now he saw Lady Artoria sitting slumped on the horse, unable to speak. This scene made Gawain unforgettable. At that moment, he thought, if there was anything that could prevent Artoria from being heartbroken, he would surely give everything for it. Now that the enemy was so arrogant before him, Gawain had to consider whether this might be the only chance in his life. "Rebuild the glory of the Round Table, we cannot shirk our duty." Sword of revolving victory. Shine! A dazzling light burst forth. Holding the radiant glow of the holy sword as expected by everyone, Gawain walked slowly forward, standing in front of Alvin. Just defeating the opponent or even killing him, Gawain knew that was far from enough. "Since you have crushed the hearts of all the knights, then, I will go and crush your heart. Indeed, you are resolute and eloquent. Indeed, you speak the truth. But, you have no standing to say these things. Even if you should speak, it's not your turn. Your identity is your greatest flaw." "You are right, Alvin Pendragon." The golden-haired youth's voice was deep and solemn. "I acknowledge the sharpness of your words, piercing the hearts of us knights. But, so what?" Gawain calmly spoke. "Being human, I apologize, but since we are human, who has not had dark and filthy emotions? Wanting to avoid one's own responsibilities, wanting someone to lead the way, wanting to bear less pressure, yes, these thoughts may indeed be shameful for the knight's spirit. However, admitting mistakes and repenting for them is essential. Even if it is the enemy, if you speak the truth, I acknowledge your reasoning. This is the justice that a knight should uphold. No need for the sword's proof, everyone can pursue becoming the king of knights. You have awakened me, Alvin, from now on, I will no longer fear the shadows of that dragon." "But..." Gawain narrowed his eyes and spoke sternly. "As a son of the dragon, what standing do you have to criticize us? Are you a knight? You are not. On the contrary, you are even the enemy of all of us knights. For the criticism of the enemy, we can humbly accept it, but we don't need to take it to heart. Because you just want to destroy our morale. Today, here in Britannia without Lady Artoria intervening, I, Knight of the Sun Gawain, representing the Round Table, challenge you to a duel." He suddenly shouted. "Kill you first. Then I will go to subdue your father, who is full of evil." These powerful and resounding words, as if, like the dazzling sunlight, it instantly dispelled the accumulated shadows in the hearts of the knights caused by that man. Exactly. Gawain is right. Being human, who hasn't had conflicting and selfish thoughts? Fear, retreat, and apprehension. Should we be condemned for that? Alvin Pendragon, as the son of the vile King Vortigern, have you never been afraid or avoided? Originally, before revealing his identity, what he said made sense and evoked a sense of guilt. However, being so full of evil and sinful, what right does he have to condemn us? It's like a boss criticizing employees for not working hard enough, or humans complaining that cattle and horses are not diligent enough, which is laughable. You call me ugly. Whether we repent or not, that can be discussed later, but the simplest and most direct solution is not to deal with you first. Kill him. The murmurs of resentment, like self-talk, came from the mouth of a certain knight. Then, as if a virus, it spread and diffused. In just a moment, it burned into a raging flame of resentment. One by one, the knights roared, one after another sword unsheathed, cold light spilled, emitting a series of clanging sounds. With a backbone, they seemed to have gained courage. Kill him. Sir Gawain! Kill this guy who is so full of evil. As the son of the vil King Vortigern, you dare appear before us. What fucking qualifications do you have to criticize us? At least, as knights, we have done good deeds, and cherishing life is just human nature. What about you? You evil person! You only talk big. Get out! Stop acting crazy here! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Creator's thoughts. Exonia. If you're interested in reading more, feel free to visit my Patreon chapters. https://www.patreon.com/exonia. Comment. 21 Comment. Vote. Chapter 46, 46 Pronouncing Judgment on the Evil filled me. The night's roars echoed through the heavens and the earth. Bathed in the accusations of the multitude, a smile gradually appeared on the face of the silver-haired youth. Such a joyful, brilliant, chilling smile. Smile. Why would he still smile? What right does he have to smile? Such provocations only fueled the knight's growing anger. Bathed in the overwhelming fury of the knights, Gawain felt his momentum rising as if climbing steadily. The holy sword in his hand erupted with intense flames of anger. Within the round table, everyone was outstanding, possessing exceptional talents. However, all of that brilliance was overshadowed by the radiance of the red dragon. Under this majestic pressure, with the support of the crowd, Gawain, he further broke through his limits. Boom! In an instant, the Knight of the Sun's aura erupted, and the radiance of the holy sword became even more powerful and glorious than ever before. Like sunlight, sweeping away the darkness. Bright and radiant, illuminating my heart. At this moment, he was no longer the tripled Gawain but 10 times. Excellent! All thoughts are my thoughts, all hearts are my heart. I have understood everyone's killing intent. I have understood everyone's determination. Our spirits are unified. Son of the White Dragon Vortigern, if there is hatred, it is because you have aroused the anger of everyone. This is everyone's disdain and rejection for your villainy and ugliness. This is the final judgment against you, filled with evil. Bang! The brilliance of the sun exploded in front of Alvin's eyes. The Knight of the Sun raised the holy sword, roaring its name. For the expulsion of the seen evil and filth, shine brilliantly. Excalibur Galatine. In this inflamed emotional state. In this multitude's cursing. In the radiant brilliance brewed by the holy sword. An incredibly abrupt, panicked and anxious female voice resounded from the crowd, gripping everyone's hearts. No, don't! Noble knight, please stop! Alvin, who had raised his sword, hesitated slightly. Gawain's holy sword, about to descend, also suddenly paused. The knight's angry shouts were momentarily silenced. Soon, everyone followed the sound to look at the unexpected intruder. Not Artoria, whom Alvin was familiar with before revealing his identity. But, a woman. An ordinary-looking middle-aged woman dressed in simple peasant clothing, appearing ordinary and common. Her hands were rough from years of hard work, and her crude farmer's clothes had carefully sewn patches. Her peasant-like face lacked any delicate features, and her not-so-fair skin was excessively rough. She seemed like just an ordinary townsfolk. Some people in the crowd were surprised to call out her name, which was an unusually common surname. Anne, what are you doing? Come back! Because of the knight's fear, a path was cleared. So, the woman was eventually able to run out from the dispersing crowd, panting heavily. Facing the burning gazes of the people, she timidly and shrinkingly moved her neck. But after swallowing a mouthful of saliva, the woman still gathered courage, nervously and stumblingly walked to Gawain, and made a gesture of praying and blessing towards the radiant night of the Sunday. What do you want? This is not an occasion for you town folks to meddle in. That guy is dangerous. Leave here quickly. In a solemn and heavy tone, Gawain spoke. Not to harm the innocent, this was the most basic knight's code. However, facing the son of the White Dragon filled with evil, if he took the townspeople here as hostages, it would inevitably lead to a bloody massacre. Although he seemed to have no such intention for now. But who could predict for sure? The silver-haired youth held the sword with a black and lifeless blade, his hands naturally hanging down, seemingly full of flaws. But even so, the radiance of the holy sword had been swallowed by him, already putting immense psychological pressure on Gawain. How this guy went crazy, laughing and cursing, all the knights present had already witnessed. No one could guess his thoughts. Therefore, some people had already organized the townspeople to start evacuating in an orderly manner. The woman suddenly ran out from the evacuating crowd. This must be a misunderstanding. Noble Knight of the Sun. I recognize that gentleman. When I heard his name, I finally recognized who he is. She trembled, looking at the somewhat dazed Alvin. Seeing his charming and somewhat strange face from this distance, she became more certain of her guess. Sir Alvin, he is, the Silver Star guiding the way. He saved my life and my daughter's from the hands of bandits. He is not a bad person. There must be some misunderstanding here. Sir Alvin has done many good things for the town. He saved many people, he even distributed food to us. The woman spoke somewhat incoherently and nervously. The scene fell silent for a moment. Alvin looked at the ordinary peasant woman in front of him in amazement. She was the only person today who had truly shocked him. Alvin did not remember her appearance. He had rescued many lives from the bandits' stronghold, but how could he remember the face of each one? But she remembered him. Being saved. So, she gratefully remembered the name of her benefactor. At this moment, when everyone pointed their fingers at him, risking their lives and facing the danger of being hostile by all the knights, this woman ran out, desperately pleading with the radiant Knight of the Sunday. Her slightly trembling words floated in the wind. Even the radiant sunlight emitted by the holy sword seemed to become silent and stagnant. Silver Star guiding the way. As this term spread among the crowd, the townspeople seemed to start recalling, in a daze, the agile figure of a young knight from years ago. Sir Alvin, Silver Star guiding the way, it's really him. He hasn't appeared for several years, I thought he had left. He has changed so much in height, almost can't recognize him. He is actually the son of Vortigern, no wonder I've never heard of his family background. He used to subdue many bandits, and helped intercept the beast tide for the town. But after all, he is the son of the vile king. You shut up. When the town was looted, it was Sir Alvin who provided us with food. The townspeople began to discuss animatedly. Their voices, like brushes, depicted the image of a silver-haired youth, one filled with compassion and justice. The knights' roars gradually faded away. Listening to those words, they held their swords, their expressions gradually becoming bewildered. These townspeople, what were they saying? A good person? The son of the vile king Vortigern, how could he be a good person? Gawain fell into a brief silence. It seemed like doubt, like interrogation. He turned his gaze to the woman beside him, raised his hand, and pointed to the dark knight on the opposite side. Do you know who he is? Gawain spoke sternly, word by word. He is the son of the vile king Vortigern. As if lamenting his unfortunate fate and angrily disputing. His voice suddenly rose. Haven't you heard, woman? Don't you know who Vortigern is? The entire Britain is in such turmoil now, all because of the monstrous calamity caused by that evil-filled dragon. Even so, are you still going to defend and speak for someone like him? I know, noble Knight of the Sun, I heard it all. The woman answered tremblingly, her eyes burning with fear under the Knight of the Sun's questioning gaze. But he also saved my life. Like a wound-up puppet. Gawain's expression froze on his face. This woman. She didn't understand what the king's selection ceremony truly represented. She didn't grasp the fighting and struggles involved. She couldn't even read. But she knew, very clearly, what the son of the vile king Vortigern represented. Even so, she still stepped forward. Among the thousands of people, she was the only one pleading for him. Sir Alvin, he's a good person. Her trembling voice floated in the wind. Alvin felt like something in his chest was touched. Crack, it broke. Something seeped out. It was the deepest, softest part of his heart. The handle of the Knight of the Sun's sword creaked as it was gripped tightly, and his holy sword radiated rounds of dazzling sunlight. He suddenly looked up at Alvin, wanting to question if this was another scheme of the opponent's villainy. However, listening to the discussions and countless detailed memories of the townspeople, if one person could be bribed, then, what about everyone else? You should leave. The silver-haired youth's gentle voice sounded in front of him. Gawain suddenly lifted his head, and the other person had somehow already stood in front of him. He abruptly raised the holy sword, ready to block in front of him, but the expected fierce blow did not come. The other person simply ignored him. That person. He just squatted down, adopting a gaze at eye level, gently took the woman's hand. Go back, Madam. He cradled her hand in his palm. The silver-haired youth said with a smile like this. Clearly, his armor was so dark, like the dark night. However, looking at his smiling face, the woman's timid, nervous, and trembling body, which seemed to shrink due to fear, gradually relaxed and became calm. Actually, Alvin smiled and said, it's just a misunderstanding. Is it, really? Sir Alvin? Yeah, go live a peaceful and happy life with your daughter. Everything will get better. The silver-haired youth's words were light and airy. Like the gentle wind of spring, sweeping across mountains, forests, and the lush green fields, comfortable and pleasant. Today, the town will continue to be peaceful as always. He said with a smile. I promise you that. That person. The one who made countless knights shudder with fear. At this moment, he was right by his side, less than 3 feet away. Without any defenses, his entire body was full of openings. A swing of the sword, and he could be cleaved in 2 on the spot. However, Gawain's wrist trembled, his lips buzzing slightly, and sweat started to bead on his forehead. He had never before held his holy sword like this, so unsteady. Until the woman, as a townsfolk, bowed deeply with gratitude and gradually ran away, looking back every 3 steps. The person smiled as he watched her go, his figure disappearing from sight. And all the while, he never even glanced at himself once. You should all be grateful to her. The Dark Knight lowered his iron-grey eyes. His voice had never been so ethereal. As if afraid of waking something up. I originally wanted to exterminate all of you. He said it so casually. Alvin raised his head, surveyed the surroundings. All the knights held their swords as if facing a formidable enemy, extremely tense. In the end, the silver-haired youth turned his gaze away and looked at the Knight of the Sun in front of him, whose expression was the most nervous and serious. Gawain held the dazzling holy sword, his taut nerves seemingly on the verge of snapping. But now, I've changed my mind. Alvin spoke calmly, word by word. Because I promised her. Today, nothing will happen here. His voice was gentle. Like the hand that had been holding the knights' hearts, clutching their throats, was finally released. Hugh, ha! The knights breathed heavily, their eyes filled with lingering fear. Gawain's hands, holding the raised holy sword, seemed to soften for a moment. But he still, trembling, held on. Do good deeds, and that will cover up your sins. It's just a perfect mask, just hypocrisy, just a heart of false virtue. The tip of the holy sword pointed at the emotionless silver-haired youth in front of him. The Knight of the Sun roared loudly as if using all his strength. Alvin Pendragon, you're just atoning for your own guilt. So. Alvin looked at him sideways. Looking at him with pity, with sympathy. Then, pass your judgment on me, the one filled with evil. As the words fell. As if the sun itself fell silent. The tip of the sword of revolving victory kept trembling. As if the knight's state of mind, shaken violently. The other party was the criminal who should be executed. When this self-convincing reason, finally lost. What was the purpose of picking up the sword again? Well then. Now, have you lost even the courage to aim the sword at me? You are indeed an admirable knight, Gawain. You deserve my respect because you still have principles, a conscience. Alvin looked up at the high-hanging sun. The sun was now covered by a layer of dark clouds, emitting a misty, sickly light. Look to the sky, O Knight of the Sun immersed in sunlight. Your sunlight has dimmed. Clang. Even the sword could no longer be held. The dazzling holy sword fell to the ground, emitting a dim light. Creator's thoughts. Exonia Exonia. If you're interested in reading more, feel free to visit my Patreon chapters. https://www.patreon.com/exonia. Comment. 21 Comment. Vote. Chapter 47, 47 Not to save the world, just to save you. Incomprehensible. Gawain couldn't comprehend why the person in front of him was so indifferent. Even though you are the notorious son of the vile King Vortigern, such a infamous character, deserving of being torn apart by 1,000 knives. Then, why? Why can't my holy sword strike you down? Staring at the sword of revolving victory that fell to the ground, its light nearly dim, no longer dazzling, no longer radiant. Even the bright sunlight, he could no longer feel the blessing from the sun. O sun, have you forsaken me? Gawain knelt down. But there was no one to answer the Knight of the Sun's question. Alvin just walked past. Walked past the disoriented Gawain. Walked past the stunned Artoria. Walked past the breathless knights of the Round Table. Alvin saw Kay's bitter smile, saw him raise his hand as if wanting to hold on to him. Alvin. Kay, thank you for accompanying Artoria all the way. In the future, maybe I'll have to trouble you to take care of her. You've changed so much, Alvin. Yeah, sorry, can't treat you to grilled fish anymore. I've learned it myself, Alvin. It's delicious, do you want to eat? Such words, in the end, couldn't be said. That hand, in the end, couldn't be raised. He was too far away. Far away like the wind. The Dark Knight walked towards the wilderness outside the town amidst the knights crowding and silence. No one dared to ask, no one dared to stop. Standing under the dim sunlight. At the end of the street, he turned around. His elusive figure seemed to dissipate with the wind. Artoria, I've troubled you by coming uninvited. Alvin smiled. Although not loud, his words clearly reached her and the Knight of the Round Table. The golden-haired girl gazed at him. In her deep green eyes, reflected his dark shadow. I know you have many questions, right? I'll answer them. I know you're confused right now, so before that, go take care of your own matters. By the way, didn't you get a chance to see Hector? I often visit him, his old man's body is still robust. Instead of his fingertips. The wind gently caressed her cheek. Remember, that wheat field where we practiced swordsmanship. Since it's a place of acquaintance. Perhaps, it's not a bad place to bid farewell. Alvin smiled. I'll be waiting for you there. Today, I'll be waiting for you there, Artoria. I'm waiting for your questions and also waiting for your answers. I know what burdens you, Artoria. But, indiscriminately loving everyone and loving no one are the same, Artoria. Wanting to save everyone without exception, in the end, you might not be able to save yourself. If you're scared, then come and hold my hand. If you're lost, then don't draw that sword. As the words faded away, his shadow seemed to melt in the sunlight. Facing the knight's myriad of complex gazes, the attention-grabbing golden-haired girl, she fell from the magnificent horse in a daze. With a bewildered expression. Slowly, step by step, she approached the sword of selection. She used to be extremely fearful of this thing before her. Because she was always told that to become a king, one must be ruthless. The so-called king is someone who, to protect the people, becomes the one who kills the most people. When she was a child, every night she would think about such things, her body trembling from extreme fear, unable to stop until dawn. Not a day went by that she wasn't afraid of becoming a king. But at this moment, standing in front of the sword, it was as if she was in a daze, feeling nothing. No numbness, no fear, and no the hesitation she imagined. During the journey, Merlin had already explained in detail the responsibilities she bore and the outcome she would face in the future. She had known long ago. She was born to save the world. The girl named Artoria was naturally born for such a purpose, born as the vessel of the ideal king. She must draw the sword. Because it was an important point inscribed in history. If there was a deviation, it would trigger trimming measures, leading to the destruction of the world 100 years later. So, her fate was already predetermined. If she picked up that sword, no matter how she struggled, she would eventually meet a lonely and extremely tragic death. Why did Merlin have to tell her? Why bother to tell her such a cruel thing? He shouldn't be worried, he would only scare her away, right? Perhaps, Artoria thought, she was the kind of person who would foolishly walk toward death. Everyone was looking forward to her becoming a king. Alvin was the only one who told her to become a person. So, from that point on, she had her own selfishness, became a person, and began to think selfishly. From then on, she had something to protect. What Alvin wanted to do, she had long understood, she had already seen it. All his words today, in fact, were for her ears alone. Sir Alvin wanted to shoot down her fate. But, that was impossible. Impossible. Because, you will die. You will die along with the destroyed world, Sir Alvin. Artoria was afraid of such a thing. Don't do this for me. I'm not worth doing such a thing. So, let me protect you. By becoming a king, the world will not be destroyed, and I can protect him. It doesn't matter if she dies alone. Because, in that case, he can live on. The girl named Artoria gently grasped the sword of selection. The hilt fit astonishingly well. It seemed to still retain his warmth. Up until now, something indescribable, like something wanting to burst from the inside of her body, seemed to be drawn into the sword, and her body felt lighter and lighter. Pulling out the sword, becoming someone else. Turning everything she had been afraid of into the past. This was the ritual of killing herself. If she still had a fearful heart, she couldn't protect that person as a king. Lily, to protect the smiles of the people, pull out the sword. Merlin's gentle voice seemed to resonate in her ears, as if saying this could inspire her passion and dispel her fear. However, at this point, Merlin was wrong. Completely wrong. Even that person was wrong. The girl actually had her own selfishness. Whether it was an inevitable outcome waiting for her or a lonely destruction. Not to protect smiles, not to create happiness, and not to save the world. Just for you, Sir Alvin, I want to save you. For this, even if she had to kill herself, it didn't matter. Because this was what she sought as peace of mind. Under the clear sunlight. Facing the long-suppressed and now erupting cheers of the knights, like a tide. The sword was pulled out just like that. Even if, in the future, she would be avoided, feared and betrayed countless times, her selfishness would never change. Not to save the world. Just to save you. I want to save you, Alvin Pendragon. From now on. With the indifferent, emotionless, almost icy voice. The golden-haired girl raised high the proof that meant killing herself. I am King Arthur. Creator's thoughts. Exonia Exonia. If you're interested in reading more, feel free to visit my Patreon chapters. https://www.patreon.com/exonia. Comment. 24 Comment. Vote. Chapter 48, 48 I am soloing him. Even though the sword of selection ceremony had concluded, the knights had not dispersed. As if to dispel the gloom brought by that person. In the town, a lively celebration was held. On the square, barbecue, bread, and fruit wine were all laid out. Under the sunlight, knights laughed and toasted, reveling in merriment. As if in tacit understanding. No one dared to mention that taboo name again. Why was the sword of selection ceremony held in such a remote town? The knights finally knew the answer now, because this was the small town where Lady Artoria grew up. In the future, it would surely become a place of scenic beauty. So, the knights eagerly engraved their names on the rock where the sword of selection stood. It was also a form of leaving an eternal mark. Although the most regrettable thing was, the heroine of the celebration was not present. I'm going to find Merlin, Kay, and check on his injuries. Looking at his sister, who had now declared herself as the king, still smiling gently and speaking softly, just like before. Compared to the past, it seemed like there was no change. However, Kay, staring into her eyes, keenly sensed the sorrow and exhaustion rippling in the deep green lakes. Don't go, Lily, rest for a while. Kay couldn't help but advise. That idiot with white hair brought this upon himself. Thinking about how much trouble Merlin had caused in recent years and how many times he and Lily had covered for him. Kay felt the urge to swear. Damn, he dared to sleep with the Duchess, and not only did he sleep with her, he even used his name. Can't Merlin act like a human being? This guy really didn't seem human. So now that Merlin was disfigured, Kay was happy. As long as he didn't die, he wouldn't feel sorry for that idiot with white hair. Let him continue to flirt with women for another day and mock himself for not having any luck with women. In these years, not to mention Alvin, Kay himself had harbored the intention to kill many times. If Merlin's conscience was truly dead, Kay felt that he would mourn for about 3 seconds, not more. The golden-haired youth tore off a large piece of barbecue and chewed it fiercely, as if it were nightmare meat. Feelings, not as good as Alvin's. I think what Alvin said is true. Looking at his sister, Kay's tone was very serious. He even voluntarily disclosed his own identity. I'm telling you, he has no reason to lie to you, Lily. I still recognize my friend, do your best to fight for it. Hearing Kay say this, Artoria didn't know how to respond, so she just smiled. The knights around them silently averted their gaze. Kay sighed. Hey, it's really true, scolding is a form of love. Kay thought that scolding Alvin every day had almost turned into affection. After traveling for a few years, he scolded Alvin for a few years. Originally thought it was a just execution of justice, now it seemed awkward. Fortunately, Alvin didn't know. But now that his identity has been exposed, he still wants to be friends, but this might not work. But, having been a friend of the son of Vortigern for a few months, damn it. Kay thought this title would last a lifetime. Well, let's talk about those undecided matters later, Kay, I just want Merlin to answer me in person. Artoria tightened her grip on her palms. The sword of selection was now held in her hands, perhaps stained with the blood of incubus. If that truth is as Sir Alvin described, she didn't mind staining it again. I have some questions that must be asked of him. If those things are true, I won't forgive him in my entire life. Sir Alvin is still waiting for me. Without clarifying things with Merlin, I can't give Sir Alvin an answer. Leaving these words behind. Bathing in the noon sunlight, the golden-haired girl left without looking back. Now, only the knights of the Round Table were left drinking in the square. Because of their identity, they naturally occupied the central position. Knights occasionally came up to introduce themselves, but they all left reluctantly under their anxious gaze. Just using alcohol to dispel sorrow. All the knights of the Round Table were thinking about that person. Earlier, when that person walked through the crowd. The knights of the Round Table, who held their breath, heard the conversation between Kay and that person. And the dialogue between him and Lady Artoria was also heard. The relationship between them made people's minds wander. The oldest in the group, Percival, couldn't help but speak up. He's the son of the vile king. Kay, have you known him for a long time? He's my lil brother. Pfft. The wine that the knights of the Round Table had just drunk spurted out, splashing each other. Damn, you take the son of the White Dragon as a lil bro, you're more awesome than Vortigern. Strong, invincible, Kay. Gareth gave him a thumbs up, you dare to brag about this, aren't you afraid of Vortigern cursing you? I really didn't brag, you guys just don't believe it. Kay remembered the calm and comfortable time back then and couldn't help but sigh. Kay has been friends with him for a long time, and besides, he's younger than him, so it's not wrong to call him a lil bro, right? Damn, he really wants to eat the meal cooked by Alvin. Listening to his solemn tone, it actually didn't seem like he was pretending. The knights of the Round Table couldn't help but start asking for details. We agreed to be friends first, and after a while, we became sworn brothers. I often flaunted his grilled fish back then. Kay described the scene when he first met Alvin, of course, omitting the part where he was beaten up. As he recalled, those melancholic things couldn't help but well up in his heart. That peaceful life could never be returned. Thinking about such things, Kay couldn't help but sigh, holding his forehead. He hasn't suffered much, but Lily. She is the one who has been hurt the most. I see. After listening to Kay's simple narrative, the usually silent Gawain suddenly spoke. So, since you guys are so familiar, how strong is Alvin exactly? Do you have any idea, Kay? That's right. This is the question the Knights of the Round Table are most concerned about. They have personally experienced the oppressive feeling brought by that person. Even Sir Gawain, who has 3 times the normal knight's stats, finds it hard to suppress the opponent's darkness, despite the brilliance of his holy sword. Fighting him, today, blood will inevitably flow like a river. Alvin Pendragon, this person is destined to be the enemy of the Round Table, how strong is he really? Facing everyone's expectant gazes. After careful consideration, Kay gave a very fair evaluation. We are about even. I soloing him quite often. Hearing this statement, everyone couldn't hold back. Kay was known for his ability to brag, and they were accustomed to his boasting, which was 50 times stronger than Vortigern's. For the first time, he said that someone could go even with him. What kind of concept is this? Thinking of this, they felt a shiver down their spines. Even Sir Gawain, who was easily suppressed by that person, couldn't hold his sword, so this guy is even 10 times stronger than Sir Gawain? I really don't know. Kay shrugged helplessly, I haven't really fought him. This question, you should ask Lily. They used to be inseparable, practicing swordsmanship every day. They've sparred with each other, I've seen it hundreds, if not thousands, of times. The final results are heartwarming. Kay's words finally made the Knights of the Round Table feel a little uplifted. Could it be that even this monster, Lady Artoria, can suppress him? Watch your address, Gareth. Now she is our king. That's right, it seems that only our king can suppress the son of White the dragon. Tristan strummed the strings of his harp, sighing and saying. Defeated by the king hundreds or even thousands of times, that guy didn't give up. He is indeed a respectable opponent. You guys seem to have misunderstood something. Kay scratched his head and hesitated to reveal the truth. Lily has never won even once. Kay, you son of AB*TCH. The knights of the round table rushed up and beat Kay on the ground. The golden-haired youth patted the dust off his body, sat up, and continued to drink and eat meat. It was just a playful scuffle, they were used to it. The expressions of everyone suddenly became worried again. But, looking at it from another perspective, this seems to be quite heartwarming. The king lost thousands of times but never gave up. It's worthy of being Her Majesty, easily accomplishing what we cannot. A crimson petal fell onto the cup, floating on the surface of the wine, gently rippling. Everyone, feeling something, raised their heads, and the figure of the magus of flowers slowly walked out of the falling flowers. Merlin! Merlin, are your injuries okay? The knights all stood up and looked at him. The magus's face was as beautiful and flawless as usual, with a gentle and spring-like smile on his face, but his figure seemed a bit illusory and dim. The knights of the round table could see that this was an illusionary clone since his facial injuries couldn't be fully healed, he had to use a clone to show himself. Don't worry about me. I've sent Lily away. I came here to call everyone, do your best to kill Alvin. He's waiting for Lily alone in the outskirts. Knights, this is a rare opportunity for us. Speaking in such a soft and gentle tone, Merlin smiled. That gentle voice carried the sinister and vicious content, reaching the ears of every knight present. Creator's thoughts. Exonia. If you're interested in reading more, feel free to visit my Patreon chapters. https://www.patreon.com/exonia. Comment. 20 comment. Vote. Chapter 49, 49 He won't die, my heart is unsettled. The knights silently gazed at the sudden appearance of the magus of flowers. Merlin's proposed tactics were tempting, but no one dared to agree. Because, they have witnessed the invincibility of the son of the White Dragon. Oh, so you're all hesitating. Merlin was not surprised at all. Dear knights, do you all not know what happened before? The magus smiled. In his deep purple eyes, there flickered a mysterious and unpredictable light. There was no trace of resentment on his face, which had been scarred by Alvin's actions. Instead, an excessive sense of joy overflowed, causing the magician's body to tremble. Ah, the brain is trembling. Yes, the half-incubus noticed something very interesting. Alvin Pendragon. Your luck is truly bad. Dear knights, did you all hear what he said? He originally planned to kill all of you. And, it's not a lie. Merlin hummed a joyful tune, smiling with a smirk, saying words that sent shivers down the knights' spines. After harboring overwhelming killing intent, once Gawain intervened, he was planning to use that opportunity to kill all of you and directly take Artoria away. But, that woman appeared. Such an ordinary, common woman ran out and pleaded for him. So, he softened. That made his heart waver. The attack was deflected by Gawain, and the appearance of that woman. Merlin laughed brightly, excitedly. That is, fate is protecting us from the shadows. Because we are on the right side, fortune is not on his side. His existence itself is being opposed by the will of this entire world. This lets you, dear knights, survive. But, do you think it will end like this? No. Everyone has no way to retreat. The rise of the son of the White Dragon will destroy everything you cherish and want to protect. Witness it, the future that lacks any brilliance, a despairing future. The half-incubus suddenly opened his arms. As colorful petals fell from the sky, a burst of dazzling colors, like a dream, spread from the magus's center, enveloping all the knights in the square. It was an incredibly realistic dream. Crimson moonlight poured down, not brighter than the color of the earth. Carrion crows circled in the sky, the deep sky rich as blood, and the crimson eerie moon seemed to open vertical pupils, gazing at the land of Britain. Rivers, lakes, and a sea of bloody confluence. Corrupt soil irrigated by black blood, an endless battlefield piled with lives. Standing on a hill made of stacked corpses, the son of the White Dragon raised its head under the blood moon, emitting a thunderous roar. Everything in Britain was completely destroyed, all the glory of the knights buried, leaving only a scorched and desolate land. This was the chilling prophecy presented by Merlin to every knight. The knights watched in a trance at these incredibly real and despairing scenes. Their pupils gradually turned crimson, their breaths becoming heavier. Their hands involuntarily gripped the sword hilt tightly. The call of the half-incubus echoed in the excited crowd, once again resonating in the hearts of the knights. So, dear knights, this is the only and final chance to kill him. Pick up your swords, the time to bet everything has come. The time of destiny has come, and the ringing sound of the bell is heard now. Your fearless and heroic glory will be sung on this island. Merlin, you damn liar, are you trying to deceive people again? The young man's roar suddenly echoed in the square. Kay forcefully bit his own lip, breaking free from the incubus's illusion with intense pain. Without caring about the blood flowing from his mouth, he rushed forward, angrily grabbing the half-incubus's collar. You've deceived me and Lily. Now you want to deceive everyone here, making them ambush Alvin. I didn't deceive everyone, Sir Kay. Merlin smiled gently, like a breeze. He raised his head, looking at the collapsing sunlight. Everyone understands, right? My prophecies, are there times when they haven't come true? If you do nothing, that will be the future that Britain will face. You will think the son of the White Dragon is a good person, only because you are still holding on to such stubborn fantasies, Kay. Merlin chuckled. Because, you and Alvin are quite close. I can understand, because people are selfish. Go to hell. Kay swung a sandbag-sized fist, smashing it into the half-incubus's right face, sending him flying. Merlin still smiled. Poor thing. He still smiled with a twisted expression, slowly getting up from the ground, not bothering to wipe away the blood on his face. Look at the gazes of your comrades, Kay. As the words fell silent. Silence fell with the sunlight. Kay turned his head in disbelief. The knights of the round table, with expressionless faces, stared at him. Percival. Kay, Merlin is right. Percival closed his eyes. We understand your relationship with him, but personal matters are personal, after all, he is the son of King Vortigern. Gawain. From a universal rational perspective, this is indeed an excellent opportunity, the knight with a gloomy face said. If we don't take the chance now to surround and kill him, it will be difficult to encounter him alone in the future. Gareth. Tristan. Kay, don't look at me. Gareth averted his gaze. I'll follow everyone's lead. We can understand your sorrow. Kay, your grieving expression, truly heart-wrenching, there's nothing more I can say, I can only play a tune for you. The melancholic tune of the lyre began. Kay, finally, almost tremblingly, looked towards the most dazzling and silent person in the team. Gawain, you, who confronted Alvin before, you should understand, right? The bewildered Knight of the Sun slowly raised his gaze. His words caused Kay to freeze completely. Merlin, he's right. Gawain, you. Kay, I'm sorry. The Knight of the Sun gently gripped the hilt of his sword. The radiance of the holy sword, in that manner, dimly dispersed, gradually began to intensify. It must be now. And it must be today. Alvin, he's right. I have too much conscience, and too many principles. Faced with such an opponent, I can't allow even the slightest hesitation. Even more terrifying than Vortigern, he makes me feel more fearful. Sorry, Kay, I know this goes against the knight's code. But I can make my morality flexible. Gawain smiled. Once a person accepts their own weaknesses, his intimidating, cold smile emerged. Then I become invincible. You can always pick up the bottom line later, only by killing him, killing Alvin Pendragon. Can I sweep away the shadows of this life? If we don't kill him today, I even doubt if there will be courage to raise a sword in front of him in the future. Gawain tightened his grip on his holy sword, looking up at the obscure sunlight, enunciating each word emphatically. He won't die, my heart is unsettled. In confusion. In astonishment. Kay retreated, his gaze full of strangers, as if meeting these comrades for the first time. You all. Thump. Kay sat down weakly on the ground. The knights gathered. Completely ignoring him, they gathered. The familiar comrades in front of him had already begun discussing methods to kill that person. His magical attribute is shadow. He seems to inherit Vortigern's ability to devour light. In sunlight, he also receives a boost, almost similar to my type of protection. How can we kill him quickly? With the white dragon blood, he definitely possesses terrifying regenerative abilities. Use skills with corrosive effects as much as possible. Also, consider the arrival of Vortigern. The whole process must not exceed 10 minutes. I have an idea. As the intelligence advisor of the knights, Gawain instantly provided a crucial suggestion. He can use both light and shadow, with almost no apparent weaknesses. Therefore, the most convenient environment to kill him would be, at the time of day and night changing. Morning has passed, and we only have the evening left. Very reasonable, but, during dusk, we also lose the strongest force, which is Gawain. Then let Merlin cast an illusion on him, deceiving the sun during dusk, so that he still has the protection of sun, even if it can only last for a very short time, it's enough. First attempt a sneak attack, then everyone launches an assault, using your strongest and unrestrained methods. Gawain, you're really a devil. Kay was stunned. Plans were being made. The knights were rubbing their fists eagerly. They excitedly discussed how to kill Alvin. Kay suddenly got up, running towards the town like a madman. Stop him! Stop Sir Kay! He's going to spread the news. Layers upon layers of tightly sealed armor walls instantly surrounded Kay. The knights' eyes were red. Their mouths were smiling. Everyone, as if they all had the same face. The half-incubus's figure appeared in front of Kay. Sorry. Kay, I can't let you leave temporarily. IFK your bloody mother. Merlin. As if using all the strength in his body. Kay, captured and restrained, shouted his final heart-wrenching call towards the front. Lily. Lily. In the enchanting and blossoming land of fairies, like a dream, where flowers bloomed everywhere. As if hearing someone calling her name, the golden-haired girl turned her head in a daze, looking towards the distant and separated realm. I'm here, Lily. A gentle voice came from in front. The half-incubus figure stood by the quiet lake. The horrific wounds on his face had now miraculously healed, rough and terrifying scars covering half of his face. His right eye, shrouded in shadows, only had a greyish-white, constantly wriggling pupil remaining. By his side stood an elegant and seemingly noble silver-haired fairy, resembling Morgan in appearance, but devoid of any darkness, exuding an aura that made people feel sacred and inviolable. Merlin raised his hand. With a terrifying smile, he softly called. Come here, my Lily. I will tell you all the truths. In front of Kay's eyes, covered by colorful petals, Artoria gripped the sword tightly and walked forward steadily. Creator's thoughts. Exonia. If you're interested in reading more, feel free to visit my Patreon chapters. https://www.patreon.com/exonia. Comment. 25 Comment. Vote. Chapter 50, 50 Burning in this eternal night. You stand by the golden wheat fields, gazing towards the direction of the town. You have cleared your failed experimental fields, replanting them with normal wheat seeds. So, in this season of harvest, you once again see this vast expanse of golden wheat fields. Just like her silky golden hair. This brilliant wheat field sways incessantly in the wind. But, you still haven't seen her. You wait quietly and patiently. Today, you will wait for her, you believe she will come back. The world is filled with the sound of the wind, desolate and tranquil. You stand in this wheat field, from the radiant noon until the dusk of evening. As the evening sun casts its glow between the clouds, reflecting on the rippling sunset accompanied by the continuous mountain ranges. You gaze at the distant mountains and waters, and your eyes seem to mirror the splendid crimson hues of the entire island. And then, you see a dazzling and intense white light ignite on the horizon, continuously enlarging and approaching in your field of vision. Scoff. Layers of airwaves unfolded, and the brilliant tail flames whinnied. On the distant horizon, a dazzling spear of intense white light suddenly lit up, like a dazzling lightning bolt piercing through the air, annihilating everything along the way in the extreme daylight. The fierce spear of light rushed in an instant. Straight through the almost stagnant pupils of the silver-haired youth. To hit. What? The exhilarating voices of the knights abruptly froze, emitting incredulous gasps. Just like in that moment, the spear of light was frozen. How is this possible? Everyone saw it. Alvin raised his hand and directly grabbed the tip of the spear of light. The trembling tip of the spear was less than an inch from his forehead. The lingering sound continued incessantly. Outrageous! He actually caught Sir Percival's strike with his hands. Is he still human? He was never human. Charge with me. So, this is your choice. 100 meters apart. That person's voice echoed slowly in the ears. Unfortunately. Compared to swordsmanship. Alvin shook his palm, and 5 fingers grabbed the shaft of the light spear. Using his whole body, he forcefully threw it towards its origin. I am actually more suited for using a spear. Danger! Get out of the way! Boom! Airwaves 10 times more violent than before suddenly burst forth. The light spear, like a thunderbolt, instantly penetrated into the deep forest, erupting in a brilliant white light. The knights hiding there stumbled out of the woods in embarrassment. Seeing that they had been exposed, the ambushers hidden on all sides, drawing their swords, slowly closed in on this golden wheat field. Alvin, the son of Vortigern. I advise you to surrender, you have been surrounded by over 1,000 knights. The Knight of the Sun Gawain walked out slowly from the surrounding crowd, wielding the guillotine, radiating dazzling brilliance, as if he had entered the protection of sun. Alvin looked up at the splendid twilight and instantly understood his current state. No sun, I see. Merlin, that trash released an illusion for you, allowing sunlight to still favor you. Exactly, Alvin, are you well? The Magus of Flowers' figure appeared on the golden wheat field, and then... Pfft! The wheat field swayed with the wind, a dark sword light burst out, instantly piercing Merlin's throat. Only daring to show a decoy, it's cheap to spoil your looks. My true self will never appear in front of you again, so you can't kill me. Smiling like this, Merlin's figure dissipated among the petals. At this moment, at dusk, you can neither devour light nor borrow shadows. Gawain swung the guillotine towards him. In this battle, he was the main force against the son of the White Dragon. Alvin, you are surrounded, your defeat is inevitable. Defeat? Surrounded. Alvin made a disdainful sneer. His face mask suddenly closed, and he was enveloped in a pitch-black helmet and armor. The shadow at his side silently opened, revealing a finely crafted iron sword. Gawain, you trash! Sorry, I'm not targeting you. But every one of you is trash. Defeat? It's you bunch of insignificant people who are going to be defeated. Surrounded? I, alone, surrounded all of you. Alvin raised the sword high. Suddenly, as if a momentary night had descended, the twilight, which was already in decline, instantly became incredibly dark and dim. The vision of the knights fell into a confused darkness. Careful! It's the light devouring. I can't see. Pfft! Blood blossomed incessantly. Countless shadows began to flow quietly. Above the wheat field, in the swaying shadows, each flicker claimed the life of a knight. Thief, don't be arrogant. Guillotine. A brilliant light suddenly burst forth. Gawain unleashed the radiance of his sword. With a sweep of his arm, he instantly swept away the thick shadows, making them much thinner. His magical energy is already insufficient, and at this moment, it's difficult to sustain, definitely not enough to support killing so many people. Everyone, finish it quickly. Vortigern will surely be rushing here. The half-incubus lurking on the battlefield, his shadowy figure, blew a flurry of petals, falling onto the bodies of countless knights. They fell into a daze, their senses trapped, murderous intent surged, and they charged towards the dark and lightless night. Alvin, during the changing of day and night, it's your weakest moment. Even if you are the son of the White Dragon, how can one resist the ceaseless attacks of these knights? I admit you are outstanding, but, farewell. Clang! The collision of sword bodies echoed each other. Losing the shelter of shadows, the advantage of the home field vision was instantly lost. Alvin swept his sword horizontally, and the dim sword light extinguished explosively, beheading dozens of knights. However, this was far from enough. These knights with red glows in their eyes charged fearlessly. Illusion. Alvin frowned slightly. Under the hypnosis of the illusion, even death and injury seemed no longer terrifying. Merlin's illusions no longer affected his dark will, but it didn't prevent the half-incubus from strengthening the team from the side. Fighting and killing were not Merlin's strong suits, he was always a support rather than a main damage per second. Dangerous. It seemed that there had never been a more dangerous situation in his entire life. His father Vortigern had sensed the threat. Transforming into a dragon, he descended like a falling meteor, but it would take at least 10 minutes to reach the battlefield. As for Morgan, she had already been waiting by Alvin's side. "Idiot Merlin, did you really think I wouldn't bring bodyguards?" Alvin grinned and shouted loudly, "My dear Alvin!" With a slightly flushed face, the witch's figure appeared by the side of the Dark Knight, holding onto his shoulder. A weakening curse spread from her as the center, causing the knights hit by it to become confused and weak, their limbs powerless. Unexpectedly, behind Morgan, a burst of radiant light suddenly cracked open. A beautiful silver-haired fairy, radiating brilliance, reached out and grabbed the witch's arm. "Vivien!" The witch's expression was filled with extreme surprise. "Sorry, Morgan, the birth of the White Dragon's son is not allowed by the world, so I had to intervene. You get lost." The woman's angry curse instantly disappeared, the radiant light closed in an instant, pulling the witch into the land of fairies. "Merlin, I can hold her for at most 10 minutes. Lady of the Lake's enchanting voice echoed in the half-incubus's ears, slowly dissipating. "That's enough, Vivien." The person manipulated by the other side was resolved. Alvin looked at the scene with vacant eyes, and the half-incubus appeared to be looking at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. The world line was on the verge of collapse, and the situation was urgent. Even Vivien was persuaded by Merlin, which was almost impossible in the past. Even Artoria was temporarily held in the land of fairies. "Alvin, this is world wanting to destroy you." The situation suddenly took a turn for the worse. Raising his sword, he cut down the body of a knight rushing towards him. Alvin breathed slightly. "Good method, now it's really troublesome." Dusk. Dusk was the most dangerous time. If it were daytime, Alvin could instantly absorb and assimilate the light. What fear did he have when there were so many of them? If it were night, it would be his home ground. Merlin was right. Only during the changing of day and night, when the light was not bright enough and the shadows were not dense enough, was the weakest moment of his power. The knights with bloodshot pupils roared and launched an attack, the Galadin's radiance purifying the deep shadows. Alvin was weaving through this encirclement, like a small boat rocking between giant waves, with the risk of capsizing at any moment. Even so, his gaze, his state of mind, remained as deep and calm as a deep ocean's, without any signs of wavering. Clang! Blocking the ambush launched by Gawain from the corner, Alvin's finely crafted iron sword finally couldn't withstand the pressure released by the magical energy and shattered. His sword broke. This is the time. The knights roared and launched an even more intense charge. Boom! A vast and boundless shadow suddenly spread out from the pitch-black night, flowing like thick mercury, instantly dyeing the entire battlefield in the dim sunlight. It was as if thick ink was flooding the earth. "Since you came to kill me, be prepared to die. No need to hold back anymore, no need to reserve strength. To break free, he must intimidate the entire field with a single blow." Alvin unleashed the full power of the ultimate life form. So what if one sword broke? Hundreds and thousands of finely crafted iron swords, collected within the shadows, slowly rose from the roaming ink-like darkness. "Danger, retreat!" Seeing this scene, the Knights of Round Table were shocked. Without hesitation, they raised their swords in front of them. The Dark Knight raised his right hand. Aimed at the crowd, he suddenly clenched his palm. SSS. Suddenly, this entire battlefield of slaughter seemed to freeze for a moment. Pfft! Blood splattered. Countless vanishing dark sword lights intertwined into a net, disappearing in the dim sunlight of the evening. Gawain hadn't seen any movements clearly. The galatine in his hand suddenly radiated a dazzling light, followed by a sharp sound of golden iron collision. Then, as if there was an endlessly sharp wire mesh swiftly passing over the entire battlefield, countless knights on the wheat field were cut into irregular shapes. Human bodies. Like building blocks, collapsing and falling, blossoming into countless brilliant blood flowers. What? What is this? The Knights of the Round Table stared in shock at this sticky mountain of corpses and blood, their bodies also sprayed with countless blood. One strike. It slaughtered hundreds of knights. Only a few of the Knights of the Round Table remained, standing bewildered in the midst of this bloody spectacle. The golden wheat field. In an instant, it turned into a sea of blood. Stagnation. Pause. Seeing this hell-like scene, the overwhelming bloodshed. It seemed to make the blood color in the eyes of the knights gradually fade away. Monster, monster! A knight dropped his sword and, like mad, began to flee. Even though there were still over 1,000 living knights, even though most of the knights were unharmed at this moment. But, faced with this monster that could not be defeated by human power alone, they still felt fear. One knight turned and fled, followed by 2, 3. Hundreds of knights seemed to have shattered and disintegrated minds. In that way, they abandoned their swords, turned around, and fled in a panic. At this moment, the half-incubus's gentle and ethereal voice echoed faintly across the entire battlefield. "Don't be deceived, noble knights. That son of the dragon, that was his powerful strike just now. He's already exhausted. Merlin, you damn bastard." As if following the words of the half-incubus, there was no need to maintain the false appearance with all his might. The thousands of finely crafted iron swords emerging from the shadows trembled, hummed, and then shattered completely. The footsteps of the fleeing knights suddenly paused. Gawain wiped the blood from his face, endured the pain from countless bloodstains on his body, and looked towards the dark knight who was half kneeling on the ground. His helmet was already shattered, revealing the silver hair fluttering in the wind and the blood-stained grey eyes. The pitch-black armor covering his body was full of mottled cracks, continuously oscillating, collapsing piece by piece. He half knelt in a pool of blood. Using the last broken sword in his hand, he struggled to support his trembling body, refusing to fall. One person, facing over 2,000 knights, and killing over 1,000. "Alvin, I admit that I fear you. You are too terrifying. If it weren't for dusk, you would have slaughtered us all." The knights of the Round Table, covered in injuries, slowly approached. The knights who had run away from the periphery also began to gather slowly. "Unfortunately, you've lost. You've not only lost in timing but also in your sword. The timing and advantages are all on our side." "Yes." Besides timing, Gawain immediately grasped another key point of this battle. Ordinary swords were still too fragile. They couldn't withstand the berserk slashes unleashed by the ultimate life form. Once, Alvin defeated Artoria countless times by exploiting the advantage of the sword. Now, it was his turn to taste the bitterness of the weapon's shortcomings. "If you had obtained a holy sword, even if it was a collective siege at dusk, we would all have to drink bitterness on the spot." Gawain sighed softly. Unfortunately, those intelligent holy swords recognize their masters. How could they acknowledge the son of the vile King Vortigern? "A villain like you is not worthy of the name of a holy sword." "Holy sword?" Alvin, laboring and gasping for breath, lifted his eyes and looked at the dim light of the guillotine in front of him. The protection of the sun had already ended for the injured Gawain, making this his weakest state. But, even so, at this moment, Alvin was like a spent arrow at the end of its flight. He couldn't even lift one hand. How could he continue to battle the remaining over 1,000 knights and the almost intact knights of the Round Table? "Yes, you've lost to my guillotine." "Hat, cough, cough, holy sword." The Dark Knight coughed up blood and chuckled weakly. "This thing is not worthy of me." "You say it's not worthy, then it's not worthy." The Knight of the Sun Gawain, never one for sentimental nonsense, stood up, raised his sword, and swung it down directly. "Farewell, Al." "Stop! Gawain!" In the void, as if a heart-wrenching cry echoed. Gawain's holy sword froze in mid-air for a moment. Because the voice of the shout was not someone else, but his king. "I'm sorry, my king. This is the only thing I can't follow your orders on." Gawain exerted force with both hands, bringing the sword down. However, it was this momentary hesitation that gave the Dark Knight the only lifeline. Swish! Guillotine passed through the body of the White Dragon's son, like passing through a pitch-black shadow, shattering illusions. "What?" The pupils of the Knight of the Round Table slightly contracted. It seemed like the last glimmer of strength was returning. Alvin dodged this sword strike. With great difficulty, limping and staggering, he walked towards the setting sun. This was the villain at the end of a life, a once-in-a-lifetime flash. The shadowy figure projected onto the blood-soaked ground seemed to be melting into it. Even though it was still dusk. The sky, however, suddenly dimmed. A murky cloud happened to cover the rosy glow of the sunset, bringing a majestic shadow. "I don't need wild joy. Conversely, there is no deep despair. I don't like being fixated on victory or defeat. Similarly, I don't want to be entangled in troubles." The voice of the silver-haired youth echoed faintly in this bloody dusk. "I just want a peaceful life. I'm about to die, I don't have the strength to find you anymore." "But If you agree with my ideals, if you are willing to follow my righteousness, then come. Come into my hands and become my sword. I, Alvin Pendragon, swear in the name of Alvin Pendragon. I will not disgrace your name. Fear. Cowardice. As if emanating from the depths of his heart, shrouded in fear. Gawain's galati in his hand trembled incessantly, emitting a resounding mournful cry. He lifted his head with a dazed expression, looking towards the dark night. Everyone, quickly! The Knight of the Sun had never screamed in terror like this before. Stop him, quickly! The knights trampled through the pools of their comrades' blood, rushing forward. Hundreds, thousands. Charging towards the solitary figure in the middle of the battlefield. Cough, cough. The strained, bloodied cough echoed. The Dark Knight raised his hand unsteadily, as if reaching out to touch the brilliant afterglow of the sunset. Exhausting his last bit of strength, he closed his fingers, gripping the sword ruler. In an instant, all the swords held by the knights dropped from their hands, flying towards the center of the battlefield. Gawain's held galatine fell to the ground, its dim light fading away. The colors of the sky gathered. Countless swords descended like rain. A coiled black longsword fell directly from the sky, piercing through the dying knight in front of it, ringing out with a clear sound. Alvin shivered as he raised his hand, firmly grasping the hilt of the sword. The name of the sword appeared in his mind. You have obtained the Firelink greatsword. Like darkness. Yet, like flickering flames. The profound aura, akin to a prison, slowly emanated from the Dark Knight. Facing the world, it declared the death of that fate. Noble phantasm unlocked. Burning in this eternal night, the dark soul over the heaven. Creator's thoughts. Exonia Exonia. If you're interested in reading more, feel free to visit my Patreon chapters. https://www.patreon.com/exonia. Comment. 32 Comment. Vote. Chapter 51, 51 The Arrogant One. The Dark Soul over the Heaven. Burning in this eternal night. Rank, X. Type, Anti-World Noble Phantasm. Range. Maximum targets. Life and death, an endless cycle. This is the Firelink greatsword, bringing hope and death to all things in the world. The so-called dark will is the determination to burn oneself completely. The dark will, formed by your perseverance, your beliefs, and your determination, responded to the desperate call at the brink of death, ultimately gaining this response from the sword of an otherworldly realm. Eternal night is shadow, and the ember is light. Eternal night is tranquil death, and the ember is the burning hope. With the Firelink greatsword in your hand, you are both the last glimmer of light in the twilight of the age of gods and the eternal night that brings tranquility and annihilation to your enemies. If the will of the world seeks to obstruct you, you must let that will of the world drown in the eternal and annihilating death. In death, ignite hope. Hundreds of long swords fell like rain, clanging as they hit the blood-stained wheat field. Gripping the peculiarly shaped coiled sword, the silver-haired youth's entire body, previously shrouded in dark and profound shadows like mercury, now danced like flames. Knights who lost their weapons stared at their empty palms, frozen in place, momentarily bewildered. It's dark magic. The son of the White Dragon has exhausted his strength. Everyone, follow me and take his head. There were still those unyielding, willing to fight and charge forward, stepping into the flickering shadows. Then, in the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, they fell. Like harvested sheaves of wheat, they collapsed, one after another. Knights, who moments ago fought valiantly, now silently and without fanfare, met their demise. Those who dared to trespass into the dragon's territory all perished. With the Firelink greatsword in hand, the black-clad knight, half kneeling in the blood-soaked ground, slowly stood up. His gaze, hazy and distant, examined the sword in his hand. Is this a holy sword? The black, non-reflective, and strangely coiled design looked more like a cursed sword than a holy one. Alvin pondered for a moment. Well then, let's call you the Dark Sword. The coiled sword's body suddenly emitted winding shadows, quivering as if expressing dissatisfaction with a mournful clang. Not satisfied, hey? Then it's the Firelink greatsword. This name sounds quite bitter, but, my friend, this fire isn't spreading. The quivering of the sword gradually subsided. Alvin raised his hand, running it through his blood-soaked, messy silver hair, attempting to tidy it up. He lifted the sword and walked towards the Knight of the Round Tables. Around Alvin, the bodies of the knights, immersed in the shadows, collapsed as if consumed by a fiery blaze, turning into black ashes that melted into the ground. The golden wheat, stained with blood and flattened by the blades, gently swayed again, radiating a brilliant vitality as if resurrected by the wind. In death, new life was gained. The last dazzling twilight before dusk cast its light on the black-clad knight. He seemed to be on fire. Observing this breathtaking and miraculous scene, the Knights of the Round Table felt as if something had flowed away from the depths of their hearts, leaving behind an empty and fearful sensation. Their fighting spirit was erased, their vigor smoothed away. Facing the black-clad knight approaching with his sword raised, the kneeling Knights of the Round Tables displayed complex and rigid expressions. Although he was covered in blood, with shattered armor and unsteady steps that made him look like he might collapse with a gust of wind, they couldn't summon the courage to resist him. Gawain on the ground fumbled, grabbing the hilt of the guillotine, attempting to stand shakily. However, the shadow of the black-clad knight had already halted in front of him. The Knight of the Sun raised his gaze, and his last sunlight was completely obscured. "I like the words people say when they're about to die." The silver-haired youth's words remained as ethereal as ever, echoing as if in another world. Because those words made him feel alive. "We've lost. Kill us or spare us, you're probably not the type to accept our oath of allegiance." Gawain lowered his eyelids. He had never imagined that he would face death with such calmness. However, Gareth hasn't come of age yet. I beg you to spare him. The Knight of the Sun, deeply favored by sunlight, bowed his head, almost burying it in the blood pool. "Sir Gawain." Gareth trembled with some fear. "Still concerned about that underage protection law of yours?" Alvin chuckled. His laughter was bright and cheerful, but the blood-stained face made it appear somewhat grotesque. "So, I just turned 16 today, and all the knights on this island are coming to kill me. What a surprise birthday gift!" The Knights of the Round Table raised their heads, looking at the silver-haired youth. Only by looking closely could they vaguely discern the traces of youthfulness in the corners of his eyebrows and eyes. At 15, he was already an enemy of the world. The dying white dragon's son had defeated the entire Britannia. "Alvin, your strength is undeniable, and we admire it," Gawain said softly, "but even so, it's hard for you to win because fate is not on your side." "Fate is not on my side. Then I will grab fate by its collar and beat it relentlessly until it dares not stand against me." As his words faded away, silence enveloped the night. Gawain smiled. He laughed sadly, coughing up a bitter smile. "If it's you, perhaps you can really do it." "I'm sorry, Alvin. As a farewell, it's not very qualified. I hate repentance. Die peacefully with a calm heart." The Knights of the Round Table closed their eyes. Alvin slowly raised the sword. But he did not swing it. Because, a figure walked out from the wheat field. As if gently lifting the thin veil of the world, she emerged from the side filled with the fragrance of birds and flowers. She held the sword of selection, stained with blood, and the dripping dark purple blood reflected a brilliant hue under the setting sun. Her expression was sad and frozen, her gentle golden hair swaying in the wind like the wheat field. Alvin finally waited for her. And she finally saw, her idol covered in blood, like a demon, enveloped in broken black armor. "Sir Alvin." "Good evening," Alvin said, "Artoria." There was no smile on the blood-stained face. Because Alvin had realized. At this moment, a smile was only grim. The tenderness that once made Artoria feel as if bathed in a spring breeze. Now, only indifference remained. From the armor, silver hair, and face, dense red blood like drops began to fall. It also made the golden-haired girl seem like her heart was being twisted. "Can you spare them?" Artoria said with bitterness. "Even if I beg you. Seeing that the situation is lost, Merlin released you, hey." Alvin lowered his eyelids. "Do you know that he just wanted you to beg me?" "I know, but they want to kill me." Alvin lightly interrupted her. "If it weren't for your call, Artoria, I would be a dead man by now." Artoria closed her eyes. Perhaps it was her inherently kind nature that led her to be embraced by the throne. Alvin suddenly swung the coiled sword. Hiss! A wave of dark sword light rippled, and all the Knight of the Round Tables immediately emitted painful groans. 6 right arms were completely severed, and the concepts of death attached to those wounds almost declared the end of their knight careers. "You saved my life, so I only took their right hands," there won't be a next time. He indifferently lowered his iron-grey eyes and glanced at the blood-stained sword in her hand. Undoubtedly, it was Merlin's blood. Is there anything else? Silence. Time stagnated in the silence. Don't proceed. She said in a daze, Sir. What? You will die, Alvin Pendragon. Artoria gazed sadly at the black-clad knight covered in blood. The decline of the age of gods is the will of the world, just like Arthur's reign. If this crucial historical point is tampered with, 100 years later, this world will likely trigger corrective measures and be abandoned in destruction. I know. Alvin's calm words made Artoria freeze in place. You know, and yet, you. So, must I accept it because destiny decrees it? Why? Alvin calmly questioned her. Does the will of the world demand my death, and should I willingly offer my neck for the executioner's blade? The silver-haired youth raised his gaze, looking at the fading twilight. Night ascended, the sun dimmed. Eternal night was approaching, and the remaining flames of vigilance were not yet kindled. I just want to live happily and peacefully with the ones I cherish. I also hope that the kind-hearted people on this island can have a peaceful and happy life. That's my simple wish. Yet, it is scorned by the world. So, I choose to go to hell. His voice trembled slightly. The coiled sword in his hand also rippled with layers of shadowy waves. If the will of the world wants to disturb my peaceful life, I will make the will of the world fall as a loser consumed by dust. I will tear off its head. Pierce its spine. Nail it to the cross. Through wind and rain, until fate is shattered, and the shackles are broken free. Because I am inherently a villain filled with evil, aren't I? He continued to speak with sharp, heart-piercing words. He still stood there, both in figure and will, admirable. Faced with his piercing questions, just like in the past, Artoria found it difficult to answer in this dilemma. Moreover, Artoria, with the decline of the age of gods, the people you cherish will eventually die, and the desolation of this island will swallow everyone in Britannia. When you drew the sword, you had already foreseen such an ending, right? Alvin spoke softly. She's really, really stubborn. So stubborn that it's infuriating. Despite using all means to try to hold on to her, she still walked towards that miserable loneliness. Annoyance. Alvin felt annoyance towards this person's stubbornness. She willingly sacrificed herself for the survival of humanity. This was the girl named Artoria, carrying the hopes of the people, who ultimately ascended to the lonely throne of death. You want to protect the future of this world, but if you can't protect the present, what's the point? Such irrefutable words received a response. You're wrong, Sir Alvin. Artoria, with determination, gripped the sword of selection. I don't want to protect the world. The resolute words of the girl made Alvin momentarily stunned. She raised her gaze. Her deep green eyes, like lakes, were as clear and pure as ever. I only want to save you, Alvin. As her words fell silent. As if even the wind ceased. Alvin stared at her, dumbfounded. Staring at her in silence and stupor. He never thought he would hear such an unexpected and shocking answer from Artoria's mouth. The knights of the Round Table all looked up at the back of the king, unable to believe their eyes. Those figures, that radiance, that admired resolution. Were they all just a facade? In front of this person. She finally took off the mask she had never taken off in front of anyone. The real Artoria. Do you still remember the teachings you once gave me? Staring at Alvin's bewildered face. She slowly recounted. You told me that living is about finding peace of mind, right? You told me that before becoming a king, I must first become a human, right? No one wanted me to be a human, everyone wanted me to be a king. Except for you, Alvin. You told me to become a human first. So, I worked hard to learn how to be a human. So, I found my peace of mind. It's you. It's you, Alvin. The girl named Artoria tightly held the sword of selection in her hands. The deep green lake-like eyes seemed to be surging with layers of sorrowful ripples. I don't want to continue the world. I don't want to protect Britannia. I don't care about the joys and sorrows of those people. I don't care whether they laugh or cry. The continuation of the race has nothing to do with me. I want to save you, Alvin. Alvin Pendragon, regardless of the world, I just want to save you alone. As long as I die, obeying the will of the world, and die in such loneliness. Even if the age of gods declines, I know you, Alvin, will definitely live on. The world will no longer be against you. You won't suffer so much hostility. You don't have to break free from shackles, topple fate. You can live peacefully, obtain the calm life you desire. Just let go of my hand, Alvin. Let it go, and let me die alone. Finally releasing the pent-up emotions, she trembled. Not only did her body tremble, but her voice also trembled. Like the strings she plucked. The sad melody played by the weeping Tristan with his remaining left hand resounded. Ah, the painful tones, the melancholic melody, what a desperate yet beautiful emotion. In this world, there is no sadder scene than what I see before me. Removing all masks, the revealed sentiments. The son of the White Dragon of Britain, the pure and white Knight Princess. She stood so close to him. Yet, it seemed as if she were so far away from him. Facing the silver-haired youth in front of her, the peace of mind she desired. She earnestly spoke, almost pleading. Sir! Alvin Pendragon! You will die! Don't go any further! For the first time, Alvin felt his own foolishness. He was truly a foolish person. When did it start becoming like this, even though he was maintaining a proper distance between friends? Unaware. His nerves were stagnant and dull. Ah! Perhaps, he was inherently despicable. Yes. He originally wanted to make her sink like this, wanted to make her fall so deep. Originally, he wanted to defeat her, tarnish her, insult her, and harm her. Isn't this the thought he had from the beginning? Isn't this what he wanted to see in the first place? Artoria, she clearly fell into it. Only to save one person, she chose to become the king. Perhaps. This is the unforgivable sin committed by the villain named Alvin Pendragon, filled with evil. I don't want to deceive you, and I won't deceive you, Artoria. Alvin said softly. So, I refuse. I refuse to let go of your hand, refuse to let you die. This is something I cannot compromise on no matter what. Yes. This is also the most tragic confrontation in the world. He wants to save her, so he must overthrow the fate of Britannia. She wants to save him, so she must protect the future of Britannia. They stand at the two ends of the balance, in the light and darkness where they reach out but cannot touch each other, observing each other, never giving up. Cough. Cough cough. Even if you want the return of the age of gods, it's not that easy, Alvin Pendragon. Gawain, who had been silent, covered in wounds, coughed up blood and spoke with a complicated expression. To save our king, unless you can find a way to smoothly pass through the desolate years of the decline of the age of gods. Otherwise, Britannia will still fall to the invasion of external enemies, and the king will still die in endless battles, in such lonely death. Do you already have a plan to solve this? No, I'm still searching. Alvin shook his head gently. His tone was calm and honest. I haven't succeeded yet, and I can't even assert that I will definitely succeed. So, for that slim chance, are you willing to face the hostility of the world? Supported by his remaining left hand, Gawain struggled to stand up, coughing blood. You will die, Alvin Pendragon. Today's ambush is just the beginning. Even if our round table doesn't oppose you, as long as you want the continuation of the age of gods, the world will increasingly target you. There will be heroes much stronger than us emerging, all wanting to kill you. Then come and face your death. If my sword wavers even the slightest, I don't deserve to topple fate. Alvin's tone remained unwavering. There is no immediate change capable of overturning the world, but if we don't try, it will never change. Do you know how difficult your path is, Alvin? Even if you succeed in bringing back the age of gods, you will face an even heavier problem. Percival, the oldest and most devout knight at the round table, spoke hoarsely. The gods are real. Since the Christian era, the connection between humans and gods has been severed. The surviving gods are mostly imprisoned within the inner sea of the planet, unable to break free. But if you allow the return of the age of gods, they will gradually come back. The gods seek human belief, and for them, humans are extremely fragile creatures. They may view humans as tools or toys created at their whim. Do you have compassion and care for your tools? At that time, the joy or anger of the gods could cause turmoil in the human race. They want to destroy humanity, turning it upside down with just a whim. The age of gods has gone and will not return. The next era belongs to humanity. This is the tragedy of us, but it is also a fact we must face. Yes, the return of the gods, it's even more troublesome than the world's animosity. Those figures standing high in the clouds, who once ruled over humanity for thousands of years. If they return, how can they easily let go? With the experience of a failed attempt, they will undoubtedly carry out even more brutal rule. Over the heads of humans, a dark cloud named God looms. Alvin fell into silence. Just when everyone thought he finally found it challenging, the pitch-black knight spoke gently. "You're wrong, Percival. As long as there is desire, ambition. Gods are just stronger life forms. As long as it's alive, it can be killed." Alvin was not sure about the setting of gods in the moonlit world, but even if they were the gods, so what? The gods also bleeding. If to the gods, humans are just created tools. Execution is a torture invented by humans, war is a struggle unleashed among humans, and domination is a social relationship shaped by humans. So, just as people fear execution, fear war, fear domination, the gods should also fear me. Stunned, everyone stared blankly at the knight before them, shrouded in pitch-black darkness. He was like a black hole, absorbing everyone's reason. Such an arrogant person. Ultimate silence. A perpetual, isolating silence. No one could utter even a single word. Except for the unexpectedly soft, always refreshing but nauseating voice that suddenly sounded. "You might be the most arrogant person in this world, Alvin." Merlin's illusionary figure appeared on the battlefield. At this moment of resolution, he finally chose to reveal himself. "Interesting. You're truly interesting." The development of events was giving Incubus the ultimate amusement. There was no sign of distress from the failed ambush. His expression remained as joyful as ever. Tasting determination, tasting anger, and also tasting the fear of people. In this battle, the complex emotions of those knights were like a delicious delicacy, allowing Incubus to have a satisfying feast. That's how Incubus are. The more intense the emotions, the more delightful the mood. Even in such dire straits, you can still break through, Alvin. You've given me too many surprises. Such love. Such compassion. Such world-saving sentiments. Do you know, Alvin, you are gradually descending into the abyss called Beast, constantly falling. Thank you for your blessing, Merlin. As expected, another illusion. Do you really think that being an illusion will solve everything? You call me arrogant, Merlin, you, this arrogant creature, are as arrogant as ever. In other words, you, this trash, still dare to appear in front of me. The pitch-black knight grasped the hilt of his sword. Perish, be bestowed with the eternal night called death. The coiled sword in Alvin's hand suddenly spun dizzyingly and transformed into an entirely black spear in an instant. A profound, shadow-like black flame flickered at the tip of the spear. At the moment the illusion Merlin saw that coiled, his expression froze on his face as if in a trance. His whole body became numb, unable to move a single finger. This is... Struggling to speak with great difficulty. When the nerves finally reacted. Splurt! That strange and inexplicable coiled spear had already been thrown forcefully by Alvin, piercing through his eye socket. The illusion Merlin did not shatter, nor did it disperse into petals. Instead, from the wound sprayed a dark purple blood. Immortal? Incubus? The first flame is adept at burning immortal souls. Through the connection of the illusion, it gave the main body death. This was the Firelink greatsword, an attack that burned the essence of the soul. Gwaea! The Magus' illusion covered his eyes and let out an extremely miserable scream. The main body of Incubus, hiding in the land of fairies, also screamed in disbelief, crying dark purple blood from his originally splendid eye sockets. Alvin gave him the darkness called eternal night. No longer having that clairvoyance. Even normal vision was almost completely taken away. He was completely blinded. Unfortunately, the connection between the illusion and the main body is too weak with such a medium as illusion. If Merlin's real body appeared here, Alvin would have pierced his heart with one strike. Trying to touch that scorching, but unable to escape no matter what. The illusion screamed and collapsed to the ground, convulsing and twitching like a shrimp boiled in hot water. Now, do you personally feel my arrogance, Merlin? Incubus, what about it? Even if it's a god, I'll show you how I can kill it. Creator's thoughts. Exonia. If you're interested in reading more, feel free to visit my Patreon chapters. https://www.patreon.com/exonia. Comment. 26 Comment. Vote. Chapter 52, 52 My heart, belonging to Morgan. Listening to Merlin's pitiful wails, there was no sympathy in the hearts of the Round Table members. Instead, a rare sense of satisfaction emerged. The lives of over 2,000 knights from Britannia, as well as the grim fate awaiting the knights of the Round Table for the next round, were almost entirely orchestrated by Merlin. Having lost a hand, it was questionable whether it could be reattached. Even if it could, wielding a sword in the future was almost out of the question. The consequences of the siege he initiated were to be borne by himself, and the knights of the Round Table had no complaints. As for those knights who were subjected to madness, some of them could have escaped. But just like that, they were heartlessly treated as expendable by this incubus. Those who toyed with people's hearts and lives did not deserve sympathy. However, they were utterly helpless against the incubus. Its near-immortal nature and illusions capable of deceiving the world made revenge an impossible feat. At this moment, hearing his wails, the only thought in the hearts of all the knights of the Round Table members was, "Serve you right." Artoria's expression was even colder than that of the knights of the Round Table. If it were the usual Lily, she would have expressed concern for her mentor. But at this moment, Artoia's eyes showed no trace of mercy. She detested deceit. So when the incubus told her, "I have hardly told any lies to you," Artoria immediately understood, everything Alvin said was true. When a person emphasizes that they haven't violated the law, it means they lack moral integrity. Merlin seemed to derive great pleasure from having said, "I have hardly told any lies." So, he believed he had hardly made any mistakes. When the golden-haired girl said to him, "Merlin, I don't trust you again," the incubus's expression did not change, only appearing very puzzled. "Why? I'm almost entirely telling the truth." "Why? I only guided you on the journey to become a king, Lily." "Why? I was doing something so correct, straightening the world, bringing it back on track, such an unquestionably right thing." But the greatest lie is the truth left unsaid. With a surging sense of nausea and disgust, Artoria thrust the sword of selection into Merlin's shoulder, cut off her own cloak, and handed it to the incubus, symbolizing the severing of their future relationship. Afterwards, returning along the same path, she found herself trapped in that land of fairies, only able to watch as the knights besieged Alvin. Anger, helplessness. She knew she had fallen into a trap. Setting herself free was Merlin's intention. He was well aware that she would speak up to save the knights of the Round Table. This fact made Artoria feel incredibly disheartened. "Am I just a disposable pawn to you, Merlin?" The incubus, with eyes filled with remorse, could no longer answer her question. The illusion collapsed to the ground, convulsing and dying, turning into scattered flowers. As the last remaining rays of twilight also dissipated, the earth once again embraced the silence of the quiet night, and the fields lost their vibrant colors. Alvin, carrying the sword, walked through the battlefield, burning all the bodies of the fallen knights. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Everything related to Britannia also returned to Britannia. The gentle autumn breeze lightly brushed his silver hair but couldn't erase the bloodstains. Finally, Alvin stood in front of the weathered wooden stake in the training ground. Every few days when he was farming, he would come to this training ground and stand quietly for a while, running his hand over the rough sword marks, as if he could feel the persistence of the swordsman day after day. "It's time to say goodbye, Artoria." The blonde girl's lips trembled as she spoke. Indeed. What words of retention could there be, to make him stay? What regretful words could be said, to convince him? She was King Arthur, the King of Britannia. The son of the vile King Vortigern. Over 2,000 knights died in the fields, and all the knights of the Round Table lost an arm. After today, the name Alvin Pendragon's reputation will resound throughout this island, shaking all of Britannia. She knew that this matter could not be concealed. Merlin would definitely announce it, forcing her to get back on the right track. Later, facing the onslaught of the Saxon army, the shaky defense lines of the scattered county armies would be in imminent danger. It was urgently needed for King Arthur, with the remnants of the Round Table, to rush and stabilize the situation, turn the tide of chaos, and support the collapsing building. So, the time for parting had already arrived. So, finally, Artoria tightened her grip on the sword hilt, raised the sword, and stood in front of him. "What if I defeat you, Sir Alvin?" Her words began with a tremor. As she continued, they became more and more resolute. Even if you are injured now, even if I win unfairly, I will still stop you. I want to prove to you. If I defeat you, then I am stronger than you. You don't need to go to hell. I can free myself from that fate. She had also grown a lot. She had also experienced countless setbacks. From an innocent and naive girl, she had grown into the renowned ruler of the island today. Alvin could see it. The current Artoria is much stronger than the entire Knights of the Round Table combined. Even under the sunlight's threefold power and with the advantage of the Galatine, Gawain is still not her match. It is the will of the world, blessing the Red Dragon. Her growth rate is almost catching up with her ultimate form. I have seen your determination, I have heard about your reputation. I have been watching you. When I discussed your deeds with Hector, the old man would show a proud and complex expression. If you want to prove your growth, then come, it's a battle that makes one nostalgic. Alvin raised his sword. If you still can't reach a conclusion, use the sword to find the answer. Artoria continued. Boom. The earth trembled, and the fields swayed. The continuous shockwaves spread layer by layer on the ground, the incredibly violent forces between the two dragon kinds trampling the earth. Alvin raised the sword with one hand, presenting a vulnerable appearance, seemingly full of openings. Artoria held the sword of selection with both hands, slashing and cleaving. She knew she didn't need to hold back, she poured out all her strength from the very beginning. The person in front of her, who was like an insurmountable mountain, she had climbed it thousands of times. She understood better than anyone. But, to save you, Alvin, I have to overcome you. Clang! The sword of selection collided with the Firelink greatsword. The language of swords conveyed intentions more effectively than verbal words. Inheriting his past teachings, Artoria felt fully unleashed, the heart of the dragon almost thundering like war drums. Every strike swung at the opponent's weakest point, every move filled with a determination to kill, without any reservation of murderous intent. But the opponent just continued to hold the sword with one hand, looking at her somewhat sadly, casually blocking all her attacks. Defense. 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 Why? Why don't you attack me? Sir Alvin. Anger at being underestimated surged for the first time from the depths of her heart. The sword of selection radiated light, and the golden-haired girl issued an indignant questioning. You said it's a sword that can't kill and can't protect people, right? Then why don't you actively attack me? Because your wrist is trembling, Artoria. Hey? What? The hand holding the sword is trembling. Why? I have followed all your teachings, I can now kill without hesitation. My swordsmanship has become instinctual. Why, is my hand still trembling? Because you lack confidence in defeating fate, because you fear too much the ending where I might die, because the beliefs you have always held are nothing more than sacrifice, Artoria. As always. His gaze seemed to penetrate her heart. You've always been thinking about others, never caring about yourself. You've always held on to that twisted, pathological, sacrificial desire. Clang. You are a noble knight, indeed, but you're deceiving me and, more importantly, deceiving yourself. Clang. Your heart is wavering. So, how can the sword be stable? Who understands what you're saying? Clang. The dragon blood inside her roared, the erupting heart of the dragon roared, and Artoria raised the sword of selection high, letting out a lion-like roar under the night sky. Caliban. Boom. An incredibly dazzling and brilliant burst of light shot up into the sky, sweeping away the thick clouds of the night as if it were daytime. Far away, Gawain, supported by his comrades, looked up in astonishment. It was a radiance that he now could never reach, a brilliance admired by thousands. My king! However, the next moment, Alvin raised his hand. He cut through the dazzling and radiant beam of light that came down like a sword from the middle. Crack! The light dissipated. The sword of selection, symbolizing the king's nobility, broke apart. The tip of the sword fell to the ground. The girl holding the sword also knelt on the ground in shock. The sword of selection was broken. The sword that was just pulled out in the morning. Broke in the evening. Your heart is wavering, so the sword is trembling, Artoria, you have lost. You don't think you can oppose the will of the world. You just want to sacrifice yourself to save me. But I firmly believe in my righteousness. I won't deliberately seek sacrifice, and I won't think about hurting myself. Because I want to live happily and peacefully with the people I cherish. Even if it's the will of the world, Gaia. I will confront it, head held high. The dark night passed slowly from the kneeling, bewildered, and dazed golden-haired girl. Goodbye, Artoria. I will surely save you. Sir. Alvin, don't. Artoria reached out her hand. She grabbed him like that. Because she didn't want him to head towards hell. The girl almost tremblingly issued the final, pale and powerless plea. I love you. Click. The arm gauntlet, already shattered, was torn off abruptly and fell to the ground. Afterward, his blood-drenched left hand was revealed. Looking at the ring on the ring finger, Artoria's gaze almost froze, with a complex expression. Alvin's iron-grey eyes stared at her, and he said softly, I'm sorry, I'm already engaged. The stars dimly flickered. The night seemed to be disturbed. Alvin lifted his head, sensing something. Above his head, a dark shadow suddenly tore apart, and from it emerged the familiar, soft figure of the witch. Alvin! I escaped to help you. I was so annoyed by that dead fairy, Vivien. Alvin raised his hand and gently caught her. Are you okay? Ah! Why is there so much blood on your face? Did you get seriously injured? Alvin, I'll heal you now. Morgan anxiously touched the silver-haired youth's wounds all over, as if she were an ant on a hot pan. Such a flustered witch. It looked particularly cute. Alvin smiled like that, gazing gently into her iron-grey eyes. Finally, the witch realized. Hey? The battle is already over. Yet. Alvin gently lowered his eyes and kissed her soft lips. It's over now. I took Merlin's clairvoyance. It's a wedding gift I give to you. Alvin. The incubus escaped a great disaster, something that should have been extremely happy, but Morgan didn't care at all. Seeing Alvin's bloodied appearance, she knew how fierce the battle he had gone through was. Damn it! Where's that old thing, Vortigern? Has he gone senile? It's been so long and he still hasn't caught up. Morgan was upset. She was at least released, and her father seemed to be excluded. Light-devouring dragon. He might as well change the name to Late Dragon. Well, that's not entirely inaccurate. The airflow began to surge. A sturdy and huge white dragon descended slowly from the sky, landing on the wheat field. Vortigern in dragon form folded his overwhelming wings that seemed like a mountain, and the dragon scales covering his entire body slightly opened and closed, presenting a jade-like color under the moonlight. I saw a false image, that was Merlin's illusion. I was too careless. I'm sorry, Alvin, for your father's late arrival. The vertical pupils emitted a majestic golden light. The white dragon let out a self-reproachful sigh. Your sword is. It's okay, it's all over now, old man. Let's talk later. Alvin knew that Morgan couldn't be blamed, and even more so, Vortigern couldn't be blamed. Through various subtle manipulations, the world did its best to create an opportunity for this ambush. Even if it wasn't this time, there would be another time. I'll be more careful in the future, rest assured. The family of three finally gathered together. Vortigern's dragon body crouched down, using his body as a backrest for the two. Morgan took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped the blood from Alvin's face. The atmosphere was oddly harmonious. However, Alvin couldn't help feeling that something seemed to be missing. One person, one dragon, one witch. The three pairs of eyes all turned to look at the kneeling, dazed and disheveled golden-haired girl on the ground. Red dragon. Vortigern's dragon pupils narrowed slightly. Yet, Alvin didn't know what expression to make. Well, just smile, right? Morgan was also a little stunned for a moment. Looking at the girl in front of her, whose face almost mirrored hers, she never expected to meet her sister in such a situation. But what's with the kneeling and disheveled posture? Her eyes seemed to be teary, and she appeared somewhat swollen. Looking at her appearance, she seemed like an unwanted, pitiful little dog. Alvin, did you bully her? Bully. Alvin somewhat complicatedly shifted his gaze away, looking at the Artoria in front of him who was kneeling dazedly. Sort of. Artoria. Lily, right. Morgan walked forward, squatting down with a compassionate expression, and wiped away the tears on the golden-haired girl's face. Artoria raised her gaze in a daze, looking somewhat puzzled at the face in front of her, that was almost identical to hers. She knew she had a sister. That cunning and deceitful witch? A bit unfamiliar, right? Nice to meet you, Lily, I'm your sister, Morgan. Didn't expect to meet under these circumstances. Morgan sighed quietly. Because she was afraid of being noticed by Merlin initially, which might affect Alvin's overall plan, she had deliberately avoided her sister all this time. After thinking about it, Morgan took out a small mirror from her pocket. It was a carefully crafted mystic code with beautifying and anti-aging effects, and she stuffed it into the golden-haired girl's pocket. Don't be polite, just a little welcome gift. Lily, how's your father Uther, how is he? Father. Artoria muttered the term somewhat unfamiliarly and answered in a daze. Merlin said, he passed away 3 years ago. I see. The vindictive emotions were not as strong as before. Morgan learned about the death of the former king. The witch realized that she didn't feel relieved, happy, or any sadness at all. She just heard this information and responded with a casual I see. Then she realized that he had finally died. Because she no longer cared about him. This could be considered the most ruthless revenge. Compared to the news of Uther's death, what Morgan was more concerned about was. Come to think of it, wasn't her sister an orphan from a young age? Ah, this is just too pitiful. Morgan opened her arms and embraced her, pressing the face of the golden-haired girl onto her ample chest. This is... the cunning and deceitful witch? Certainly, she was dangerous, and quite large. Feeling the warmth on her face. It was a motherly love that Artoria had never experienced before, soft, gentle, and caring. Because it was too comfortable. Even the hairs on her head couldn't help but curl up. Now that everyone is a family, feel free to visit often. Sorry, I forgot. When Morgan thought about where her home was, she suddenly felt a bit awkward. Inviting King Arthur to Londinium for a visit, wasn't this a grand occasion? Right, why are you kneeling here? The witch sighed, pulled up her little sister who seemed to be kneeling for some reason, and casually released a flowing shadow to cleanse the dirt on her body. Yeah, why kneel here? Did Alvin bully her? The witch thought about Alvin's subtle expression and the current situation. She understood. This was a farewell. Morgan suddenly retreated a few steps awkwardly, subconsciously grabbing Alvin's hand. Sorry, sister, I was a bit confused just now. Artoria looked at her in a daze. Looking at this witch, with the oath ring on her right hand in a style similar to her idol's. Alvin held Morgan in his arms directly, and her body was covered in blood. Morgan licked his blood. He kissed the witch's lips. Sorry. Artoria, that's how things are. Alvin didn't know how to explain this cruel truth for her. However, breaking up is often more damaging to both parties. I am already engaged. I can't accept your love, and I don't have any love for you. If there is any emotion, I have already said it, that is, admiration and pity. My heart has long belonged to Morgan. We will have our wedding at home tomorrow. Alvin held the witch's hand, and their rings rubbed against each other. Artoria stood there dazedly. She stood there motionless on the wheat field, like a stiff wooden stake. Vortigern's ancient and solemn golden eyes stared at her for a moment, then glanced at his own son. Leave her here, the Knights of the Round Table will come to pick her up. Alvin, holding the witch, boarded Vortigern's dragon body. Let's go, old man. The old man, lastly, looked back at her, sighed with a bitter smile, and shook his head. Goodbye, Artoria. The dragon wings waved, causing a fierce wind that swept over Artoria's golden hair, tousling her delicate face. The figures of a seemingly happy and peaceful family reflected in the deep green pupils of the girl finally vanished into an invisible point in the clear night sky. Bitterness. Doubt. Questioning. Artoria lowered her head, gazing blankly at her own palm, which held a broken sword that could never be connected again. Why, did he like a face similar to hers but not love her? Why, did he want to save her, but not love her? Why, did he intrude into her life so dazzlingly, only to abandon her in the end? Because you didn't appear as early as Morgan, and you're not as powerful as Morgan. Because you are too weak, Lily, so you can't snatch Alvin back. In this most bewildering moment, the gentle voice of the incubus echoed in her ears. Artoria, in a daze, turned her gaze aside, and the closed-eyed illusion of Merlin stood by her side. The greyish-white eyes of Merlin, which had lost their brilliance, were no longer vibrant. Instead, they were oozing a dark purple blood. The girl showed a disgusted expression. Go away. Oh, I know I'm hated by you now, Lily, but did I ever say anything baseless to you? Can't you understand human language? You, this inhuman thing. Her body trembled, roaring in anger. I told you, go away. Boom. Dragon blood roared, the heart shook, and the imposing aura of the red dragon suddenly surged. Artoria violently threw the broken sword in her hand, shattering Merlin's face into a splendid burst of petals. Phew! Ha! She breathed. Helplessly, sorrowfully breathing. The deep green lake rippled violently, but she tried to suppress it. What's the use of crying now? There's no need to cry anymore. Under the lonely night, the figure of the incubus, like a ghost, floated beside the lonely girl. Look! Lily, everyone has left you, only I am still with you. No. It's Kay, and even Hector, and Alvin. They have always been with me. You are not worthy. With a disgusted expression, Artoria began to walk away briskly, while the incubus, like a phantom, floated by her side. Merlin lost his own clairvoyance and eyes. In his vision, there was only a withered and dead grey, barely able to recognize some vague outlines in front of him. Although he could still smell the fragrant emotions, he could no longer witness any joys with his own eyes. This kind of silence, this kind of boredom. Finally, Merlin felt the emotion called resentment, which he had never experienced before. The incubus didn't understand what resentment was, but he had never hated someone so much. Wanting to see the most miserable ending for Alvin. In the land of fairies, trembling and curled up, Merlin, as if feeling Gaia, obediently followed that invisible guidance. He once again came to Artoria's side. The incubus's eyes were indeed useless now, but his most skilled illusion was still intact. The so-called illusion. It was the art of bewitching people's hearts. In fact, there is a way to have the best of both worlds, Lily. Let you live, let Alvin live, and you both can live peacefully and happily together. The steps of the golden-haired girl slowed down imperceptibly. She didn't say a word, but this was undoubtedly the knot in her heart. Taking advantage of that bewildered gap, Merlin corroded her sanity and induced her thoughts. The incubus unabashedly unleashed his manipulation of human hearts. That is, just kill Vortigern and Morgan. Kill. Artoria showed a dazed expression. Vortigern and Morgan. Yes, that's right. It's that simple. Kill your uncle and sister, and you can be with Alvin. The incubus smiled happily. Vortigern is the embodiment of this island. Killing Vortigern will lead to the decline of the Age of Gods, unstoppable, and the world won't be severed. Kill Morgan, and you can be with Alvin. He has no other choice but you, aside from Morgan. So-called compassion is actually love, he just doesn't want to admit it because he has Morgan. Except for Morgan, your feelings are actually deeper than anyone else's, Lily. A dragon and a witch, as the king of knights, it's your duty to eliminate such villains, right? Even if the tide of the Age of Gods recedes, you can still stay with Alvin in the inner sea of the planet, living happily and peacefully. That's right. This is the truth. The most exquisite lie in the world is the truth. Because the fact is indeed like this. If Vortigern and Morgan die, the Age of Gods will undoubtedly decline, the world won't be severed, and Alvin will belong only to her. These thoughts surged and occupied her brain. I can't do such a thing. She wanted to say these words, to reject this disgusting guy. However, inexplicably, the golden-haired girl opened her mouth, but the content changed too. I don't have that kind of power. Artoria thought dazedly, yes. My sword is broken. A sword is meant to be broken, Lily. It's better to break it sooner. The incubus said with a smile. In those pale grey eyes, there was a flicker of resentment. To break the sword is nothing, and what you will gain, is the entire world. Guiding the golden-haired girl, Artoria went all the way to the dream that bloomed brilliantly in vivid colors. I will save you, Alvin. You're saving me, Alvin. The witch gently touched the scars on his body. He pulled her out of that vortex of hatred. He engraved the vow to stay with her for life. Under the night sky, he held her hand, warming her heart with his own heat. She was no longer a monster feared by humans but just the witch of one man. No blessings, no expectations, and no hopes from anyone. Only under the moonlight and the darkness, an unattended wedding took place. When the mottled bloodstains were gradually washed away by her. When every scar on his body was smoothed by her. Alvin lifted his hand, gently caressing the witch's face. The bright autumn moonlight spilled down from the window, illuminating her face covered by a thin veil. The deep blue lake rippled slightly, reflecting the dazzling and brilliant stars. She was like the night, deep and mysterious. Following the son of the white dragon, she was also immersed in it. Black represents unwavering loyalty until death. Therefore, the witch chose a black wedding dress for herself. The textured and exquisite long skirt draped over the couch, with the black veil wrapped around her fair skin like flawless soft gem, tempting people to reach out and touch. The side-slit dress revealed the perfect curve of her long and straight legs, leading along this breathtaking path, seeming to lead to the profound depth. The serene blue lake, the colored pupils, vigorous, mature, shy. Like a snake and scorpion, forbidden, tempting, deadly. Those lines, those contours. Those well-defined curves. Every inch of her body had been touched countless times by Alvin, but it still felt like climbing the stairs to heaven, making people constantly fantasize about climbing. I want to have a daughter, Alvin. No, that's not right. Now, I should call you, hubby. A soft and slightly panting voice in the ear. The witch leaned forward on the couch, lifting her own black skirt towards this side. Underneath that profound night-like fabric was the earthly paradise with nothing. The witch turned her head and smiled at her husband. Alvin muttered to himself. Let me die. Creator's thoughts. Exilnia Exilnia. If you're interested in reading more, feel free to visit my Patreon chapters. https://www.patreon.com/exilnia. Comment. 29 Comment. Vote. Chapter 53, 53 You are important to me. In order to make Morgan beg for mercy, you diligently cultivated this land named the fertile soil of the witch. First day. Second day. Alvin, oh Alvin, how could you fall so far? Where has your determination and will gone? Are you going to indulge in the gentle land of the witch like this, unable to extricate yourself? This can't go on. Third day. For 3 days and nights, none of you stepped out of the bedroom. Even though you now possess and stamina, you still felt a moment of weakness and softness when you went out. You realized a truth. Only Morgan gets tired, the land is never exhausted. In these few days, you haven't withdrawn because, for the sake of contributing essence to your daughter, you can no longer replenish magic from the witch. The daily irrigation is to make even the ultimate life form feel exaggerated consumption. Nourished by you, her face gradually became more rosy, and the patterns on her lower abdomen also brightened, evolving towards the direction of deep blue. Eating, pampering the witch, eating, pampering the witch. A plain and unremarkable yet kidney-damaging and calm life continued like this. While experiencing pain and happiness at the same time, you also felt that the tranquility was a bit too much. It's like, the calm before the storm. 3 days later, only the one-armed knights of the Round Table were left, finally being driven out of Orkney like dogs. You slaughtered more than 2,000 knights alone, cutting the knights of the Round Table's hands, and the news spread like wildfire. The whole country was shocked. Like adding fuel to the raging fire, the son of the White Dragon quickly became known throughout the island. Your presence became known to everyone, and the momentum of Alvin Pendragon swept every inch of Britannia's corners. Your brutal reputation temporarily overshadowed even your old man, the White Dragon Vortigern. Merlin's prophecy gradually spread, indicating that this island is facing the crisis of destruction by you. This further intensified people's panic. The majority of knights in Britannia had their power wiped out by you in one battle. Each island and county immediately fell into chaos, and morale plummeted. Knowing the deeds of you, the king's son, the armies under the vile king were correspondingly excited, with their morale boosted. You gained the talent Tyrant Aura. Tyrant Aura, from Londinium to Orkney, from the land of fairies to the wizard's tower, your notorious name is known to everyone on this island. You will be able to command the army more effectively, and the policies you implement will run more efficiently. If your figure appears on the battlefield, it will instantly boost the morale of your own troops and make the enemy feel fear. Vortigern gradually began to hand over the military power to you, and he looked pleased as he watched his son gain such a full-fledged reputation. He used to worry that you would be criticized by everyone, but you directly surpassed that, and now the dragon family's reputation in Britannia has become even more resounding. It seems like the dragon family is finally complete, truly a case of filial piety. For some reason, watching your old man introduce you to the generals, gradually transferring the power of Londinium to you, you always felt that he had a taste of passing on his legacy. Inheriting the true throne? Don't tell me you're that old man. Silence can be an option, son. Vortigern rubbed your silver hair and gave you a good knock. The war on the front line began to heat up suddenly, and after more than half a month, Artoria, who pulled out the sword from the stone according to the prophecy, was still missing. Even Merlin was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly losing the backbone, the situation in various counties of Britannia became even more turbulent. The remaining knights of the Round Table Knights barely organized a resistance line, but every attempt to reconnect ended in failure. The concept of death attached to them burned their souls, and their arms had already been used up. Failing to connect the prosthetic arm, the Knights of the Round Table Knights not only did not become 50 times stronger, but they became 50 times weaker than before. The one-armed them are now difficult to resist, and they don't even know where Artoria has gone. With fearful hearts, everyone is waiting for the return of the king, hoping that day by day things will gradually fade away. The morale of the various counties in Britannia is increasingly scattered, and the large army under the vile king is like a broken bamboo, chasing and dispersing the Celtic people, advancing towards the northern border of Orkney. You sit in Londinium observing the current war situation. The front line of the Britannian camp is now in jeopardy. The 6 counties of Britannia have fallen into the hands of the vile king, and Vortigern wants to expel all Celtic people from the central island. By doing so, he won't have any worries, and it seems that this plan is about to be completed. The Saxon army led by the White Dragon has tens of thousands of soldiers. How can you lose? As the last line of defense in Orkney, a dazzling blue light suddenly soared into the sky, shaking the clouds. Lady of the Lake called for assistance from a guy named Lancelot. He temporarily took over the Knight of the Round Table and wielded the erudite, its brilliance unmatched for miles. Sitting on the throne, Vortigern held the front-line battle reports in his hands. The Saxon army suffered a major defeat in the siege of Orkney under the radiance of Lancelot's erudite. Lady of the Lake summoned reinforcements, and Lancelot, with the erudite, was much stronger than the currently demoralized Knights of the Round Table. His appearance significantly boosted the morale of the Britannian side. All the remaining resistance forces in Britannia gathered towards Orkney, a desperate struggle for the Celtic people, making these islands even more challenging to conquer in the future. Faced with such a huge defeat, Vortigern's expression showed no sign of disappointment. On the contrary, a smile appeared on the old man's face. Good news, Alvin. Defeated, yet it's considered good news? Although the old man is of such an age, being a dragon, he shouldn't suffer from senility. Alvin pondered and thought about the timing of Lancelot's appearance. Is it Artoria? Yes, I intentionally put pressure on the front line to bring forth external help. The number of casualties among the Saxons people doesn't matter. The White Dragon chuckled. Now, even with the Lady of the Lake, the situation in Orkney is critical, and the Red Dragon has yet to show up, claiming she can't free herself. Vortigern looked up towards the castle, as if penetrating the sky above, gazing into the unknown realms. I, Vortigern, have been waiting for this opportunity for 20 years. Alvin, don't move in Londinium in these next few days, the crucial time is approaching. Vortigern retracted the front-line troops, preparing for a strict defense. 3 days later, his words seemed to come true. A gloomy and dark cloud covered the entire island, and a torrential rain poured from the sky. In the 15 years since your arrival, you had never seen such a heavy rain in Britannia. Standing at the top of Londinium, looking towards the land, the field of vision was vast. Even with your ultimate life form's vision, you could only see tens of thousands of meters clearly. This rain is strange. Alvin bathed in the rain, covered by shadows, and all the rain couldn't wet his clothes. He raised his hand, gently flicked the water droplets on his hand. Rich in magical energy, old man. I guessed right. You broke the Red Dragon's sword, broke it. Now she must be undergoing a trial in the lake. Vortigern, with a robust figure, stood beside Alvin. The old man's words made the silver-haired youth slightly startled. A trial in the lake. Vivien controlled the trial from the lake. She is one side of your cousin. The old man lowered his gaze, glancing at his own son, and spoke softly. When they were born, they were split in two by the fairy in the inner sea, and all the evils were poured into Morgan. So. The words of the witch echoed softly. She is the kind and popular fairy in the lake, and I inherited all the unknown influences. Morgan's figure appeared beside Alvin. She gazed at the torrential rain, her tone somewhat mixed. I learned about this after many years. Morgan laughed somewhat mockingly. Alvin. It turns out that all the hatred, prejudice, and rejection I experienced had reasons, because people would naturally think I have evil. There's such a thing? Listening to this, Alvin was truly angry. He really wanted to kill these fairies. What kind of precious beings were they? It's okay, I don't care anymore. The witch, holding Alvin's hand when he tried to touch his own face, shook her head. She was indeed no longer in the inner sea because she had Alvin's love. This wouldn't affect the overall situation. Alvin kept this in mind and vowed to create an opportunity to strike back. The silver-haired youth looked up at Vortigern. Earlier, you mentioned the timing. Is the trial in the lake related to this rain? Hat. Vortigern let out a chuckle. Vivien is going to lift the Sword of Promised Victory from that lake and lend it to the Red Dragon. The Sword of Promised Victory is equipment destined for King Arthur. As for the purpose of taking it out, need I say more, it's to cut off the head of this dragon. Faced with such clear hostility from the unknown realms, the old man's expression remained indifferent, showing only disdain. In other words, the Excalibur, right? Alvin knew that this was Saber's famous weapon. A divine construct weapon isn't so easily taken out. This rain, full of magical energy, is the manifestation of the agitation of the lake water. Vortigern raised his head, looking towards the gloomy sky. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the rain poured like a waterfall. On this vast land, who would rise and who would fall? Vortigern just laughed. Never had he laughed so brightly and happily. And this, too, marks the weakest moment of the inner sea of the planet barrier. For 20 years, I, Vortigern, have been preparing and waiting for this day. Facing the torrential rain. Standing at the top of Londinium, the dragon with a devouring radiance suddenly spread open his hands. Boom! In Londinium Castle, a burst of crimson blood light soared into the sky, reaching the clouds. In the distance, within the vast rain curtain, 5 blood-colored lights burst forth at the same time, piercing through the sky. The thick red, like blood, slowly flowed on the earth. That was the blood accumulated from the battles between the Celtic and Saxon people over the years, gradually seeping into the ground. Centered on Londinium, a colossal blood-red circle, covering the central part of Britannia Island, is slowly taking shape. Countless people in Britannia looked up at the blood-red light rising into the sky from within the rain curtain, sensing a strong and uneasy omen. Nationwide magic circle. Old thing, you really know how to surprise people. Morgan looked at this scene with extreme amazement. She never expected that Vortigern had such a move hidden. So that's it. That's it. Over the past 20 years of continuous warfare, you were just driving away the Celtic people, deliberately prolonging the front lines. At first, I was puzzled about how you would pull out the anchor of the planet, as you were rejected by the inner sea of the planet. Now it seems like I understand. Yes, my Britannian body is instinctively resisted by the inner sea of the planet. Bathing in the rain, Vortigern emitted a disdainful chuckle to the world. My spirit, Vortigern, is not allowed to be crossed into it either. You thought that you could stop me like this? Weak, too weak. The trial of the lake is opened, the lake is in turmoil, the rainwater of reality permeates, and at this moment, it is the weakest time of the inner sea of the planet barrier. And in the blood, there is the soul. I spent 20 years depicting this nationwide magic circle, able to confuse my spiritual core, deceive the inner sea of the planet barrier, and infiltrate my spirit. Spirit? Alvin looked at Vortigern in astonishment. Old man, are you going to abandon your physical body? Yes, no matter how the body of the white dragon is resisted, temporarily abandoning the flesh, so what? I, Vortigern, can suppress the anchor of the planet with just my spirit. In the pouring rain, the nationwide magic circle, covering the earth, took shape. Blood light surged out, turning Londinium's rainwater into a crimson hue. The crimson descended, as if the world was bleeding, the pain felt by the devouring radiance of the dragon permeating the world. Bathed in this vast blood-colored rain, the old man raised his hand, gently rubbing the head of the silver-haired youth. Londinium is temporarily handed over to you, Alvin. I trust you the most. Wait for me to return with the Holy Lance, and the return of the Age of Gods is right in front of you. My dear. The robust old man stood in the blood rain, and his eyes seemed to have lost their luster. In the next moment, Roar! A resounding dragon roar echoed, like thunderous reverberations, sweeping away the gloomy and dark clouds. Between heaven and earth, the virtual image of a towering white dragon soared, breaking through the clouds of the sky. You've faced all the trials, and made the most correct choices. Your talent has surprised me, Artoria. On a vast and quiet lake, filled with the fragrance of flowers and the songs of birds, seemingly isolated from the world, Lady of the Lake, Vivien, gazed at the golden-haired girl before her, and even her flawlessly beautiful face couldn't hide the expression of deep emotion. Artoria, she had passed through all the trials in the lake with unstoppable momentum. Various tests, various questions, various choices testing human nature, she had almost handed in a perfect answer sheet. Even when faced with the illusion of Alvin confessing his love to her. Confronted with such a probing inner conflict, she showed no hesitation, swung her sword and dispelled it into fragments. I don't need to know if it's an illusion, she said indifferently, with an unwavering tone. I only know that the Alvin who can be defeated by me in that way is not him. It was astonishing. Understanding human hearts, possessing divinity and the determination displayed that made people turn their heads. You undoubtedly have become an outstanding ruler, Artoria. I admit that you qualify to wield the Excalibur. The lake water rippled, and a noble sword slowly floated up, held in the graceful hands of the lake's fairy. However, before I bestow it upon you, you must answer one final question. Sword and scabbard, who do you think is more important? The answer to this question actually didn't matter. No matter how Artoria answered, Vivien would give her both the sword and the scabbard. This was essentially a psychological test. The sword symbolized struggle, while the scabbard symbolized protection. Choosing the sword indicated a determination to open up a new path. Choosing the scabbard indicated a desire to protect the people. The answer to this question would allow Vivien to understand the ruler's mentality and provide her with targeted advice. However, both are not important. She didn't pick up the sword or take the scabbard. The golden-haired girl's decisive and resounding answer left the Lady of the Lake dumbfounded. She had thought of countless answers. Choosing the sword, choosing the scabbard, explaining her reasons, or even following human greed and choosing I want both. But you said. Vivien confirmed in disbelief, what? Sword and scabbard, both are not important. Vivien stared in disbelief, glancing at the aegis of flowers squatting on the lakeside. What the hell did you teach this girl? The blindfolded half-incubus showed an incredibly complex expression. Sorry, I can't do that for you, Vivien. Because I can't be her teacher anymore. Well, Vivien couldn't help but ask. What is important, Artoria? I don't need this ridiculous ritual. What's important to me is... Artoria gripped her palms together. As she walked to the edge of the fairy lake, she became aware of Merlin's guidance while still in a dream. Yes, the trial of the lake had already begun, and she had no reason to retreat. She wanted that person to face her determination. She wanted to prove that she, too, could overturn fate. She wanted to rescue Alvin from the path to hell. I don't need to become a king to decide whether or not to accept a sword, she declared resoundingly. But, only if the sword recognizes me as the one destined to become a king, can it truly embody its value as a sword. Without any hesitation, Artoria, without taking the sword or scabbard, just took a turn and walked back towards the lake shore. The magus of flowers stood up in shock. Lily, you can't do this, you can't do this. None of your business. She was leaving. She had already demonstrated her determination to become a king, and that was enough. Alvin Pendragon was right. If you're prepared to resist fate, you don't need to fear death. She would, with her own hands, reverse the tragic future of Britannia. Stunned, Vivien almost stared blankly at the departing figure of the golden-haired girl. Even though she, as the fairy of the lake, possessed a calm temperament, she felt an indescribable shock at this moment. Not the sword, rejecting her. It was she, showing disdain for picking up the sword. What kind of ruler? The sword and scabbard in Vivien's hands suddenly emitted a tremor. The Excalibur flew into the air as if by magic, floating beside Artoria. And she even couldn't be bothered to look at the sword. The Lady of the Lake stared silently and motionlessly. Staring at the Excalibur, a divine construct, behaving like an extremely flattering dog following its master. Alvin, I will save you. Her figure disappeared into the mist on the lake shore. Creator's thoughts. Exonia. If you're interested in reading more, feel free to visit my Patreon chapters. https://www.patreon.com/exonia. Comment. 20 comment. Vote. Chapter 54, 54 Alvin Pendragon. King Vortigern. His sturdy figure with silver hair, had his eyes closed. His expression, calm and indifferent, exuded a silent but imposing aura as he sat on the throne in the castle's grand hall. A thick mist, as crimson as blood, crystallized and extended from the ground, enveloping almost half of his body. Vortigern's spirit penetrated into the inner sea of the planet, and what remained in Londinium was now his physical form. Beside this throne, a silver-haired youth, draped in dark armor, stood quietly by his father's side. Despite it being noon, sunlight streamed in from the dome's sides, illuminating him. However, it failed to reflect any bright colors from his body. He seemed like a black hole. Whether sunlight or gazes, he crazily absorbed every bit of light in the world. Oppression. An intense feeling of oppression covered the hearts of everyone present. Standing in front of him, it felt as if they were tightly gripped by some deep, invisible hand, making it difficult to breathe. His iron-grey eyes were slightly lowered. The silver-haired youth coldly looked down. Looking down on the generals under the steps who dared not to breathe. Interesting. Alvin expected there would be few people, but he didn't expect it to be this few. The Saxon people and Vortigern were not on the same page. Sitting together on a boat was merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. Vortigern treated them as tools, and they were happy to be treated that way, benefiting each other. However, that was in the past. For more than 20 years, the Saxon people had branched out on this island, and internal stratification had begun among them. If you wanted people to sacrifice their lives, you had to reward them based on their merits. So, similar to the feudal system of ennoblement and land grants, Vortigern began ennobling and granting lands to stabilize military morale, establishing the current Saxon kingdom. With the structure in place, it was easier to govern and continuously absorb the various foreign tribes that came overseas. Although Vortigern's vision was limited to the current era, Alvin understood that his father was already extremely outstanding as a tool user. However, if the former king was still here, he could suppress these barbarians. Now that he was gone, the hearts of the foreign tribes seemed to be getting a bit restless. The surging blood light filled the sky and could not be concealed. The Celts had already heard rumors. Vortigern had gone to extract the anchor of the planet, and it was unknown how long it would take, or if he could return. So, most of the nobles, abruptly learning about Alvin becoming the king, chose to stay and watch, using the excuse of the intense situation on the front line to avoid returning. Now rushing back to Londinium, only a small number of generals seemed to be more active in their thinking, most of them had not yet received their own territories. Facing these generals who hurried back to meet him, just a few dozen people, the number seemed a bit pitiful. However, in this situation, there was no anger, no blame. Alvin's voice was calm. Everyone already knows. His Highness is in hibernation and has gone to retrieve the anchor of the planet. So, from today onwards, Londinium is under me, Alvin Pendragon, who will act as Regent King. Do you have any objections? The silver-haired youth's gaze swept across the audience with a faint look. A shiver of trepidation and heart palpitations floated among the Saxon generals in the audience. They were well aware of the military achievements of the son of the vile king. Or rather, in the entire Britannia, Alvin Pendragon's name was now known to all, and everyone was familiar with it. Single-handedly killing 2,000 knights in one battle, severing an arm of the Knights of the Round Table, this cruel and bloodthirsty figure was simply 10 times, no, even 100 times more terrifying than the king himself. At this moment, seeing the real person in front of them, they felt fortunate that they had made the right choice to hurry back and meet him. This young man's prowess surpassed that of his father, Vortigern. So, was there even a need to consider the answer to this question? Crack! The generals simultaneously snapped their swords in half. It was the foreign tribe's way of expressing unwavering loyalty. Your Highness, we swear allegiance to you. Good. The purity of this allegiance was quite high. Alvin nodded in satisfaction, and as he was always fair in rewards and punishments, he extended his hand, lifting up all the shattered sword blades held by the generals. Shadows burned and surged, melting more than a dozen broken swords into an equal number of dark, lightless regal swords, shimmering with a profound and intimidating aura. Clang! The refined sword blades fell in front of the generals. As a gift for you, I've forged a set of royal swords. Let's consider it a welcoming present. I won't say much more, I know why you all came here. If you want food, I'll give you food. If you want territory, I'll give you territory. If you want treasures, I'll give you treasures. I've never been stingy with my rewards. On the battlefield, swords have no eyes, and warriors die gloriously. I don't care how fierce the fighting is. But remember this, if anyone dares to go and plunder and slaughter the people. The silver-haired youth smiled. His mouth opened slightly, revealing a dark abyss-like crack, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. I'll need 4 strong and vigorous men first, unleash their full strength to serve him. Then, take the red-hot iron tongs from him and forcefully stuff it into his mouth. Next, hang him on Londinium's flagpole, exposed to the wind and sun, for everyone to see. Finally, have someone heal him, and then repeat this ultimate insult process. Gruesome. The generals below turned pale. Thinking about such an ultimate insult, just imagining that scene would make their legs unconsciously tremble. This son of the White Dragon was not just 100 times more terrifying than Vortigern, he was clearly 1,000 times. 10,000 times. Spread my words, I, Alvin Pendragon, always speak and act decisively. Bathed in the shadow of the White Dragon's sun. All the trembling generals retreated. Your father, Vortigern, burst out piles of gold coins and handed over the throne of Londinium to you. You took over all the military power, and the warning of the ultimate insult quickly spread throughout the kingdom, causing countless people to tremble with fear. What a ruthless little devil, what a malicious punishment. The vile king abruptly retreated to the background, and you, arriving for the first time, took over all the authority so openly, even threatening the entire army. This has made the nobles extremely dissatisfied. Is this meant to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Killing 2,000 knights means nothing. They acknowledge your bravery in battle, but how can a mere youth understand commanding an army? The kingdom's army now numbers over several 100,000, and you'll have to rely on them to conquer and expand. For this sudden emergence of a regent king like you, the frontline foreign tribal leaders have some words of discontent. The solidified factions of the nobles, more than a dozen of them, show disdain towards you. With the vile king no longer present, and Britannia showing signs of a resurgence, as the son of the White Dragon, do you want to cut off your foundation? There are rumors circulating that the vile king is old and bedridden, already senile. Londinium is empty and powerless, forced to be governed by the 10-year-old, and inexperienced. Worse news has come. After a long disappearance, Artoria's figure suddenly appeared in Orkney County, instantly suppressing the entire scene. Rumors say she has obtained the Excalibur, whose edge is unparalleled. On that day, she subdued the proud-hearted knight, Lancelot, making him bow his head willingly and swear allegiance. King Lot abdicated, making way for her. Artoria officially took control of the kingdom. As the final defense of Orkney County, it is now a gathering place for the last resistance forces of the Britannia camp. While you lack Vortigern's presence, this piece of news that couldn't be concealed has long been known to the Britannia side. Under Artoria's leadership, they launched a fierce counterattack. With no leader, none of the Saxon army is willing to march forward into the Excalibur Radiant. The thoughts of the frontline leaders are diverse, and the previously advancing front lines have begun to retreat continuously, losing territories they had gained. The situation in Britannia has once again become like a pot of boiling porridge. Both sides are deadlocked, and the situation has even subtly balanced itself. In the face of such an excellent opportunity, you initiated the Grand Purge. This batch of you is considered my personal army, and I have always been clear in rewards and punishments, rewarding based on merits. You are well aware of this. The castle's shadowy darkness loomed. The initial dozens of Saxon generals who came to meet him quietly half-knelt in the darkness, facing the dark and shadowy regent king. They deeply bowed their heads. In my eyes, I tolerate minor indiscretions. As long as you don't cross my bottom line, I won't bother. Since this batch was relatively loyal, Alvin transferred them from the front lines to be his personal guards. This shadow is the magic I infused into you. When necessary, it can assist you. In 3 days, I want to see your sincerity. Dismissed. Under the night sky of Britannia, the courtyard bloomed with roses, silently displaying a crimson color as if soaked in blood. 3 days later, holding a stack of investigation reports, Alvin revealed an interested smile. The Minister of Supplies embezzled rations for several years, causing frontline soldiers to suffer from cold and hunger? Arrest him, skin him, and plant grass. Cut off the head of this insubordinate and display it on the city wall for everyone to see. No evidence? You can't hide mismanagement of food. Do you want me to issue a search warrant? Now, immediately search their homes. Kill if you find evidence, continue to the next house if not. Worried that such actions will disperse military morale. I am the military morale. You don't dare to search? Then, let me do it for you. Get lost. The next day, the terrified head of a fat Saxon man, a duke, hung lifelessly from the Londinium city wall. Nationwide shock. Duke surprised? Surprise, my ass. If Vortigern could grant him a ducal title, I, Alvin Pendragon, can take it back. Coming across the sea, posing as bandits, thinking highly of themselves? Oh, not you guys, you're loyal, and I like that. Slandering the Regent King must be the work of spies. Investigate. I don't believe he reached this position without corruption. Do I have to teach you how to list the charges one by one? Arrest them. Don't spare a single friend or family member, not mass extermination, that's too wasteful. Assign them to the front lines, useless trash. I've contributed to the kingdom. I've shed blood for His Highness. You can't treat me like this. I want to see the Regent King. Dragged out, the Duke, a robust Saxon man, in elegant attire stained with blood, struggled and roared. Though he had only been a duke for a few years, he exuded the arrogance of the nobility. In the grip of the shadow guards, he was then slapped to the ground, leaving him in a sorry state. The once magnificent castle, built in just 3 days, became eerily empty, quiet as a haunted mansion in the vast night. Army commanders secretly forming factions, calling for resistance against the draconic tyranny. The kingdom belongs to everyone. Hehe, this kingdom belongs to only one person, and his name is Vortigern Pendragon. Old man is old, can't stand the bloodshed. His heart is too soft, too kind to these people. Assembled over 1,000 elite soldiers, wanting to attack Londinium. I haven't even installed the city defense cannons yet. Well, I'll personally stretch my muscles. No traces of any conflict. The rebel army gathered in the camp, and after one night, everyone died silently. Fearful expressions adorned their faces, as if their souls were burning. The scene, tranquil yet carrying an eerie hellish atmosphere, cast a chilling shadow over the entire kingdom. Now understand how to listen? Just listen. Organize the list of anti-regime noble names, you handle it. Associating with these vermin, how can you govern the kingdom well? Tomorrow morning, I want to see their heads hanging on the city wall, publicize it widely, let the entire kingdom know their miserable fate. Tyrannical, bloodthirsty, wickedness to the extreme. No, can't they be a bit more creative? I'm tired of these terms. I really need to rectify these matters, they are pure framing, fake news, stereotypical impressions. Looking at the shadow guards before him, the silver-haired youth smiled gently and warmly, as if enjoying a pleasant breeze. Though I am full of rationality, sincerity, and reputation. Kill when needed, no mercy. I am also very passionate about love and peace. Wipe out vermin, enslave idiots, cleanse heretics, control population. I haven't embraced any of these policies yet. I even like discussing philosophy with people, like loyalty is not absolute, absolute loyalty is not loyalty. Have you understood and comprehended? Watching the shadow guards shrinking back in fear, trembling, Alvin continued. Behind him, the witch seemed to have stars twinkling in her eyes and gently began to massage his shoulders. Alvin sure knows a lot. In these days, she has been truly enlightened. He efficiently handled each report, almost instantly discerning the key conflicts. If there were fabrications or lies, he could expose them in an instant. His dark agents spread across the island, known as the Judgment Court Shadow Guards. Now, every noble regarded them as an indelible terror, as nobles were frequently thrown into prison, publicly tried in the square. Following what he described as the principles of gathering a group, cultivating a group, suppressing a group. Regardless of how arrogant and unruly the original Saxon factions were, after Alvin's governance for over 2 months, they had become incredibly loyal, without secrets. The old man Vortigern spent 20 years accumulating a glorious name and reputation. In 2 months, Alvin instantly overturned it all. Of course. In these 2 months, the number of Saxon people killed exceeded even Vortigern's 20 years of rule. Now on the island, what was being celebrated was the brutal reputation of the White Dragon's son, and the old King Vortigern seemed to have become a distant historical figure. In any case, Alvin was the best. The massage continues. Just like that. Both body and mind seemed to be filled once again. Filled to the point, that it seemed about to overflow. As he continued to infuse over the past year, the spiral patterns on the witch's lower abdomen began to shimmer with an even brighter and more vivid azure glow. Creator's thoughts. Exonia. If you're interested in reading more, feel free to visit my Patreon chapters. https://www.patreon.com/exonia. Comment. 17 Comment. Vote. Chapter 55, 55 A small natural disaster shock for the Round Table. Where there is a word, there must be action. You have clearly and unequivocally fulfilled every promise with fresh blood. If suppression is not violent enough, then continue to suppress. If cleansing is not thorough enough, then continue to cleanse. You have demonstrated the basic qualities that a king should possess, spreading love and peace throughout the entire kingdom. Everyone understands the value of loyalty. Vortigern's mighty army under your command gradually becomes obedient, loyal, and follows the regent king's orders wherever they go. But just this is not enough. Far from enough. What you truly want to do is to dull their minions, tame this pack of wolves into obedient dogs, change their thoughts, turn the bandits into constructive contributors. You want to transform their military nationalism that seeks external conquest, completely change their ideology, subtly transform their habits and culture, and lead the people of Saxon to redirect their competitive and passionate nature into positive production and construction. If food production increases, land fertility stabilizes, and with the optimization of storage structures and logistics, it will significantly increase the chances of this island smoothly weathering the decline of the Age of Gods. What does the hostility of the world matter? To live peacefully and secure your survival. You will not let any possible vitality slip away. Upon hearing of your grand cleansing, Artoria very wisely did not organize a counterattack but instead called on the Celts to take a break and recover from the traumas suffered in the recent war. The southern kingdom of Anglo-Saxon and the northern kingdom of the Celts are now in a standoff, each occupying half of the territory of Britannia. It seems that a delicate balance has formed between them. After several decades of continuous warfare in this vast archipelago, it finally seems to usher in a long-awaited period of peace. You've done very well, Alvin, far beyond what I expected, even. Do your best to stabilize the situation. I am currently absorbing the radiance of the anchor of the planet. Morgan's hand pressed on the old man's still body, establishing a connection through the powerful sense of the witch, repeating Vortigern's words in this fragmented and cryptic content. The content of the prophecy was intermittent and obscure. It took Morgan a considerable amount of time to piece together a few complete sentences. This process will take me 3 to 10 days, but, in reality, it may take even longer. Even longer. Alvin raised his eyes to the sleeping old man, contemplating for a moment. My dear, is the flow of time in the inner sea of the planet different from our reality? Yes. The witch released her hand, slightly catching her breath. Alvin held onto her hand, kissing her lips and transferring his body fluid to help her transition through the intense consumption of magical energy. Communicating with someone like Vortigern, who resisted the inner sea of the planet, proved challenging even for a grand magus. Ordinary land of fairies are manageable. However, Vortigern ventured close to the innermost area of the anchor of the planet. Since it's a divine construct with fixed laws, the rules there are much more stable than in reality, resulting in a drastically different flow of time. Alvin did not find the time scale challenging. His expression was somewhat ambiguous. He raised his gaze, looking towards the distant north. I'm a bit afraid of flattening the opposing base. Perhaps I should go easy. Maybe he should do a little movement? That seems like a good idea. Artoria, pay attention and learn well. This is a teaching moment. He wanted to bring a small disaster shock to the entire Round Table. With absolute military power in your grasp, over the past month, you systematically purged the entire kingdom, with countless rebels being raided, executed, and displayed publicly, their heads rolling like raindrops. The deeply rooted nobles, faced with your ruthless might, finally succumbed, trembling with fear. You don't have the patience of Vortigern. Your old man couldn't care less about the lives of the Saxon people. In fact, apart from the existence of Britannia, he couldn't be bothered with anything else. But you won't spare these good farming tools. Feeling that the time is ripe, you decisively begin to implement new national policies. First and foremost, the industry that requires bold and sweeping reforms, agriculture. The farming techniques of this era are so crude that it's appalling. Britannia has the abysmal farming technology. Land efficiency is incredibly low, fertile fields are left abandoned, various fertile lands are covered in weeds, people don't understand the basics of farming, and they rely on nature for sustenance. Thanks to the remnants of the Age of Gods, even with the crudest farming methods, crops can still grow, although it doesn't prevent some from starving. The simplicity of cultivation has led the people of Britannia to lack any enthusiasm for farming. Just scatter seeds and water, and crops will grow on this island. And this is precisely the reason why this land is coveted by others. What a wasteful! Gathering all the vassals, you spread carefully selected crop varieties and personally supervise, demonstrating knowledge about spring planting, food reserves, and improvements in farming techniques. You may not know how to make paper, but that doesn't stop you from breaking, stirring, crushing, and drying tree bark fibers with your raw violence. You manage to produce rough paper, which is much cheaper than fabric and more convenient to carry. You gather artists and instruct them to create pamphlets on farming knowledge. Despite their scarcity, you distribute them one by one for propagation. Taking care of the people's meals, an area that these aristocratic knights have always ignored, is now a fundamental national policy, and with this as a benchmark, you set salaries and performance for officials in each county and class. You open the gates of the towns, absorbing displaced Celtic refugees, kick-starting Londinium's resource reserves, regulating the prices of cotton and food, prioritizing ensuring that every resident is well fed and clothed. In gathering places organized by towns, you select some rudimentary, barely literate individuals, pay them in food and currency, and establish rudimentary schools to teach them writing. If they pass the exams you set in the capital Londinium, they can obtain an official position provided by the kingdom, ensuring at least one family's livelihood. Finally, you stand beside the throne, proclaiming to the world that all land is now nationalized. All noble titles in the kingdom are abolished. Those who return their land can be considered for replacement as officials in each county. Resist and face annihilation. In this illiterate kingdom, you may not be able to promote ideological documents for people to read, nor can you explain the backwardness, feudalism, and exploitation of the nobles. But the people can understand and feel that their lives are getting better. Rebellion, what is it? No one can resist the hearts of the people. In this world, ordinary people who simply want to eat well, stay warm, and sleep peacefully, constitute the majority. They don't have grand and noble ideals, nor do they have a craving for wealth and glory. They just want a peaceful life, a stable family, a little happiness, and that's enough. Even the pirates who come across the sea are mostly ordinary people. If they weren't forced to the point where they couldn't survive, who would board that shaky ferry and drift away, licking blood like catkins? Nobles! Your strength is more formidable than this bunch of wastrels piled up together. Your decrees are more loved and welcomed by the people than the oppressive taxes and exploitation of these bloodsuckers. You don't fear any assassination, poisoning, or even slander on your reputation, because on this island, there is no one more depraved and evil than you. Shouting insults at the abyss, will the abyss pay them any attention? It will only engulf them, sinking them into it. Moreover, your lifespan is longer than these so-called precious beings. The nobles bitterly discover that you have severed the very foundation upon which they relied for survival. As the ultimate life form, you don't need rest. If not exploited by the witch, you will remain energetic throughout the day. Your forward-looking vision completely overshadows the entire era. The judgment of the Sword of Selection is incredibly faithful and correct. Looking back over the past 2,000 years, for Britannia, you are a perfect ruler. So, celebrate. The supreme, wicked demon king is born on this island called Britannia. The crownless tyrant, Alvin Pendragon. The entire kingdom is shrouded in the terrifying and majestic shadow of your rule. On this day, the nobles finally recall the once beautiful reign dominated by the vile king, Vortigern. King Vortigern. Hurry up and say something. They have never desired the return of that vile king so much. Unfortunately, even if Vortigern could hear, he would only mock their pitiful state, pat you on the head, and say, "Well done." The tiny ripple of resistance is instantly crushed under your feet, like stepping on an ant. In just a year, you have completed the initial transformation of the entire country. The term nobility has been thoroughly swept into the historical garbage dump in your kingdom under your leadership. The state machinery called the centralized system operates in a more efficient and systematic manner, faithfully carrying out your supreme will as the regent king. The calamity named Alvin Pendragon, like a flood, sweeps across the land, engulfing the decadence, decay, and degeneration. Your various decrees and national policies spread like snowflakes to the northern end of the island. The Celtic kingdom, keenly watching various movements of the Saxon people, is shaken like a violent earthquake has erupted. Creator's thoughts. Exonia. If you're interested in reading more, feel free to visit my Patreon chapters. https://www.patreon.com/exonia. Comment. 18 Comment. Vote. Chapter 56, 56 Dragon and Fairy. Inside the magnificent castle of Orkney County, the former King Lot has abdicated, making way for the exclusive palace of King Arthur, Artoria. On the flawless round table crafted by the fairies, a circle of knights adorned in luxurious armor passionately discusses various matters. This is the new Knights of the Round Table assembled by Artoria from the talented and exceptional individuals among the Celts. As the last glimmer before the decline of the Age of Gods, the current Celts are almost all capable warriors, each able to stand alone, making it challenging for the Saxon people to advance their front lines. Even though their numbers are superior, they are facing opponents who are 10 times stronger. Faced with the intelligence received from the enemy territory, the knights feel an inexplicable confusion. This is their farming pamphlet. Our reconnaissance knights stole it from a village on the border. It seems that each village has been given a book by the so-called farming promoter. If they can't understand it, they can seek assistance to interpret the content. Where do they get so much canvas? The material quality of this canvas seems a bit too crude. A gentle tear and it seems like it's about to rip apart. Can this be called art? In my opinion, it tarnishes the essence of painting. Let me see, it details knowledge of farming, plowing, fertilizing, timing for watering, also, pest control. Hey? Why bother drawing this? What's the use of farming well? Britannia, our land of abundance, has never lacked food. They seem to be popularizing literacy education and something called qualification exams. It's perplexing. What's the meaning of going through the trouble of teaching the people to read and write, and conducting qualification exams? They are wasting time on farming. How are they going to pay tribute to the local nobles, provide textiles, and forge armor? Everyone knows that those uncivilized people don't understand any etiquette and can't sing elegant poems. Oh, sorry, the son of the white dragon on the other side seems to have completely abolished the aristocracy noble. Now the entire country only listens to him. Ha! What did you say? What a foolish move! Does he see inheritance as nothing? Is he trying to restore slavery? Forgive my bluntness, but how will we support the production of knights? We all know that only noble families with the glory of inheritance can provide a good combat environment for future generations. Nobility is the cornerstone of a country. We are taught to be elegant and composed, we adhere to the spirit of knighthood. We, as knights, lead the people because we have the ability. The common people cannot handle these complex matters. As for those so-called officials, they say they can't inherit, can they have any loyalty to the king? How can ancestral traditions change? Are we expecting the common people to sustain a country? We all know how cunning those commoners can be. I think we don't need to attack the son of the white dragon tonight. These ridiculous, backward measures will make them collapse on their own. Watching these new Knight of the Round Table members fervently discussing, it seems that the imminent collapse of the opposing kingdom is at hand. One-armed Gawain sits at the edge of the round table, sighing sadly. Endowed with talents in various affairs, he is practically the logistics of the entire Knights of the Round Table, responsible for managing the finances of King Arthur's rule over the Celtic kingdom. Among all the Knights of the Round Table, only he can vaguely see, within the gaps in those fragmented messages, what kind of great terror is being revealed. Alvin Pendragon. His bitter voice echoes. I finally understand now why he pulled out the sword of selection that day. I thought his strength was unparalleled, but I didn't expect his governance abilities to be even more extraordinary. Faced with such a terrifying opponent, Gawain, can't see even a trace of hope for us to win. This bitter and sorrowful sigh attracts the attention of everyone. However, the Knights of the Round Table members cannot comprehend Gawain's words. rather than saying they do not understand. It is better to say that they feel resentment. Hey buddy, our esteemed King Arthur is sitting right in front of you, and you're bragging about the governance abilities of the king on the other side? Boosting others' morale while undermining your own prestige? Gawain, I know you've always had trouble sleeping, but don't get nervous here. Lancelot disdainfully picks up the so-called intelligence and glances at it. No, what's so terrifying about this? Isn't it just farming? Hey? Farming also needs to be taught? And what's this, an exam? Officials? Meaning unclear. How can a country lack nobility? Lancelot himself is a noble family of France, with an incredibly noble bloodline. Gawain's words make him feel extremely uncomfortable. In fact, within the entire Knights of the Round Table, the only one who could truly impress the proud Knights of the Lake was the king herself. From the first glance at Orkney, Lancelot was already awestruck by the radiant brilliance of the golden-haired girl. After being defeated under her Excalibur, he couldn't help but admire this exceptional queen. He could never believe that there could be someone with a more regal demeanor than the king he served. To be honest, I can't see the significance of these things. Can farming and literacy make a country stronger? Hee hee. Lancelot let out a disdainful sneer, his tone suddenly rising. Then what are knights for? Why don't we all just go and farm? Everyone couldn't help but nod in agreement. Lancelot's words were actually the sentiments of most knights of the Round Table. Those gathered here are mostly of noble birth. How comfortable could they be hearing that nobility across the sea has been abolished? On the other side of the sea is the enemy. How can we approve of the actions of the enemy? You don't understand at all, Lancelot. You, who is also a noble of France, can't comprehend the terror hidden behind these events. It's a country operating completely differently. I don't understand? Hee hee. Gawain, you should understand the most. You always claim to understand everything. If you understand so much, why do you look miserable now? Lancelot has long found Gawain unpleasant. Or rather, the entire Knights of the Round Table generally dislikes this gloomy figure. He often admonishes everyone not to pursue enjoyment, to conserve energy, adhere to moderation, and avoid excessive extravagance. Why bother? We've become Knight of the Round Table, can't we enjoy ourselves a bit? The virtues of a knight do not include frugality. Instead, those present have been educated since childhood to strive for honor, to be distinguished among others, to proclaim the glory and reputation of their own family. Who likes being lectured? Even if your hand is severed, you still want to play the wise man here, pointing fingers. That's enough. Lancelot's words are unapologetic. Dragging your gloomy face around every day, Gawain, as if others owe you money. If you understand so much, where did your hand go? Was it thrown away on the road? His expression gradually revealed a mocking smile. I know the son of the White Dragon cut off your arm, and you fear him, but just because you're afraid doesn't mean we are. Gawain, if I were a cripple like you, I would have rolled out of the Round Table a long time ago. Lancelot, you. The 6 of the old knights of the Round Table look at Lancelot with displeasure. This Knight of the Lake, undaunted, sneers and meets their gaze. Now, he is the second strongest under the king, mastering incomparable swordsmanship. These 6 knights with severed right arms combined still can't match his erudite. Lancelot has the confidence and strength to challenge the old knights of the Round Table. Apart from the king, the new Knights of the Round Table also vaguely considers him the leader. In this confrontation, there is also a third party who remains indifferent, a blonde youth even more silent than Gawain. Kay, sitting in the corner, observes the tense atmosphere before him with unmatched sarcasm. He never speaks, never participates in any battles. He doesn't even acknowledge himself as the Knight of the Round Table member because the title makes him feel nauseous. The only reason he sits here is to be with his sister as family. Lily. You really live such a tiring life. All of you, be quiet. Soft words. Yet, it abruptly extinguished the thick smell of gunpowder in the entire Round Table. The scene instantly fell silent, becoming so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Not for anything else. Just because the one speaking is King Arthur. Sitting at the top of the Round Table. Artoria lowers her deep green eyes. She stares somewhat absent-mindedly at the information falling like snowflakes on the Round Table. She knows more than Gawain. Having been personally instructed by Alvin, she finally understood the profound meaning behind these tasks. It was higher efficiency, the roaring operation of the national machinery, the people longing for happiness and security, significant progress in productive forces. Though separated by thousands of miles, it felt as if it was right in front of her. She understood Alvin's intentions, she and him shared a spiritual connection. The fact that this information could be transmitted without any defense already indicated a problem. That person taught her hands-on how to govern, how to make people live better, and how to make a country stronger and prosperous. We need to learn. Artoria spoke softly. The words were incredibly light, but they left the Knights of the Round Table stunned. Anglo-Saxon kingdom, if they advance in how they govern. The golden-haired girl's voice gradually became firmer. We must adapt accordingly and follow suit. No, it can't be. Absolutely not. My king. A knight advised with a shocked expression. We have no objections to the previous governance. But if you want to abolish the nobility of this country, although the dukes in the various counties support you as the king and are willing to follow your leadership, this is just. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, struggling to organize his words. In other words, on their side, they are just a group of Saxon bandits who sneaked into sacred Britannia a few decades ago, with no legacy or glory. Those nobles, if they are abolished, they are abolished. On our side, even though we suffered significant damage after that battle, most of the knights in Orkney County are descendants of various Celtic noble families. Even the members of the Round Table are willing to believe in you, support you. But... He smiled bitterly and didn't continue. Everyone looked at Artoria. If you want to abolish the nobility, then what are we? King. Tristan closed his eyes and played a faint melody on his harp, well aware of how much resistance such an approach would face. You need to understand the hearts of the people. Understand the hearts of the people. Artoria laughed. It seemed like she was reminiscing about the past. Not knowing if she found it amusing or ironic, she laughed like that. A wry smile. Her eyes gradually became so sorrowful. Sir Tristan, I've grown tired of hearing such words years ago. She slowly stood up. With quiet eyes, she surveyed the Knights of the Round Table in front of her. They were tall, handsome, and their armor was so splendid. Really, bright and beautiful. Dear Knights, who can answer, what was the original purpose of our founding of the Knight of the Round Table, and what principles did we uphold? The Knights looked at each other, carefully considering their words. It was equality. Yes, equality. Artoria's passionate voice resounded, and her rhetorical question struck the hearts of the people. Then, is it just equality between knights, equals? Silence. She looked at each person in the room. Not a single person dared to meet her gaze. It's ridiculous. In your actions and words, I haven't seen even a semblance of equality or mutual respect among you. She said calmly. Her voice gradually became more and more intense. You are not equals. Knights are not respectful to each other. Even the existence of the Knight of the Round Table itself is a symbol of inequality. How about knights? Are knights inherently nobler than commoners? 300 years have passed, and this action is for the immediate gain and future benefit. If you know my crimes, punish me, so what? I've made up my mind. If Alvin can do it, why can't Artoria? Bang! The tip of the sword crashed onto the ground, producing a resounding sound that seemed to shake one's heart. Standing in front of the Knights of the Round Table, the golden-haired girl held the hilt of the Excalibur with both hands, signifying her unwavering determination. To achieve victory, we must completely transform this country. Otherwise, we will be swept away into the historical garbage heap. If you are willing to follow me, you can join me. If not, I won't force you to stay, feel free to leave. Inform your families that the destiny of this country will change from today. Artoria turned around, heading straight towards the exit of the hall, stepping into the dazzling sunlight of Britannia. The sword of promised victory vibrated, floating in the air, faithfully following behind her, as if reminding her that she forgot something. My king, absolutely not. This is undoubtedly undermining the foundation. A chorus of dissuasion and shouts came from behind, along with the sound of armor half kneeling on the ground, creating a heavy impact. But it couldn't stop her steps, halting just for a moment. Not following the example of the strong, that is the true undermining of the foundation. This splendid and flawless round table will be overturned in an instant. Artoria walked into the sunlight. The deep green lake reflected the brilliant and radiant midday sun. Intense sunlight. like the dazzling brilliance of his radiant light, radiant and dazzling. Facing the light, Artoria absent-mindedly raised her palm. Sunlight passed through the gaps in her fingers. She slowly clasped her hands together, as if trying to grab hold of the sun. I will prove that I can do as well as you, Alvin. No, I will even do better than you. If I become stronger than my sister, stronger than Morgan, and you gaze upon me and speak those words, then, could you fall in love with me? Hubby, our daughter has been born. The witch laughed strenuously, sweat dripping from her forehead, but she couldn't diminish the joyous light in her eyes. Come and name our daughter, my dear, don't be hesitant this time. Alvin gently kissed the witch, transitioning the inheritance of the shadow magic through a continuous lineage. Our adorable daughter is the offspring of a dragon and a fairy. So, Melusine Pendragon, that is the name of the union between a dragon and a fairy. Celebrating the grand birth of the dragon-fairy hybrid. Alvin released his hand, causing the Firelink greatsword to slowly float up into the sky. The deep night curtain of Britain suddenly tore apart, revealing a brilliant and dazzling array of colors. Aurora. Light and night, originally incompatible, wove together. Symbolizing the harmonious love between the dragon and the witch, a crystallization that was originally impossible. When you descend like a star at this moment, the entire Britannia is calling your name. Silver-haired and curled up in a cradle, the cute and fragile baby, held by the weakened witch, shivered as she was lifted. Bathed in the dazzling aurora. Melusine Pendragon. Creator's thoughts. Exonia. If you're interested in reading more, feel free to visit my Patreon chapters. https://www.patreon.com/exonia. Comment. 19 Comment. Vote. Chapter 57, 57 The insignificant entity that pierces the wall of fate. Your daughter, Melusine Pendragon, has been born. Watching the witch happily nursing your daughter, a complex and peculiar emotion wells up in your heart. It's not about the future breast milk being stolen. But rather, you now have a daughter. Love, compassion, cherish. As if wanting to bestow all the beauty of the world upon her. And a kind of trance, an unreal feeling. Being a father at 16, it sounds harsh, indeed very harsh. But your soul has accumulated to 40, even considered a latecomer as a parent. Morgan hands the daughter to you, and you gently receive her. Looking at the small and lively life in the swaddling clothes, a palpitation stirs in your heart. Small. Yet, full of vitality. Your inspiration suddenly surges. You abruptly realize a remarkable enlightenment. Perhaps able to bypass the barriers of the world's will. After replenishing the magical energy for the witch, who slept contentedly, you head to the underground laboratory where you were born. The spiritual aura here is the most abundant and will become your experimental lab for implementing your ideas in the future. You travel to the forest outside under the night sky, returning with a full load in no time. You set down the things you've stored in the shadows, various mushrooms, fungi, and decaying branches and leaves. You grip the Firelink greatsword, now storing the souls of thousands of humans, the result of your recent efforts to stabilize the kingdom. With the support of the sword, your focus and spirit continue to concentrate, gradually concentrating into the subtle depths. You glimpse the basic cellular structure of living beings, the various invisible bacteria and fungi. Compared to humans, or any visible animals or plants, the volume of these single-celled organisms is minuscule, nearly negligible. At the same time, their souls are also incredibly light. Therefore, if you use the effect of the sword to influence and transform these single-celled organisms, the consumption is almost negligible. Under your intense concentration, you begin to use the special effect of your sword flame to modify the internal structure of these single-celled organisms, allowing them to grow runes that absorb true ether inside their bodies. The consumption for your magical energy and soul is not significant, but the burden on your spirit is substantial. In this tireless manner, you begin to try and modify various types of bacteria, fungi, and single-celled organisms. Gradually, you fall into a drowsy state. You feel that in the darkness, someone gently covers you with a blanket, and you grab her hand, the familiar and soft touch immediately meeting your lips. Your inspirations linking with each other. You open your eyes, and before you is the witch with her brilliantly glowing blue eyes. After giving birth, her figure seems to have become more voluptuous, exuding a kind of maternal love, as well as a captivating and mature charm. With a charming blush on her face, she leans down and presses your face against her ample chest, and her silky thin nightgown soon slides down. Hubby, it's time for me to replenish magical energy. Heavy black heart. Amidst the applause. A dreamless night. Artoria vigorously promoted various political reforms in her kingdom, abolishing nobility, transforming various bureaucratic regions, and shattering titles into a bureaucratic system, striving for the benefit of the common people. Based on the policies you implemented, she also made various optimizations according to the local conditions. Hearing such news, you felt very gratified. The teaching indeed had an effect. King Arthur, wielding the Excalibur, couldn't be defeated by the entire Knight of the Round Table. Who would dare to resist her will among those lords? And wherever she went, the Excalibur floated behind her, undoubtedly a tremendous deterrent. Assets confiscated, territories merged, the nobles and knights who had their family lines overturned were bitter but didn't dare to blame the sacred King Arthur. They feared that Artoria would really destroy their homes. So, the knights blamed all the sins on you, the mastermind behind these reforms. Damn it, it must be Alvin Pendragon. They accused you of being a disaster, an unknown entity, a terrifying shadow that corrupted the king's mind and tarnished the saintly radiance. You gained a new title, the disaster son of the White Dragon. The citizens of Saxon laughed in silence. Is this the best they can do in cursing? It doesn't feel as impactful as butcher, tyrant, or thoroughly evil. Both countries' machinery roared and operated, continuously accumulating their respective strengths. With spring and autumn passing, there were no wars between the north and south. 2 peaceful times passed. Both kingdoms were raising their national power, and the nobility seemed to have become a thing of history. The people on the island lived peacefully, their faces adorned with smiles of happiness and contentment. However, at this moment, this peace is only a temporary respite. Both sides are well aware that the true time for a decisive battle will come soon. Lily, our time is running out. We must kill his physical body before the anchor of the planet is drawn, or else, when the age of gods returns, all will be lost. The half-incubus Magus with piercing eyes floated by the side of the golden-haired girl, sighing and persuading incessantly. Lady of the Lake, Vivien, has already set out to stop Vortigern. However, the arrogance of the demonic dragon is overwhelming. He is the embodiment of the will of Britain, and there is no one with a stronger spirit on this land. The radiance of the shining tower has already been half devoured by Vortigern. If he breaks free from the 13 restraints and projects the image of anchor of the planet, the consequences are simply unimaginable. These are facts that anyone can understand. However, Artoria completely ignored the words of the half-incubus. She stood on the high tower of the castle, somewhat absent-minded, looking at the people living happily in the city under the sunlight. With her eyes, she could clearly see the smiles on people's faces. Their faces had never shown such happy smiles before. She couldn't bear to break this peaceful serenity. Lily. Merlin was almost as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Although he is a fun person, he is also a candidate for the Grand Caster class, and protecting the human order is his duty. Triggering certain events, even if he is the embodiment of an incubus, will cause his death, and the planet will fall into utter despair with no one able to escape. Merlin, I no longer believe any of your words. You're not worth believing. Artoria's tone was calm. I'm not worth believing. What about this world? I know you want to save Alvin. But if you want to save him, live with him, you must kill Vortigern. The deep green lake rippled slightly. Don't be stubborn, Lily. I'm doing this for your own good. Swish. The figure of the Magus was suddenly cut through by the sharp edge of the Excalibur, bisecting him at the waist, turning into a pool of dazzling petals. Worthless. Artoria casually tossed aside the Excalibur, and the sword floated gloomily by her side again. Merlin, talking to you in your illusion is a waste of time. I just find it amusing. If I were in my real body, you would have killed me long ago. I can't withstand the Excalibur, and I know how much you hate me. The Merlin silhouette reappeared. With a worried expression, the Magus of Flowers sighed softly. This time, I'm really not lying to you, Lily. Vivien has set out to stop Vortigern. Now there is a great opportunity. If you start a war, attract Alvin to the front lines, we can create an opportunity for you. Vivien will divert Morgan, and you can change into Morgan's appearance to sneak into Londinium. All you have to do is destroy Vortigern's physical body, and his spirit will wither and die. The age of gods will lose all hope. This way, you can live peacefully and happily with Alvin. Moreover, no one will know it's you. Everything will happen silently, and Alvin won't be able to hate you. And how could he hate you? If he really hates you, he wouldn't have taught you how to govern the country step by step. You should understand, right? The half-incubus's body appeared again. With a tone that seemed resentful but helpless. He has always been expressing his love for you. Although he is ultimately Vortigern's son, he wants to uphold his father's will. But when a person dies, how can he not accept you if everything becomes irreversible? Whether he will soften his heart, what kind of person he is, you know better than I do. And, are you really seeing these people in front of your eyes? Artoria tightened her fists. Facing the dazzling sunlight, her expression seemed trance-like and stagnant. The golden-haired girl slowly raised her hand. As if, attempting to touch the sun. This is, hubby, have you succeeded? It should be the closest to success this time. Looking at the experimental results in front of him, Alvin seemed a bit dazed. For the past 2 years, he had been engrossed in research, neglecting sleep and food. Repeated modifications, failures, screening, and optimizations. Finally, he saw the dawn of success. What is this? Is it a plant? The witch looked at the pot of dark green water in front of her, unable to figure out what it was. This is microalgae. What? A type of algae, perhaps one of the earliest life forms on this planet, easily found in fresh water. Oh! The witch suddenly realized, is it the reason why the lakes are sometimes green? Yes, it has all the advantages I want: widespread distribution, easy cultivation, growth relying on light, and extremely fast reproduction. Alvin caressed the witch's silver hair and said with a smile. Most importantly, it's edible. The witch's expression froze. She looked at the pot of dark green water. For someone who tasted Alvin's cooking every day, drinking this green water, she would rather go hungry. In times of scarcity, as long as it keeps people alive, any food is good, not to mention the high nutritional value of this thing. Alvin sighed. Yes, this was a perfect food to overcome the decline of the Age of Gods. Thriving possibilities. It was imbued with the color of hope. I modified the structure of this pot of microalgae. While they reproduce, they can also absorb true ether from the air. It has almost no soul, and even Gaia cannot let it wither naturally. As descendants of the Age of Gods, the Celts can eat it. Perhaps it can barely help them survive and adapt to the environment after the decline of the Age of Gods. And even on the most barren land, it can reproduce and grow freely. All of this, for these unremarkable algae? Surprisingly possessing such magical effects. Morgan only half understood Alvin's words, but that didn't hinder her from realizing how shocking this research was. This was a product of defying fate. Hubby! You're the best in the world! The witch pounced on the silver-haired youth, and her full chest instinctively pressed against his face. Since having a daughter, she had become more and more fond of being affectionately touched like this. Thanks to you, my dear. It's you who saved Britain. Listening to her husband's words, the witch tilted her head. Alvin hugged her, and their figures melted into the shadows, appearing in the bedroom in an instant. Looking down from the high balcony, you could see the lively princess running around in the garden, her silver hair fluttering, delicate fingertips holding flowers but reluctant to pick them, her face showing innocence and charm. Only 2 years. She had grown into an exquisite little girl. Or should I say, it's our daughter who provided me with inspiration. When she was born, she was really cute, so small, sucking her thumb curled up in the swaddle. Small, yet full of vitality. The silver-haired youth's gaze seemed a bit absent. As long as you give me 10 years, let me gradually transform the ecological environment of this island. Even if the Age of Gods doesn't return, I have confidence in solving Britain's future famine and ensuring that the majority of people survive. 10 years. Hearing this number, Morgan suddenly felt a bit worried. Do we still have 10 years, hubby? Vortigern can awaken the anchor of the planet in at most 2 or 3 years. At that time, we will face a choice. I don't know, but at least, now we have a new hope. The sprouting of hope, seemingly causing this island to start blooming. However, at this moment, an unexpected message comes from the front lines. Sensing that the time is approaching, Artoria leads her army in a fierce counterattack, the sharpness of the Excalibur in her hand almost sweeping away the Anglo-Saxon troops on the front lines. Except for you and Morgan, there is no one here to stop her. Looking at the frontline reports, this defeat will only take 3 months to reach Londinium. You instruct Morgan to guard Vortigern's physical body, put on your armor, appear on the battlefield, and in an instant, darkness envelopes the entire sky. The Celtic army is disheartened, defeated, and returns under your overwhelming victory. However, Artoria always avoids you on the battlefield, and you understand her complex emotions. On the front lines, the situation gradually stabilizes. In the castle of Londinium. On the dark throne, a sudden crisp sound echoed. Crack! A crack suddenly appeared on the blood-red crystal that covered half of Vortigern's body, reflecting an image of a lake. Morgan, alert, quickly understood the situation and immediately guessed the origin of the trouble. Vivien. An angry expression appeared on her face, and her figure abruptly disappeared into the shadows. This time, I'll settle the score. In the chaotic-colored space, the towering anchor of the planet, connecting the inner and outer sides of the world, had its radiance dimmed by half. A sturdy old man stood before this anchor, seemingly meditating with his eyes closed. He raised his hand, and the light continuously gathered in his palm, gradually forming the phantom of a long spear. Suddenly, a silent lake spread from somewhere, flooding his lower body. Crackle! Countless heavy chains extended from the surface of the lake, abruptly restraining Vortigern's hands and feet, interrupting the progress of his light devouring. Vivien? You can't stop me. The lake water you spent so much effort to bring here can only delay me for 3 to 5 days at most. Being able to stop you for 1 day is enough. Vortigern's robust figure was completely immobilized on the lake surface covered with chains, unable to move at all. However, his ash-grey eyes remained deep and steady as a quiet pond, showing no ripples. Cracks silently spread on the chains. Artoria, this is your best chance. Infiltrate Londinium, destroy Vortigern's physical body, and no one will know it was you. Ignoring the half-incubus's advice, the voluptuous golden-haired woman lowered her eyes slightly as she looked at the full-length mirror in front of her. Relying on the restoration effect of Avalon's sheath, she had unleashed the suppressed growth that had been held back by the Excalibur, and her body instantly became plump and full. Her face required no adjustments. Whether it was her figure or appearance. At this moment, she almost looked exactly like that witch. No need for any illusions. Her hands gently brushed through her smooth long hair, letting it fall freely. The brilliant golden hair instantly dyed with a slight bluish-silver color. Alvin. Adjusting her crown properly, she silently draped over the enchanting and mysterious veil that had always belonged to the witch. You returned to the front lines castle. In the past few days, you have stabilized the situation on the battlefield, and with intense magical consumption, you were ready to take a brief rest. However, unexpectedly, when you opened the bedroom door, Morgan had already been waiting inside. You were somewhat surprised as to why she didn't guard Londinium and came here. But seeing those eyes with a shimmering blue-silver color, everything became clear without words. Is this how much you missed me after just a few days, my dear? You smiling. Then, she passionately sealed your lips and directly pressed you onto the bed. Creator's thoughts. Exonia. If you're interested in reading more, feel free to visit my Patreon chapters. https://www.patreon.com/exonia. Comment. 30 comment. Vote. Chapter 58, 58 Save You. Passionate. This was Alvin's initial impression. Never had he experienced such an intense pursuit. Like a sudden storm of wind and rain. She fiercely pushed him down onto the bed, pressing herself against him. Soft lips touched each other, passionately intertwining with a slight tremor. No tenderness whatsoever. Rather, it was like the onslaught of a battering ram. She launched an assault, with unquestionable strength, forcibly breaking through her own defenses. It seemed like a struggle. Temperature. Breath. Ardor. In the fierce kiss, the liquid, both bitter and sweet, exchanged slowly as the heat transmitted, revealing a faint taste of sweetness. Blood. It was the sweet savor of blood. As if emotions, suppressed and deep-seated for too long, were finally unleashed violently, transforming into surging and overturning tides. The force of her kisses was so powerful, as if she wanted to completely melt and suffocate together. To the point where their lips were so forcefully pressed together that they were bitten, and a faint, bloody sweetness floated from them. Her lips, tasting of blood, showed no signs of stopping. It was as if a parched land was receiving a refreshing rain, thirstily drinking it in. She passionately kissed him, intensely, as if she forgot herself, sucking on him as if attempting to greedily consume his blood. Blood! The dragon's blood roared. The heart beat like a drum. Within the body, it seemed like a powerful, almost heavenly pleasure was emerging. Wanting it just like that. To defile her. Wanting it like that, violently. Intensely. Ruthlessly. To insult her. Ensnare her. Corrupt her. Possess her. Just thinking of such scenes. A feeling, akin to shaking one's very soul, of ultimate pleasure surged within. The overwhelming desire assaulted Alvin's mind, the stacked whispers resembling the cries of demons. Temptation, desire, pleasure, malevolence. Everything, including the other's incredibly persistent attitude, incessantly urged him on, shoved him, expelled him, seduced him, wanting him to hurry up and completely dominate her. Those temptations, those whispers. That pleasure, those roars. Silver-haired and green-eyed, Alvin lowered his eyelids, his ash-grey eyes seemingly immersed in all the compassion in the world. He undoubtedly felt sorrow, yet to all those urgencies, he turned a deaf ear. The intoxicating kiss finally separated. The crystalline moonlight shone brightly in the sky. The charm in the azure eyes twinkled, impossible to decipher. They gazed at each other. Alvin looked at her like that, watching her palm, hesitantly exploring upward. Alvin! Delicate, fair fingertips trembled, teasing the tie of the garment. As usual, occupy me. As usual? But we are not as we used to be. There is no need for the rustling of dragon's blood inside. There is no need for the reminder of surging desires. As if due to fatigue, his nerves were still somewhat sluggish. So, in the next moment that hand groped its way up. Alvin already, thoroughly recognized the truth. He stared at her. She really was like his dear witch. Even though he had spent countless days and nights with his beloved witch, kissing her face tenderly countless times and melting into each other's intoxicating love countless times. He almost couldn't find any flaws in her before him. She really tried her best to disguise herself. Whether it was her appearance or figure, even the aura emanating from her entire body. On this cloudless and dark night, with no bright moonlight or stars gaze. Facing the silver-haired woman kissing him, Alvin seemed to recall the first time he kissed the witch, on that distant afternoon. At that moment. Just like that, at this very moment. It was surprisingly, so similar. It had been a long time since he had seen her, and she had dressed meticulously. Her exquisite charm, now even more captivating, was drawing people to worship. Sigh. The nervous movements. The slight tremor after her fingertips caressed her own skin. The awkward feeling of their tongues entwined within her thin lips. Everything betrayed her identity. Like a witch's embrace, it felt like a warm spring in the icy mountains. While it seemed cold on the surface, when enveloped by her, one could feel the warmth and intense emotions transmitted from her beating heart. So, the woman before him was like that murmuring stream. Flowing through the clear and pure valley, it was clear, trembling, and tender. Alvin, possess me. Facing the silver-haired woman before him, with a gaze almost drowning and glittering. Alvin's face revealed a complex wry smile. She was about to lean down for a kiss. So. He lifted his palm, lightly placing his index finger on her lips. This extremely subtle movement completely paralyzed her. Long time no see. He said. Artoria. His voice sounded as ethereal as ever, lightly echoing. As gentle as the wind, brushing across her face, dispelling the darkness of the night. As delicate as if she was afraid of disturbing her. The voice faded away. Resonance lingered. His hand that lightly touched her lips with a finger had no noticeable force. Yet, Artoria's body trembled uncontrollably. Why, Alvin? Like questioning. Like interrogating. Just like her heartstrings and body, her voice also trembled. The bright green lake vibrated violently. The layered and surging ripples made Alvin's gaze somewhat trance-like. Even they cried in such a similar way. So pitiful. A water stain soaked through his chest, conveying a warmth. Alvin held her hand, taking a deep breath. He suppressed the surging impulse within himself, gently moving those fair 5 fingers away, placing them on the bed. Alvin gently, as if cradling a precious, easily breakable treasure, supported her shoulders, pushing her back and helping her sit up slowly. Her expression was dazed and frozen, as if her tears were frozen in her eyes. Alvin, who sat up straight, tied the collar of his chest, his iron grey eyes slightly lowered, looking at her. "I'm sorry, Artoria. Sorry." Like the breaking of a pearl curtain, clear water blossomed on the ground. Just a few words, but suddenly seemed to provoke her. "I don't need your apologies." With tears in her eyes, she, like an angry lioness, grabbed the silver-haired man's collar. So powerfully, she pressed his face to hers, ferociously kissing him. She bit and sucked his lips, like a lioness viciously tearing at her prey. Blood flowed from it, mixed with her tears, forming a bittersweet, salty, and fishy taste called possessiveness. However, no matter how she demanded, whether passionately or painfully stimulating, no matter how she embraced, hugging him tightly around the neck, or trying to crush him into her body, there was no response. Even the most basic cooperation or resistance was lost. Artoria looked at the silver-haired man in front of her. He silently, pitifully stared at her, like a demagnetized magnet. Any attraction to her had completely lost its response. Doing this is meaningless. That sorrowful gaze seemed to convey such words. Sigh. There is meaning. Holding his face, she murmured absent-mindedly. On his lips, she left traces of her own biting. Now, in front of me, you are my meaning. Alvin. As always, as if sensing all her thoughts, the person in front of her raised his hand, and his index finger gently touched her lips. "I have no love for you, Artoria." Silence. The profound night couldn't cover this deathly silence. All the biting, madness, and release, everything drained away, leaving only bitterness. "Why?" Artoria lowered her gaze, trembling continuously. The slightly swaying, silky silver hair covered her shadowed face. Her voice, wavering and hoarse. "Why, even when I'm like this? Alvin. You recognized me, yet what's the use? You can pretend not to recognize me. I even replaced her, my sister, just wanting, briefly, to possess you, for a moment." "Yes, that's right," she murmured in a daze. As if she found some vitality, she suddenly grabbed onto that life-saving straw. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she raised her head, trembling. "Treat me as her, it's okay. Yes, just pretend you didn't notice. Alvin, just smile at me, as you do to my sister." She forced a smile. "Please. Alvin." In her pupils, a heart-wrenching radiance gradually emerged. "Just for tonight, just for now. That would be enough for me." Watching her dazed, sorrowful, almost pleading smile in front of him, Alvin lowered his eyelids. "I refuse, Artoria." The light in her eyes froze, as if those words were forced out from his throat. "Why?" "Because," the silver-haired youth whispered, "my heart already belongs to Morgan." "Morgan." Artoria repeated the name in a daze. That hand slowly clenched. That heart gradually collapsed, shattered on the ground, blown away by the wind. Love, separation, hatred, resentment. Not obtaining what is sought. Seeking and not obtaining is the greatest pain in the world. As if questioning the soul. "Morgan," she uttered, the final desperate release. "Morgan. Morgan. Morgan. Everything is Morgan. Even if you love my sister, so what, Alvin? You love her, why can't you love me too?" She roared, as if questioning in a raging storm. "You turned me into a person, you pulled me down. You gave me peace of mind, but also completely took away my peace of mind. You said you wanted to save me." Unsteadily, her words swayed. Finally, like a campfire burning out, gradually dimming. "What did you actually save?" Alvin just watched her. Watched her burn, watched her extinguish. Guilt. This is the guilt of Alvin Pendragon. Yes, he is truly a person filled with evil. Perhaps, he should never have entered that field of wheat in the first place. This was the cruelest parting he could imagine. "To save you, what does it have to do with you?" As the words fell, only silence remained. She didn't say a word. Though, through her eyes, Alvin saw tears. However, she didn't say a word. The silver-haired youth turned around and left. Artoria reached out, trying to grab him as he drifted away. But she only caught onto a cold, thin shadow. No. She couldn't even lift her hand, it was just her imagination. Love is possessiveness. Morgan has already occupied my heart, and I have also occupied hers. I'm sorry, there's no place for you in there. I've always regarded you as a friend, Artoria. Yes, it was my arrogance to try to save you but couldn't accept your feelings, undoubtedly, it's my despicable, my sinful act, and I don't know how to redeem it. Standing on the edge of the shadows in the bedroom, that person turned back. Consider me as if I never appeared. The bright blue eyes gradually turned to deep green. The plump figure retracted, turning back into the once youthful girl. The silver color gradually faded from the ends of her hair, returning to the brilliant and radiant gold. Alvin. She raised her head. The delicate face, untouched by dust. The soft golden hair swayed slightly, as if still swaying in that radiant wheat field. As always. Artoria smiled. Do you really not leave any place for me? You can't accept my love because of Morgan. But if my sister agrees. We already have a daughter. Her final smile froze on her face. Goodbye, Artoria. Artoria's figure collapsed. She still stood there. But collapsed. She didn't know how she walked out of that room. The entire castle had completely collapsed, the ruins burning in the towering flames. Behind her, she left a trace like a sweeping hurricane, the ground shattered and annihilated by the violent sword aura, extending for kilometers, and no one dared to approach. Standing under this starless, dim night sky. She lifted her gaze vaguely, seemingly sensing something. The profound night sky gathered with ash-grey clouds. Those twisted, spiraling, strange vortex-shaped clouds seemed like a hollow eye, silently watching her. Even the sky is watching my joke. Boom! A brilliant sword light shot straight into the sky, sweeping away the vortex cloud layer. However, those strange, spiraling cloud shadows did not disperse, but slowly gathered again into a vortex-like eye. Quietly, silently watching her. Inexplicably. Ha, he, ha 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 ha. As if hearing the voice in her heart, the disheveled golden-haired girl burst into laughter, a wild and hoarse laughter. I understand, I completely understand. You were hinting at me. Love is possessiveness. And I selfishly love you. So, I want to possess you. If you don't love me, what does it matter? As long as I'm the only one left for you to love, you can love me, right? To save you, what does it have to do with you? Yes, even if you hate me, dislike me, distance yourself from me. I still want to let you live. I want to take you back. As if suddenly remembering something. Her murmurs suddenly, hesitantly, paused for a moment. Daughter. Artoria stared blankly, raised her hand, and wiped off the thick red substance on her lips. It was Alvin's blood. Alvin. She radiantly laughed happily. We will also have a daughter. Creator's thoughts. Exonia. If you're interested in reading more, feel free to visit my Patreon chapters. https://www.patreon.com/exonia. Comment. 43 Comment. Vote. Chapter 59, 59 Eternal Night Spiral City. Holding incredibly complex emotions, you returned to Londinium. Before that, you had already evacuated the army near the front castle. You knew very well the despair Artoria would fall into, but you couldn't accept her love no matter what, at least, not as Alvin. Because, everyone except you loves her. Saying such words sounded exceptionally ironic, but, she lacked no shortage of that kind of love. However, you are the only one who loves the witch. Except for you, no one loves her. Alvin Pendragon's heart was long given to Morgan Le Fay, a vow made under the night unseen by anyone, an unwavering oath until death. You returned to the castle hall, having received Morgan's message left to assist Vortigern. Due to the violent time flow near the anchor of the planet domain, it might take her months to return to reality. Suddenly, you realized this was a ploy to lure the tiger down the mountain. You understood why Artoria chose to impersonate Morgan. Because only in that way could she infiltrate the castle. Now, Londinium was filled with shadows, hidden watchers, and traps everywhere. Except for the lack of castle cannons, the defense had long been turned into an unyielding fortress under your management. Even if the blind Merlin sneaked in, he would be immediately detected, and with his non-attack magecraft, he couldn't harm Vortigern's physical form. His magecraft had no offensive capabilities. If the Knights of the Round Table attacked, you could instantly swoop back and make them regret their decision. Disguising herself as Morgan, Artoria was the perfect candidate for assassination, and no one would stop her. Ironically, she didn't choose to kill Vortigern, but instead, she came to see you. You took a glance at your daughter, who was already deeply asleep in the bedroom. Her mouth had a smile that seemed to melt hearts, sucking her fingers and murmuring the name of her beloved mother and father. For Melusine, you didn't intend to confine your daughter. However, the current situation outside the island wasn't suitable for her to go out alone. So, just like in the past, she grew up within the castle. You and Morgan were her entire world. Silently, you covered her with a blanket. Under the darkened hall, under the night, you quietly stood beside Vortigern's throne. Your shadow, mysterious and lightless, seemed to dissolve into the shadows. From now on, you would be stationed in Londinium, guarding the flesh of your father Vortigern, never leaving for a moment, until Morgan returned. Your performance on the battlefield had terrified the Celtic army and made them increasingly attentive to you. The entire intelligence system began to gather various information about you. So, apart from the kingdom, your various deeds as the adopted son of Vortigern gradually spread to the opposite kingdom. Those arrogant nobles hated you to the bone. Your name became more and more vicious and terrifying on this island, a name that completely overshadowed the white dragon Vortigern. Whether this is fate playing something funny or not. Combined with your appearance on the battlefield, enveloped in flames while wielding the Firelink greatsword, they gradually began to call you the Ember King, meaning a king who burns all of the wood, enemy. You find amusement in your new title, as it's reminiscent of the nickname fans give to the final boss in games. The incarnation of Kings, Soul of Cinder, is precisely the final boss of the main storyline of Dark Souls 3, perhaps subtly implying that you are the ultimate villain in this process of Age of Gods decline. Ember King, Alvin Pendragon, you are already an enemy to the world. No one in this world understands you, except for the White Dragon and the Witch. Defying Gaia, you undoubtedly become the villains who resist fate, their savior. Your talents Beautiful Youth and Tyrant Aura have undergone a transformation. Beautiful Youth and Tyrant Aura Savior of Villains. Savior of Villains, X. Sinking into the abyss, looking up at heaven, you are the savior of villains. If you are evil, why speak of redemption? If pursuing a peaceful life is also a kind of evil, then evil is your justice. Your character, will, and determination make villains bow before you. People who meet you for the first time are naturally attracted to your charismatic personality. For characters with chaotic or evil attributes, you gain a significantly high favorability bonus. While giving orders to shrink the army and prepare for the battle formation, you took care of your cute daughter at home. You silently guarded Londinium, as the final line of defense for Vortigern. You had already prepared for Artoria's fierce attack, but unexpectedly, 2 months had passed without any movement from her side. In the splendid and flawless castle palace, in front of the altar under the sunlight, the summoned court magus, dedicatedly gathered behind the golden-haired girl. The magicians had worked tirelessly, and the process turned out to be much easier than expected. The gaze of the golden-haired girl was fixed on the water pool in front of her. In the clear and jade-like deep green solution, a small, continuously pulsating embryo was soaking. It was the child born from the combination of her and her lover's bloodline. Indeed, the bloodline between dragons is so harmonious, its fate, Alvin, my lover. Artoria's lips slowly curled, a kind of sickly and twisted smile appeared on her face. Our daughter is born. Lily. The best chance to kill Vortigern had been missed. The half-incubus of losing his sight, a bitter smile on his face. The incubus's heart made him unable to understand human emotions. Why? Why did Lily make such a choice? His plan had no logical flaws. She clearly wanted Alvin, so shouldn't she have tried to kill Vortigern? This wasn't fun anymore, and he couldn't find joy in it anymore. The twisted history was unfolding before him, and he lost his foresight. Blindness, coupled with the impending death that would come soon. A panic, never felt before, enveloped the half-incubus's mind. Stay away from me. The half-incubus called out, but not even a glance was exchanged. Only an indifferent and icy voice came from the back of the golden-haired girl. I don't want to see even your illusion. Don't appear in front of me from now on, or I'll cut you down every time I see you. The half-incubus stumbled in the streets of Orkney County, bathed in sunlight, and people were full of cheerful voices. King Arthur, sanctified by melting all the nobles, issued benevolent decrees to the people, and everything prospered. This country had never been so vibrant. Hearing the laughter of the people, the expression on the half-incubus's face was somewhat dazed. What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? The emotion of joy was smelled and tasted by the half-incubus's heart. But Merlin could only taste bitterness from it. Ironic. The laughter of the people seemed to be mocking him. Why did it turn out like this? All the plans deviated from the established track of fate. All the foresight, at this moment, became blurred. Touching his own grey eye, the face of Merlin revealed an uncontrollable resentment. Yes, that's it. It's all that guy's fault. It's that guy who shouldn't have appeared in this era. You've destroyed everything. You want to completely push our entire world into hell. Alvin Pendragon. Merlin want him dead, in the most miserable and painful way. However, he cannot do such a thing myself. A sense of powerlessness. A feeling of loss. As if immersed in mercury, a heavy sinking sensation. Alvin, I want you dead. The half-incubus's body trembled slightly, covering its face, emitting a sound that seemed like a howl or a sob. Even the most basic invisibility could no longer be maintained. People on the street looked at him that way. They looked at this magus who suddenly emitted sobbing under the sunlight. Mom, look, that's the great sage Merlin. Correct, hee, I am the great sage, the magus of flowers, Merlin. Hee. Merlin slowly turned his head, crying and laughing at him. The eyes, dripping with purple blood, looked terrifying. Stay away from the great sage. A child was pulled away by his mother. The crowd on the street quickly dispersed. The eccentric sage, anyone could tell he wasn't in the right state of mind. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke a magus. Hearing the discussions around, the whispers gradually fading away, the noisy and bustling voices. They were all mocking him. He. Emitting strange sounds, whether it was a sob or joy. Swinging his steps, it seemed like he had lost his soul. You are all laughing at me, all laughing at me. I can taste it, it's all that guy's fault. Under the cloudless sky. Under the bright and beautiful sunlight. Merlin, seemingly feeling something, raised his head, the grey and lifeless pupils looking at the sun hanging high in the sky. A dark cloud happened to float by. The brilliant sunlight projected through the cracks in the cloud, splitting the golden light like a cold vertical pupil. Unexplainably. Once again, he heard the voice from the depths of his heart. In Merlin's seemingly absent-minded expression, a faint smile gradually appeared. It's coming, like this. Alvin, what you have done has completely formed a singularity in this era. The world will do its best to kill you, and the ultimate judgment is about to come. Merlin received this message. As if catching a glimpse of the dawn of hope. He laughed hoarsely and madly. In response to the existence of beast, they will definitely summon those people here. Alvin, you have fallen and become a beast. On the serene surface of the lake, ripples continued to undulate. A burly old man was shackled on the lake, unable to move. However, his gaze remained as deep as the ocean's, without any fluctuations. Cracks were spreading on those chains, continuously. Standing before the old man was an elegant and sacred silver-haired fairy, exuding exquisite beauty reminiscent of the witch. Vivien's forehead was slightly sweating. Even as the great mother of the inner sea of planet Britain born in Avalon, trying to restrain the white dragon, Vortigern, was not an easy task. Vortigern's will was the incarnation of Britannia. To oppose him was to oppose the entire island. Although he had abandoned his physical body, his spirit remained incredibly resilient. It was the unwavering determination possessed by the dragon that devoured light. Even with the arrival of this lake, Vivien was well aware that she could only delay him for a few more days at most, which, in reality, meant a few more years. She could only hope that Vortigern's physical body would be destroyed first. Moreover, if the radiance of the anchor of the planet was consumed, the holy lance would be projected, the anchor would be raised, and the return of the age of gods would be something the world couldn't tolerate. Hence, the world would completely activate the mechanism for the extermination of Vortigern. According to our generation, you still have to call me uncle, Vivien. It was extremely reluctant for me to meet you. Why do we have to go through this unnecessary encounter? Vortigern's expression remained calm as if he sighed with emotion. He knew that Vivien was only buying time. Since you're reluctant, why bring it to this, Vortigern? Vivien's wrist trembled slightly, enduring the immense pressure from Vortigern. As a white dragon, it's easy for you to live, as long as you give up the return of the Age of Gods, the inner sea of the planet will no longer reject you. Live? Perhaps. Vortigern smiled and said. Unfortunately, my back is too straight, and I can't bend down. Even though his entire body was bound by chains, enduring the tremendous pressure from the lake. The words he spoke made Vivien bitterly speechless. Yes, there are always people in this world who are unwilling to live a mediocre life. Although Vivien bears the responsibility of guarding the inner sea of the planet, Vortigern's determination to oppose the world also moved her. I can't bend down. The expression of the fairy seemed somewhat absent-minded for a moment. Suddenly, splat! A shadowy dagger pierced through Vivien's back, causing her to violently vomit a pool of luminous blood. Gah! Morgan! Vivien's face was filled with astonishment, she hadn't even sensed Morgan's approach. Morgan's strength was something she was most aware of. Moreover, being opposites, they inherently possessed a mutual sensing ability. How could this go unnoticed? Unless, Morgan's strength had long surpassed her own. Vivien, do you think I waste so much time talking to you for no reason? The lake stirred as the shackles binding Vortigern's entire body gradually began to crumble. I'm waiting for Morgan. Crack! Suddenly exerting force, he shattered the last chain on his body. Farewell, cage. Vortigern raised his gaze, looking at the dimly glowing anchor of the planet in front of him. Once again, he spread his hands. Gathering radiance, the phantom of a holy lance became more defined. Last 2 days. The dark figure of the witch slowly emerged behind Vivien. Seizing the opportunity, she delivered a deadly backstab. This is to repay you for the last favor, Vivien. You infused me with all your malice, and I no longer care. You enjoy fame while I endure hatred, and I am indifferent. And yet, you almost killed my Alvin. The eternal flame, embedded within her for 3 years, had been developed day and night by the ultimate life form for another 3 years. Her magical energy had become much stronger than before. The silver-haired fairy smiled bitterly as she coughed up blood. In their relationship as beings of light and darkness, they were each other's most formidable opponents. Morgan, that was not my intention, it was the fairy's. So what? What have you done over these years? The witch's expression was indifferent and cold, her deep blue eyes seemingly filled with chill. You sit by your fairy lake, enjoying people's praise and admiration. Listen to you, thou Lady of the Lake, what a beautiful name. Your legends and poems spread across this island, and people eagerly explore various mysteries to witness your beauty. The witch laughed. So? What about me? Her words flickered like flames. I'm confined to a dark castle, singing my love to shadows. No one, including my father, welcomes me. People avoid me, calling me a calamity, an enigma, and a monster. What have you done? What have you done? With these questions, the witch herself shook her head dumbfoundedly and chuckled. You've done nothing. I'm sorry. Vivien smiled bitterly, unable to find words. Because, indeed, she had done nothing. She accepted all the goodwill from everyone without guilt. She shone brightly, welcomed and loved by people. The fairies were the ones who separated good from evil. What did that have to do with her? An apology was not enough, so how could she make amends now? Morgan, we can. Vivien struggled to raise her hand, as if trying to comfort the dark version of herself. Reunite as one. You can become the eternal Great Mother, and I'll return all my power to you. This is my redemption. Her trembling wrist. But she was unhesitatingly ignored. I don't need that, Vivien. I, with my dark shadow, don't need your dazzling light. The witch spoke each word deliberately. Because, I already have light. Vivien was stunned. She was rejected. Despite them being two sides of the same coin, Morgan could immediately become the Great Mother by swallowing her. In this way, Morgan's personality might be influenced by Vivien's benevolence, and Morgan might be able to dissuade Vortigern. But Morgan refused. Because she already had her own light. Is that so? Vivien smiled bitterly, raising her gaze. She was the fairy of the lake, the great mother of the inner sea of the planet. As long as Avalon wasn't completely destroyed, she wouldn't be truly killed. But now. Sorry, Morgan. I actually knew you were coming. This is also for protecting the world. Forgive me. Dazed. The light seemed to become more intense. In the slightly stunned expressions of Morgan and Vortigern, the radiance on Vivien's body instantly became stronger, completely covering her entire body. The witch stared blankly, watching as Vivien's figure collapsed, turning into countless threads of light that wound around herself. Vivien sacrificed herself, extinguishing her consciousness. With the dual attraction of light and darkness, she forcefully began to merge with Morgan. Even if she wanted to delay Morgan here, it would only be for half a day at most. Why did she do this? Morgan was slightly stunned. After the fusion, she could immediately help Vortigern devour the radiance of the anchor of the planet. She vaguely realized Vivien's intentions. A terrified expression appeared on her face. Alvin. Holding Melusine's hand, the silver-haired young man strolled leisurely with her in the garden under the nightfall. Smooth silver hair cascaded behind his head, and a pair of small dragon horns adorned his forehead. The girl's face was meticulously crafted, her azure eyes inheriting the beauty of her mother, sparkling like stars and serene like a lake. Daddy, when will Mommy come back? The silver-haired young man smiled, teaching his daughter to recognize the names of the flowers. The beauty in this garden, stacked together, couldn't compare to even a fraction of Melusine's cuteness. She'll be back soon. In a moment of trance, as if sensing something, Alvin raised his head and looked towards the cloudless night sky. My dear. The scorching sun hung high, and everything flourished. In the cloudless clear sky, a mournful sound suddenly echoed. Wah, again from the high altitude. Mash. Hold onto my waist, senpai. Boom. The figures of two people wielding large shields crashed to the ground like meteorites, stirring up clouds of dust that spread through the dense forest. Wu, landed safely. The red-haired girl rubbed her head, slowly lifting her gaze, only to see the flushed face of her purple-haired Kaoruhei whom she had pressed beneath her. Senpai, we were tightly hugging each other just now. Being stared at like that by her Kaoruhei. TCH, a bit embarrassing. Yes, sorry. Ritsuka Fujimaru immediately got up, glancing around at the forest environment. For a moment, she felt like something was missing. Wait, where's Fu? Cough, cough cough. Cleared his throat with a couple of coughs. A gentle and refreshing voice of a man sounded in front of the two. Welcome to Britannia, my friends. I am the Magus of Flowers. Boom. The small beast with snowy fur shot out in a spiral, viciously swiping its claws across the face of the Magus of Flowers. Die, Merlin. AHN. The half-incubus tumbled to the ground. Ritsuka and Mash looked at the scene where a person and a creature were entangled on the ground, their expressions appearing slightly bewildered. Fu. Oh, so that's how it is. Merlin-san, Fu was a familiar you once kept. No, in a single timeline, two bodies cannot exist simultaneously, so the saint graphs of the two Fu have merged. Ritsuka murmured this information, looking up at the Magus of Flowers in front of her. By the way, your eyes. The Magus of Flowers in front of her had a magnificent face full of charm. However, he kept his eyes closed, and two faint purple bloodstains seeped from his eye sockets. He was blind. The legendary sage, Merlin, was blind. Well, it's a long story, Ritsuka-chan. Merlin smiled like a spring breeze. The terrifying enemy you're about to face, I once tried to stop him, and then, it ended up like this. Hearing this, Ritsuka and Mash couldn't help but be astonished. A despicable guy. No, it's because I was too weak. The Magus of Flowers sighed, shaking his head with a smile. So, you mustn't be careless. Any bit of slackness is impossible against that person. Got it. Thanks for your advice. A campfire was lit in the forest, grilling wild game. The red-haired girl contemplated the information about this singularity, her expression very serious. A bounded field unfolded before her eyes, and a solemn voice from a man with a single ponytail and a large coat resonated accordingly. The mission to stop the goddess Rongomyniad has failed, Ritsuka. No, it wasn't the goddess Rongomyniad at all, it was King Arthur herself. Our judgment has completely deviated. Ritsuka tightened her fist. Yes, they had made a big mistake. Why did it turn out like that? By planting the Holy Lance and intending to trim the world for the perpetual cycle of Britain's history, it was not the will of the goddess, but the King Arthur herself. Recalling her encounters with her comrades, the red-haired girl's face revealed a somewhat unspeakable sadness. Mash, by her side, gently held her hand. They were the last masters of humanity, agents of the organization preserving human history, Chaldea. Up until now, they had repaired several singularities, witnessing various poignant farewells along the way. The most recent one was in Jerusalem in the year 1273, where a singularity with a Human Order Foundation X had appeared. It represented a severe deviation in that singularity's history. Summoned by Goetia, King Arthur wielding the Holy Lance, she established the holy city Camelot in the Jerusalem desert, created a sacred tree with the Holy Lance, and aimed to trim the world for the perpetual survival of Britain's history. Under the leadership of Bedivere, one of the Knights of the Round Table, Ritsuka, and her party embarked on a journey to return the Holy Sword. King Arthur could never want to destroy humanity. So they judged that it was the will of the Holy Lance Rongominiad that had taken over King Arthur's will. But they failed. Bedivere went as far as to sacrifice everything, adhering to 1,000 years of loyalty and perseverance, presenting the shattered silver arm to that king. However, all he received was her ice-cold response. Get lost. Despair. Complete despair enveloped everyone's hearts. They were wrong. This wasn't the goddess Rongominiad, it was King Arthur herself. Her own will was to destroy the world. To save the king, we must reach that day for sure. Bedivere sacrificed his last life, giving the shattered silver arm, the remnants of his life, and sent them back to Chaldea. The original singularity continued to burn with human order. And a new, even more terrifying singularity emitted a massive alarm in Chaldea. It was the year 527 AD in Britannia, a huge crisis that would overturn the entire world, not Goetia's doing, but a mutated singularity. The Eternal Night Spiral City, Londinium. Found it. The image of a girl wearing a splendid dress with a mix of blue and red hurriedly squeezed into the communication. In the era you entered. King Vortigern is about to pull out the Holy Lance, causing Britannia to return to the Age of Gods. So, this is the famous history of the battle between the Red Dragon and the White Dragon. Ritsuka, you must correct this mistake, and perhaps you can solve the singularity in Jerusalem as well. The Human Order Foundation value here is. Da Vinci's voice suddenly came to a stunned stop. Error. Chaldeus can't make a judgment on this. Error. Error? What does that mean? Ritsuka browsed through the information sent by Chaldea, slightly squeezing the palm of her hand, lowering her golden eyes. On her arm was a silver pattern like a sword blade. It was the last promise made by Bedivere, who burned his last life, the tattered silver arm, also the imprint of the Excalibur. Leave it to me, Da Vinci-san. This is the last master of humanity's promise. I will definitely not betray Bedivere-san's determination. Wait. Ritsuka. Mash. The anxious voice of the woman sounded again. Chaldeus also detected two others, summoned to this era as an assist for you to restore human order. Their Saint Graph intensity is. Da Vinci's voice paused for a moment, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Grand class. The night sky was cloudless, adorned with dazzling stars. By the pool reflecting the sparkling starry sky, a man with long hair, wearing a blue robe, was fishing in the water. He held a rudimentary bamboo rod in his hand, with a woven fish trap placed beside him. Surprisingly, there was no bait on the fishing line, only the fishing line swayed in the water, creating subtle ripples. Suddenly, two faint blue flames ignited behind the man's shadow, resembling will-o-wisps, slowly drifting towards his back. You won't catch any fish like this, fisherman. A muffled, buzzing voice sounded from behind. The man with the hair bun raised his head, smiling as he looked back at the robust figure, as tall as a small mountain, wearing a skull helmet. Isn't this? I caught you, old man. Dash. Can anyone guess who those two people are? Although one of them is clearly recognizable because that person is too iconic, the clue for the other person is Castor. Since Merlin has lost his qualifications due to losing his sight, and Solomon, you know what it means, why it's impossible for him to be that person, so who do you think the fisherman is? Dash. Creator's thoughts. Exonia. If you're interested in reading more, feel free to visit my Patreon chapters. https://www.patreon.com/exonia Comment. 29 Comment. Vote. Chapter 60, 60 Amidst light and night, gazing at each other. The night sky was vast and devoid of clouds, adorned with celestial brilliance. A baitless fishing hook swayed gently on the water's surface, creating layers of delicate ripples. In the pool, a group of small fish curiously swam towards the hook, observing it from a distance. They had never been caught, unaware of the danger that lurked within. As for the person who was caught, I am a fish, declared the robust figure in armor, emitting a muffled buzzing sound from his skull helmet. The statement sounded like a dry joke acknowledging the other's humor. However, standing in the presence of the oppressive aura emanating from the old man, no one could genuinely find it amusing. He was the old man of the mountain, the king of assassins who assassinated kings, the assassin of assassins. Grand Assassin, Hassan I Sabah. But... ha 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 ha. The man with long hair who was fishing burst into hearty laughter unexpectedly. It seemed he had grasped the humor in the situation, laughing until tears threatened to fall. Ha ha. Old man, everyone thinks you're the kind of guy with no sense of humor. The old man remained silent for a moment. In fact, I have a sense of humor. Just that, everyone who sensed it has died. Ugh. There was no way to counter that. Splash. The long-haired man lifted the fishing rod with a grin and water sprayed. Oh my, I never expected that one day I'd be doing a mission with you, old man. Even though our superiors don't have any relationship with each other. Tisk, this is really an unusual occurrence. It seems, the one we're dealing with this time is an exceptionally tricky character. The man extended his hand, gently plucking the small silver fish caught on the hook and squatting down to release it back into the pool. The fish had been caught. The angler enjoyed the process of fishing. And he is a fishing teacher and the most famed fisherman. Grand Caster, Taigong Wang. By the way, it wasn't easy for me to squeeze in. In these increasingly chaotic times, even overtime has to be snatched away. The imposing old man remained silent for a moment. Same here. Hey. The man with long hair squinted his eyes, slightly opening a gap, and a trace of astonishment gleamed in his purple eyes. I was eating meals and singing songs when I was suddenly called in for overtime. Temporary work without overtime pay. Same here. Tisk, I asked my old man at home what was going on. He just smiled with dust on his face, wearing that expression of a mysterious person who won't reveal secrets and is asking for a beating. The man with long hair squinted his eyes, rubbing his chin as he recalled. Well, I guess in all likelihood, the old man himself doesn't know, so he can only bluff his way through. Same here. The atmosphere stagnated slightly. The man with long hair looked up, gazing at the vast, cloudless night sky, a genuinely interested expression appearing on his face. It's interesting. What kind of person would simultaneously attract the attention of both sides? He lightly lifted the fish trap with his fingertips, hanging it on his arm. Since he wasn't tall enough, he had to tiptoe slightly. Patting the old man's shoulder, a hollow echo rang out. Was there really a person inside that armor? Let's go, time to work. The strange and magnificent attire, the towering shield, and the universally known sage. Two beautiful girls and a silver-haired man strolled together on the streets of the capital of Orkney, drawing curious glances from the passers-by due to their peculiar attire and distinctive group. Indeed. King Arthur remains a noble and considerate ruler even now. The historical records were accurate. Ritsuka couldn't help but sigh as they observed the lively and prosperous scenes on the streets, filled with laughter and happiness. In contrast, the holy city that had risen in Jerusalem seemed like a hellish place. To discover that King Arthur is a woman is already surprising, and her virtues are beyond reproach. But, what could have changed her mindset? As such an honorable ruler, she wouldn't desire the destruction of the world. Ritsuka pondered. How virtuous was the king? This was evident just by looking at the smiles on the people's faces in the streets. Such things were unseen inside the holy city Camelot, only the yellow-skinned, emaciated refugees with faces marked by numbness and suffering. I watched Lily grow up all the way. If you want to know who has influenced her the most. The silver-haired magus with closed, blood-stained eyes smiled gently. He was well aware of Chaldea's purpose in coming here. Of course, it would be, on the other side of the sea, your terrifying enemy, the son of the White Dragon. The son of the White Dragon. Mash tilted her head. In Chaldea, she had been systematically taught human history. The battle between the Red Dragon of Britain and the White Dragon of Britain was a classic episode in history, adapted and sung in various legends and poems. But I've never heard that King Vortigern had any offspring in history. Mash said as she reviewed the information from Chaldea. In the history of humanity, Vortigern met his end under the assault of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table and left no descendants behind. Yes, it was the witch Morgan. Merlin said with a smile. I developed Lily, the daughter of the Red Dragon, and took away her position as the king. She seemed dissatisfied, so she conspired with Vortigern and developed the son of the White Dragon. And now, she's not only developed the son of the White Dragon but also the queen of that son. Haha. I must say, this witch really knows how to play the game. Merlin's playful tone was light and airy, almost as if he was teasing. The tangled family relationships in Britannia made Ritsuka and Mash exchange a glance, their faces slightly blushing. The red-haired girl rubbed her forehead and began exchanging information with Da Vinci of Chaldea. I see. The slightest deviation from the witch Morgan has led to such a massive divergence in history. Yes, upon closer consideration, her motive seems very reasonable. Because Merlin, you created King Arthur as the daughter of the Red Dragon, she also wanted to create a son of the White Dragon. Losing her throne, she developed a somewhat similar mentality. It's human nature. This son of the White Dragon might be the fundamental reason for the formation of the singularity. However, just adding a character is not enough to deviate the foundation values of human order to the level of error. What exactly did this son of the White Dragon do? Mash asked. It's a complicated situation. If you stay in the city for some time, you can ask the ministers in Orkney County. They will be able to provide you with more information. The group halted, looking up at the magnificent and extravagant castle before them. This was King Arthur's palace. If you want to know more, just go inside. Tell them your purpose, and Lily doesn't want to see me, so I'll stay behind for now. Hey! Mash expressed surprise. Merlin, a gentle person like you, is disliked by King Arthur. As soon as she finished speaking, a fluffy snow beast emerged from Mash's embrace, perching on her shoulder, and bared its teeth at Merlin. Phew! Die! Merlin! Ahaha! Merlin raised his hands in surrender. Because I interfered with her feelings. This kind of thing is hard to persuade, especially if it's you guys, you should understand, right? With a meaningful smile, Merlin left, his figure dissolving into petals. The implied meaning in his words made Senpai and Kaoruhei exchange another glance, their cheeks blushing again. They had faced life and death together on their journey, willing to sacrifice their lives for each other. Was this merely the bond of comradeship? Yes, it's a complicated intertwining of love and hatred. I seem to understand a bit now. Ritsuka whispered. Recalling the determined expression on the face of that king, she seemed very familiar with that kind of expression. Because she herself had worn the same expression. It was the expression that appeared on one's face when willing to destroy the world to save a single person. 5 months have passed. Morgan still hasn't returned. Pushing your daughter on a swing in the garden, where she laughs joyfully, you gradually feel a chill approaching. Even in an environment with a temperature of -2 degrees, you can survive without any problem. This chill doesn't come from the surroundings but from the depths of your heart, it's the intuition belonging to the ultimate life form. Morgan, something must have happened. You really want to go to the inner sea of the planet to find your wife, but as the son of the White Dragon, you constantly feel that resistance, like Vortigern, you are also rejected by the inner sea of the planet. Moreover, you, like it or not, have to stay in Londinium, this vast fortress city. Only you can serve as the final line of defense for Vortigern. Above the sky, dark, spiral-shaped clouds begin to gather, exuding a silent and desolate grey color. At the center of those swirling cloud layers is a hole, as if a hole had opened in the world. You vaguely have a premonition, not in 2 years, but within this month, your father is about to pull out the anchor of the planet. As if your premonition were coming true. Suddenly, there came disturbing reports from the front lines. King Arthur gathered an unprecedented Celtic army and began to cross the sea, launching a fierce assault towards the kingdom. Her army's momentum was magnificent, nearly exhausting all the national power in this battle, seemingly attempting to pierce directly through to the center of Londinium. You, focusing on the front lines, conveyed the order for passive defense. The time for the decisive battle is about to come. You understand that Artoria will seize this last opportunity to slay Vortigern. In this battlefield, the stacking numbers of ordinary people mean nothing to her. What's the use of fleeing? What's the use of escaping? Ordinary people are naturally afraid of death, and even you are no exception. You know that the Saxon people are not on the same side as you, but saving as many lives as possible without harming the innocent is still a good thing. Morgan is not here, and the only person who can become the country's one and only line of defense against her is you. Alvin Pendragon. King Arthur, leading the Knights of the Round Table, advanced smoothly through your kingdom. Every time they reached a city, they encountered minimal resistance. Or rather, there was no resistance at all, as if the other side were opening the city gates, welcoming their arrival. The military forces were always prohibited from engaging in arson, looting, and pillaging. Artoria's army also had strict military discipline. The wealth accumulated by the aristocrats she had subdued could fill the castles of the entire Orkney county, and her Knights of the Round Table stacked together couldn't match her alone. Who would dare to defy her orders? Moreover, the majority of her army were originally commoners. They had been showered with Artoria's favor and were incredibly loyal to her. Thus, a strange sight emerged. Artoria riding her majestic horse, followed by her disciplined Celtic army, slowly marching through the streets of the Anglo-Saxons' kingdom cities. The people in the cities did not fear them. Instead, they seemed curious, even delighted, as they welcomed them. Because, during Artoria's entire journey, the residents had not suffered any plundering or conflicts resulting in injury. Supreme and eternally healthy King Artoria's proclamation stated that these were troops sent by King Arthur to negotiate peace, and they were to be let in directly. Initially, people had some worries. But seeing the orderly army on the other side, they relaxed and began to see them as troops coming to negotiate peace. Among the crowds welcoming them, there were not only Saxon commoners who had gradually settled in but also many Celts. These were the Celtic refugees whom Alvin had taken in and sheltered, displaced by the war. Regardless of race, he had granted them the status of residents. At first, there was some mutual hostility between the two races. But eventually, all worked together for the sake of their homelands and actively participated in production and construction. Because, since the nobles' exploitation had ceased, after paying adequate taxes, all other agricultural products belonged to them. Alvin issued minted coins for circulation as a common equivalent. There were even specialized agricultural officers who, for performance and promotion, worked hard to teach and promote farming techniques. Every bit of labor yielded harvests that made their lives more comfortable and brought stability and happiness to themselves and their cherished families. Only after sinking into hell did they realize what heaven truly was. The famines and chaotic raids of the past, where each season's abundance would still lead to starvation, were long gone on this island. The millennia-old blood feud between the Saxon and the Celts seemed to have gradually subsided in these 3 years. People began to realize that they were just ordinary people pursuing peace of mind. The residents standing on both sides of the street cheered Artoria's arrival, shedding tears of excitement at the prospect of this long-lasting war finally coming to an end. Occasionally, families separated during the war recognized each other in the crowd and tearfully embraced. Leading the army at the forefront, riding on horseback, Artoria's expression seemed distant and frozen. Under the same bright sunlight, in the same welcoming scene, her thoughts seemed to return to the day she drew the sword of selection. The Dark Knight stood at the end of the road, gently removing his helmet, smiling softly at her. "Long time no see, Artoria." "Alvin." Murmuring this name, Artoria's heart seemed to traverse mountains and seas. Beside her, Ritsuka and Mash, who were riding horses, also stared blankly at this touching scene. After meeting with King Arthur, she welcomed and understood their arrival. During the time they spent together, Ritsuka naturally understood that Artoria was indeed a king admired and respected for her virtue and nobility. However, she remained silent about her past with Merlin and her relationship with the son of the White Dragon, unwilling to discuss it. But that didn't affect their mutual understanding and cooperation. Because, the most crucial aspect of this singularity lay not with the son of the White Dragon. It lay with King Vortigern, who was about to pull out the Holy Lance, intending to bring about the return of the Age of Gods. As long as Vortigern could be stopped, the singularity could be repaired. Artoria joined forces with them, precisely preparing to go and defeat King Vortigern. As for the son of the White Dragon, the king requested that, as far as possible, his life be preserved, claiming that he had merely been bewitched by Vortigern and was not inherently evil. Indeed, it seemed to be the case. For several days since entering enemy territory, Ritsuka and her companions had not encountered any resistance. More importantly, they hadn't experienced, within the kingdom, the malicious reputation spread by the former aristocrats, now ministers, about the son of the White Dragon. Clearly, what they saw, was happiness. It was even more peaceful and tranquil happiness than in Orkney County. It wasn't about being confined and suppressing desires, it was about gaining peace through the pursuit of a more beautiful and vibrant life, full of joy and progress. People were all smiling. The king of this country was said to be a very wicked person. Wicked, yet people were smiling? Ritsuka could tell whether these smiles were genuine or fake. Clean streets, neatly arranged houses, markets selling a variety of dazzling foods, goods, and clothing. People wearing carefully crafted garments, the sounds of literacy from the schoolhouses, crude but already showing scale in book printing. And in the distance, those brilliant golden wheat fields swaying in the wind on the plains. As if laughter could set the mood, but what about the spirit of a nation? How could that be disguised? Ritsuka silently observed everything. Beside her, Mash was also lost in thought. In the purple-haired girl's pupils, something called happiness was reflected. It was something she had never understood since she was created as an artificial human, until she met her senpai. Never before had there been so much, so close to overflowing, happiness reflected in her eyes. No drums, no music. Only laughter. Yet it sounded like the most heartwarming song. Behind Artoria, the faces of the knights riding horses were ugly and gloomy. Most of them were of noble birth. Seeing commoners living happily made them feel worse than their own suffering. Shouldn't commoners all be submissive and obedient? Their own country was still suffering, yet these people from the enemy country, shrouded in the shadow of the son of the White Dragon, why were they so happy? Why? Why were they even happier without the governance of nobles? This scene filled their empty hearts with resentment. The slander against Artoria had never ceased since the nobles were dissolved in her kingdom. Imitating the enemy's policies, how could that be the conduct of a king? The fallen aristocrats, now ministers, dared not criticize their king, but they had never stopped smearing the name of the regent king across the sea. After all, he was the one who caused all this trouble, leading to the looting of their homes. The nobles cursed him, vilified him, hoping he would go to hell. Moreover, their country would go to hell with him. They wanted to show those cheering commoners over there what the fate of a country without nobles would be like. Now, they saw it. This was the fate. The other side's country was governed even better than their own. Looking at the meticulously crafted farming tools placed in various households. In the past, fine iron tools, only nobles had such equipment, and who would use precious iron to make farming tools? Wasn't that a waste? If these tools were melted down into weapons, the vitality contained within them made the knights feel palpitations. Now the knights understood, their king's decision was indeed so wise. Had they not followed suit, their country would have long been thrown into the garbage heap of history by the enemy. But, how could the knights accept, how could they admit? Accepting the fact that they were historical garbage. Compared to the knights' impotent rage, Chaldea's master was contemplating the deepest question. The Ember King, butcher, tyrant. Blamed by thousands, cursed by tens of thousands. What kind of person was this so-called the disaster son of the White Dragon? His achievements were clear, his reputation abysmal. He, like a perfect king, established this perfect kingdom on earth. His governance brought happiness and peace to the people, but standing under Vortigern's banner, he seemed to want to subvert and destroy this world again. Contradiction. Life and death, endless, a person full of endless contradictions like an endless spiral. Truly, peculiar. In Ritsuka's heart, endless curiosity arose about this name. A person who could feel such infinite charm without even meeting, it reminded her of someone in reality, a magus she had only briefly encountered. Alvin Pendragon. The red-haired girl looked up at the sky, murmuring. What kind of person are you? In the depths unknown, within caves filled with roots. The fluorescent lights flowing within the roots seemed dimmer compared to 3 years ago. Alvin, with his grey eyes, gazed at this scene, then lowered his eyelids slightly. His body slowly crouched down, meeting the gaze of the small and adorable silver-haired girl before him. Melusine, you've always been obedient. As he caressed his daughter's silver hair, he softly chuckled. You're a good girl, right? Yes. I'm a good girl. Daddy. Melusine blinked her eyes, nodding vigorously, bouncing around. Her gaze slowly swept around her surroundings. Where is this, Daddy? It's pretty, but so dark. This is our basement, a hiding place for hide and seek. The silver-haired young man spoke softly, then listened to his daughter's innocent voice. Daddy, are you leaving? Alvin fell silent for a moment. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Yes. Mom has gone on a long journey. Daddy needs to take care of Grandpa. You have to stay here alone for a while. I've prepared everything you like to eat. If you're hungry or thirsty, remember to eat. I know you're afraid of being alone, afraid of the shadows, Melusine. But don't be afraid, because even the shadows are Daddy. Just like always, my beloved Melusine. This is a game of hide and seek. Do you understand Daddy's words? Looking at the Daddy before her with lowered eyelids, Melusine blinked her deep blue eyes. She nodded vigorously. It was just a game of hide and seek, and she was the best at hiding. In any case, don't go out. No matter what vibrations you feel, no matter what sounds you hear, don't go out, Melusine. Mom will come to get you. Mommy will come to get me, then, what about you, Daddy? But there was no answer. As usual. Before the game of hide and seek, Daddy hugged her and made a gesture to shush her. Melusine quietly ran away. The last embrace, that warmth gradually disappeared, just like the fading figure of her daddy. She crouched silently in the darkness, the deep shadows enveloping her whole body. But this time, Melusine didn't feel afraid. Because Daddy said so. The shadow was him. Melusine curled up in the shadow. It was as if she was still curled up in her daddy's warm embrace. 15 days have passed, and King Arthur's great army is about to besiege the city. You have long evacuated all the soldiers and residents. This once prosperous fortress city under your rule now lies silent, like a dead city. Numbers are meaningless, across this entire island, only you can bear the responsibility of guarding Vortigern. Silent and unmoving, you stand atop the grand castle. Though it is broad daylight, your surroundings seem to be shrouded in flickering shadows like flames. A strange, slowly flowing, spiral-like cloud cover hovers over the city's skyline, a sign of the impending projection of the anchor of the planet. You gently grasp the hilt of your sword, unleashing the radiance of the ultimate life form without reservation. In an instant, the sunlight is devoured by you. The intense daylight swiftly transitions into profound eternal night. A dim and lightless night sky envelopes the entire firmament of Londinium. With your own strength, you have completely altered the celestial phenomena of this fortress city. Londinium welcomes a silence and tranquility akin to eternal night. The scorching sun hangs high, and all things grow. All of Britain seems to prosper as usual. However, no matter how intense the sunlight, no matter how bright the sun, it cannot penetrate the shadow belonging to the son of the white dragon that looms over the city. The city beneath the eternal night spiral is also the ultimate battlefield. Under this eternal night spiral stands the savior of villains. Bathed in the lightless shadow, it is the moment of the king's ignition. Just as it was 10 years ago, standing on the high tower of the castle. Your gaze gradually rises, gazing toward the farthest reaches of this land. On the verge of extinction, a brilliant golden light faintly emerges from the horizon. Bathed in this clear, exhilarating sunlight, the advancing Celtic army has crossed the final pass. In the distant, boundless horizon, there seemed to be a sudden dimming. Everyone seemed to sense something and lifted their gaze towards the end of the road, where stood the magnificent fortress city. Hissing. The sound of gasps echoed incessantly. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the scene resembling divine wrath. The daylight was taken from them. The sunlight was devoured by him. A profound and vast shadow shrouded the entire city. Only Londinium's eternal night spiral remained, slowly rotating like a mesmerizing vortex, madly devouring the sanity of everyone present. For a moment, silence enveloped everything. The world fell silent. Darkness crept in, shrouding everyone's minds in uncertainty. The twisted and endless spiral of clouds seemed to engulf people's reason. The moist, sticky tentacles writhed and slithered, instilling fear and panic. Monsters! The soldiers in the ranks, completely shattered by this vision, began to scream uncontrollably, and panic spread like a virus. That person, he is darkness itself. Shooting arrows and cursing at the darkness, can they harm even a fraction of the darkness? No, without the light, the silent darkness will only silently engulf them. As ordinary people, how can they resist such power, how can they charge against such darkness? In that instant, everyone understood. Numbers are meaningless. Ordinary people don't need to set foot on this battlefield, it's just sending them to their deaths. Even most of the knights of the Round Table, their swords began to tremble. Ritsuka's hand trembled slightly, as if the silver arms brand was about to surface. Seeing that moment when the city was shrouded in eternal night, he instantly understood why this singularity was even more terrifying than the holy city Camelot in Chaldea's alerts. The eternal night spiral city, Londinium. Devouring everything called light. Mash gripped Ritsuka's hand. They looked at each other with palpitations. Everyone, at this moment, couldn't help but be afraid. Except for her. Just like the once brilliant wheat field. The soft golden hair swayed slightly in the wind. Artoria lifted her gaze, looking at him, who had turned into a point at the highest point of the city that was now consumed. He stood guard in the night. She bathed in light. Under the interweaving of light and darkness, they looked at each other, relentlessly. His silver hair scattered in the wind. He smiled as usual. Just like his smile once. Equally warm, equally bright. Long time no see, Artoria. He said softly. The golden-haired girl lifted her hand in a daze, as if wanting to touch his face across the thousands of meters of light and shadow. I've come to save you, Alvin.
Thanks for listening.